Oh, damn. I feel robbed.
I, for no reason, I was gonna go, Rob Zombied, got him. That's a 0% a joke right
Good
there.
job. Good job, sir. Good job.
I throw a penny like I'm making a wish into a fountain and you eat it in midair.
I wish.
This fucker never throws me pennies.
You fucking never throws me pennies, bro. Just love the taste, man.
Fucking hate this guy. Someone was like, I hope Vixen's here. She and Jello haven't streamed together in like a month. That's because we had a falling out.
I was about to type that. I
Man,
saw that message and I was about to type it, and I was like, but I didn't want people to like think it's like real, even though it's like a recurring bit. But I didn't want to type /J, so I just didn't say anything.
the instant you type /J, you're fired. That's
you /S about that. You /SRS. I can't remember which one is which.
serious is SRS and sarcasm is S, rendering
S?
the whole system useless. Okay. Let's see. I haven't looked at chat yet. I'm still setting up because I forgot that I have an extra piece of hardware here.
Whoa.
Which is a drawing tablet.
Don't worry. I'll distract them. So I'm drinking Canada Dry, like the ginger ale, but it's like cherry flavor. That's neat. You think that's cool, chat?
Okay, let me...
Yeah, it's riveting, yeah. There's a cranberry flavor, but I'm not a cranberry guy. Why do they call it Canada Dry when it's wet? You're asking the real questions. I'm not Canadian, so I don't know. But we do have a resident Canadian in the call right now.
Yeah, I got stopped by border services. That's how resident I am.
Yeah.
Let me see. God, I love how Discord doesn't work at all when it's on an external monitor. It's like, I'm Discord mobile now.
Wow.
Let's see. I'm grabbing...
Oh!
Oh?
Hello.
Aram! Hi!
Hi, talk
Hello.
more.
This is me speaking at a normal voice, normal guy, normal walk.
Great.
It's him.
Let's see what, oh. Jello has minimized their application.
I 100%ed Slay the Princess in 2 days.
I bet that felt nice after all the other bullshit you've been doing.
I'm gonna assume that's impressive. I know it's like a VN or VN adjacent game, so that's not as crazy as how quickly you, like, platinumed Metaphor, but impressive nonetheless. Good job.
Yeah. What did you think? I don't want to be crucified on the internet, but it's good. Asterix. I think it is a feat of visual novelteering that you can have something with so many options, amazing art, amazing music, amazing vibe in general. But when you have so many options and it's basically a choose your own meaning thing in a kind of way, the overall meaning loses like punch. But that doesn't mean the game is bad. It's a con of the style of gameplay it has, which is extremely unique.
That the story can have entirely different, like, themes or, if to be very simplistic, morals based on what you go for, such that the overall work can't be said to have a particular theme.
Yeah, well, it's like a love story. That's like the no matter what, it's a love story. But like, yeah. But I still do think it's like extremely worth a play because it is like the modern evolution of a choose your own adventure book kind of thing, right? This is how Depends on how you enjoy stories. Yeah, like it's really good, but it's just like, obviously a story that is more broad is going to like,
You guys are
be different
enjoying
from a story
stories?
Shut up, Jello. I'll put you in your locker.
No.
No.
Can I ask, Jello? Because I feel like
God,
there is some truth to the caricature, but it is nevertheless a caricature that you are, that you are a guy who like plays games you hate and talks about how you hate them. When was the last time, and what was the game that you played a game and you were just like, yeah, it was a good ass game? I guess ISAT maybe?
Disco Elysium.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you were playing that recently. Okay, fair enough.
No, I liked Wargroove, I liked Wargroove 2. I liked Wargroove 2 better. I'm a Wargroove 2 defender, actually. My problem is that, so with like Three Houses especially, I think I'm way more defendable going through Three Houses right now than I am with the P5 shit I was doing, even though I made a really big Patreon post about it. Because I've got this project, which I'm sure at least one person here doesn't know what the fuck this is. But extremely quick rundown. 6 years ago, before we were dating, yikes, it's been so long. I was bored one afternoon and I DM'd Jay and I was like, tell me something to do. And he was like, you know what? Why don't you take an afternoon, write me up a little like couple page document describing your ideal Fire Emblem game.
An afternoon, a couple pages.
6 years later.
Well, so I started writing down a bunch of ideas, and then I went, why don't I just write a script for this? That sounds fun. And I was like, yeah, let's do that. So on and off, I pick up and put down this project and work on it in mega bursts. So I say 6 years. There have been full years where I don't touch it. But it is a rare project that I know I'm going to do something with eventually. Not make it into a game. I don't want to do that. But I can pitch it in an hours-long document. So this is... I try more and more to not call it a Fire Emblem game. Except I did title the video Fire Emblem OCs. That's basically what they are. There's a game that I have written... It is at 850 pages. I'm at the last chapter. I'm at the end. I still have to write most of the supports. I still have to go through and write the second draft, which will take not nearly as much time. But I got to adjust some stuff, and I want to do the supports first. This is one of the two protagonists. This is one of the other things I have made that has a Phoenica in it. I think I have 5 Phoenicas, though the one in Epithet and this one are probably the only... This isn't even her, but she is also an aviator, so... This is supposed to be Feeney's mom from the book. She dead. But, more Phoenicas. So this is the main character, and she's in a little aviator platoon of Pegasus Knights, and Feeney is one of the other Pegasus Knights, because... I like Phoenica, and she's my Final Fantasy Sid. So I just have different Feenies, and I've never drawn this Feeny. I might have sketched her once or twice, but
what about Mr. Feeney from Boy Meets World?
not to age myself by referencing Mr. Feeney, one of my favorite Jenny Nicholson lines. What's a herd of Phoenicas called? Oh, I don't know. I shouldn't have read that until I had a funny answer. Well, the stream's over, I guess.
Restart it.
Oh, right. Okay.
Taking it down.
Also... Oh, it's so tiny. Okay. This red-haired girl who I haven't clocked yet. I haven't figured out how to draw her yet. I can never do it right. Is the other protagonist, and this is one of the villains. In my head, Aram voices a character in this. Never drawn him either. He's vampire-coded. It's also a voice I don't think Aram's ever done in anything public, which is exciting.
Straight up, I don't think I could even do it on command. I'd have to like go back and rewatch the VODs we took of that game and then come up with a new version of it. Crazy old man. But only like middle-aged, not like howdy morning old.
He had seen things beyond his years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is some concept art I commissioned a long time ago, and the Rania one I think still needs some work. I never like it when I or other people draw her. It sucks to have a character in your head and you like know what's wrong but not what's right. But the bee art is perfect. I love this, and the outfit's really cute. So I'm gonna just doodle some Feeny, I guess.
Yeah.
What are you guys up to?
I've just been gaming. I also finished the first episode of Higurashi today.
Which version? The original?
Higurashi is the visual novel Yumineko.
Oh, the game. Okay, right.
Yeah,
that's. I should have figured that. I thought you meant there's two versions of the anime.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no. I'm reading the visual novel. Then I also finished Utawe Ra Ramono Mask of Truth.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I got a Steam pop-up about you playing that.
Yeah.
That's one that Jay has described to me in a way where I was like, this is like an ideal, from what I've heard from Jay, this is an ideal like video essay, sort of like, let me pitch you a game that you've never heard of.
It is. Mask of Truth is like an 11 out of 10 for me. It is truly an amazing game. But you have to play Prelude to the Fallen, which is a old visual novel that had to have sex scenes in it in order to sell, much like original Fate Stay Night. And it's like a 6 out of 10. But Mask of Deception is like amazing, and Mask of Truth is also amazing.
Yeah.
But you have to play Prelude.
Yeah, Jay.
That's the only like.
Jay described. I don't even know how to describe this while being vague. The setup for like the whole thing, like what the Mask of Deception is and all the interactions that come of it. And it's like, this sounds incredible. And he's like, yeah, I can never recommend this to fucking anybody.
It is an extremely hard sell. I'm having Christian and Brennan play it right now because Brennan has a modded like PSP Vita, and I was just like, play this, and so he's playing it while he's like flying around and shit.
I will say, from what I've heard of Mask of Truth, that one, like, pretty frequently people will be like, you ever do Umineko or, like, AI the Somnium Files? And I'm like, listen, there's a whole genre of Jay and Aloha played this shit. And I'm like, look, they know me pretty well. And I have never been steered wrong by a recommendation of either of you, but also if both of you like a game, I assume I'll hate it. Like, there's a very specific part of your Venn diagram that's like moon distance from mine, and Utawari Umono is not in that. I'm like, that actually sounds cool.
It is. I think you would enjoy it, especially since it also like has like Fire Emblem-esque combat, which it isn't like. It's not like the combat is the main selling point, right? Because it's just like a visual novel, and sometimes there's like combat gameplay, but like in order to do 100% achievements, because I do that, I'm a freak, even in visual novels, they have like an after mode called Dream Arena, and that shit was fucking hard.
Yeah. What do I do here? So, I didn't actually defend myself hours ago. I went on a fucking tangent.
Oh yeah.
Shocker. So, with playing Three Houses is beneficial to this project because I get to like see what Fire Emblem's done, and like usually every Fire Emblem game has like one good idea, and in Three Houses it's the adjutant system, which is a microscopic part of the game, but it is an idea I didn't have that I should steal. Other than that, it's fucking trash garbage. But I find Amy and I are the same way, where if we're gonna engage with something we hate, you either look at it and go, not for me, seems bad, and throw it away, or you go, well, I hate this. in like a 12 paragraph kind of way. But it's popular.
You never do that.
And a good amount of people like it. So I can't just go, that's bad, because then someone will emerge like a mushroom through a dying log and go, no, it's good. And then I will explain to them, like live on a stream, why I think it's bad. And like slowly they'll go, those are all really bad issues. I didn't think of that. And I can't do that if I haven't fully engaged with it. And I don't know. I heard many things about Throuses over the years. I heard from multiple sources in and out of the friend group that it has good world building. I believe everybody owes me repatriation for that. I don't know what the fuck those people were talking about. Because no, it probably has the worst world building in all of Fire Emblem, which is an incredible achievement. It's the most unfinished AAA game I've ever played. It's a total fucking embarrassment all the way down. And everything that's wrong with it bumps into like 4 other things that are wrong with it. So I can't just be like, well, this is bad. I have to be like, pulls out the binder. Okay, here's why all of these things don't work together. Like I know a lot of people are like, oh, the Garreg Mach bit is annoying because you got to run around and do, like, this is me running around the map of Garreg Mach in my head. That's not true. I always go in the same route. I always go this way. But when people are like, oh, you're doing this section, that's pretty annoying. And I'm like, no, it's like not great, but it's fine. And then you get to Act 2 and I turned to Amy and I went, why are we in Garreg Mach? I assumed that the game structure was spend a bunch of time building up your babies in Act 1, and then it splits off into like a 7-map gauntlet with those babies in one of the 4 routes. But no, you just keep going back to Garreg Mach, and it's like it's incredible anti-design synergy. It's like, okay, now that you're in part 2, what are the things you can do in Garreg Mach? Well, you can spend your time with you can use your time slots each day having Byleth learn new stuff. But the only reason you do that is so Byleth can get better at teaching students, and so Byleth can unlock better classes, except Byleth is given their best class for free at the start of Act 2, so you'll never do that. Garreg Mach also has quests, some of which are fun enough. They unlock, like, paralogs and stuff. There are no quests in Part 2 on any of the routes. You get some Skyrim-style Radiant quests, like get me a tomato. That's not a quest.
I don't know, man.
That's not a quest. That's farming.
And
it's farming simulator.
Like story-wise, does it make sense that we're in Garreg Mach? Absolutely not. My favorite one is at the end of Claude's route, which is called Verdant Wind, which is green. It should be Golden Wind or something.
Golden Wind.
Ban him. And it's like you got the Empire, you got the Kingdom. It's a triangle, and in there's like a temple here, and that's Garreg Mach. And in Claude's route, it's like we have to invade the Empire eventually. You fuck around over here, and it's like, okay, let's go invade the Empire. We went over here, and then literal ballistic missiles destroyed the fort we just took. And it's like, well, the capital's right here, and they're like, okay. In the first part of the game, for some insane reason, we structured it so every part of the game takes a month. Which is, like, fine when it's like, hey, we're going to go, at the end of the month, we're doing a fun event where the houses all fight each other, like it's a sport. So prepare for that event. That makes sense. And then other times, they're like, my daughter has been kidnapped. She's gone. And also, one of the professors who leads the school is missing. She was also kidnapped. And you can solve that quest right away. And it goes, if you go beyond to finish this quest, you skip the whole month. So, like, gameplay-wise, it's a terrible idea because you lose a ton of levels and stuff. But then if you do all that, everyone's just like, I wonder where Flayn is. I wonder where Professor Manuela is. And it's like, were they actually kidnapped at the start of the month and we're just choosing not to save them for 4 weeks? And, like, yes. And then it's this stupid 4-week system. And then later on, it's like, they keep that in Act 2, and it makes even less sense. It's like, all right, we're right next to Enbar. We can go fight Edelgard. But why don't we take a break for a month? Let's march back to Garreg Mach and let's chill out. And it's like, Amy was like, I can't wait until your Patreon post describing this game. And I was like, legitimately, it's going to be 4 hours long.
So how you doing, Aram?
Oh, I'm doing okay. I have a half-hour session of pickups tonight that I'm surprised it was the first time I've made this mistake, because I've had a number of LA sessions, but I finally did the classic.
Wrong
the session
time
was
zone.
scheduled for 4:30, and that's what I put on my calendar, and that's what I committed to memory. And then I was like, geez, why it's 10 minutes into the session time and we've only got half an hour. I should send an email and check to make sure this is still on. And then realized it was 4:30 Central and they had said 4:30 Pacific. So I was like, so that will be in another hour or so.
Well, hey.
In 45 minutes from now.
Congrats.
Better than the alternative
Yes.
where I showed up 2 hours late.
Yeah.
This silly bean.
But yeah, no, I like I said, I'm like kind of gobsmacked that I haven't done that already.
Yeah, it's pretty
That
annoying.
it took this long.
I only ever played Claude's route, and it felt like the most unrelated thing. Like, I imagine the other routes had more of the main story going on. You're cute. There isn't a main story.
Bizarrely, I'd actually say Claude Route and Silver's Now are the two that most directly address the actual backstory of that, like, matters. Because the Dimitri and Edelgard routes are mostly about Dimitri and Edelgard fighting each other.
It's such a small thing, but like one of my favorite this is unacceptable choices they make is there's this green-haired pope named Rhea who is my least favorite character in the game, and Rhea's evil and almost
Yeah, she's just evil.
She's just evil, and like everything, most of what happens is her fault. And they're not it's funny because it seems like at some point they were like, well, in Edelgard's route, why am I drawing the fucking head? That doesn't matter. It's an outfit design. In Edelgard's route, you can be like anti-party to Rhea, and I assume Rhea's the final boss, or at least like the second or third to last boss. This game loves doing that shit. And like the whole first act, you show up and it's like, hello, I'm a random mercenary who has nothing to do with anything, and she's like, you're a professor now. And I was like, that's a really like very cinema sensei, like that's a stupid thing, ding. But then no, that's actually just a character quirk of hers, is that she doesn't vet people, and then it turns out half the staff at Garreg Mach are evil, and will just like defect and kill a bunch of students, and nothing happens about it because Rhea doesn't care about anybody. And I was like, I guess that's consistent at least. But, you know, like literally right away, they're not subtle about it. One of your first missions is like someone has raised their sword, like a local lord has raised their sword against the church because we like assassinated his son for something his son didn't do. You know, crazy peasants. But like our useless knights, who are the fucking crossbell defense force of this game, I hate them. I hate the Knights of Seros so much. They're worse than the crossbell defense force. They don't accomplish anything.
Counterpoint: they don't include Noel Seeker among their ranks.
Thank God.
But they have Rhea. So, like right away, it's like our knights are busy. Can you send your 14-year-olds to do some murders for our church? And everyone's just like, that's a great idea. And you're like, what? Can I say no? Like, you don't even get to do this. And it's not even like, is this supposed to be morally ambiguous? Because Rhea is just straight up like, now your children will use this opportunity to learn what happens if you turn your blade towards the church. And it's like, okay, so she's evil. And the church is like hiding documents about what actually happened in the past. And it turns out basically all of the scripture is completely made up for like really dumb ways that don't even help Rhea if you think about it. But basically she just made herself the most powerful person on the continent. Because she's got like mommy issues. I'm not going to go into it further than that. But like then in the second act of the game, if you're on like Claude's route or Dimitri's route, where like you never really interacted with Rhea, suddenly Byleth is just like, I need to know what happened to Rhea. Like, every one of your choices is like, we should go now, or I'm worried about Rhea. And I'm like, I'm sorry, do you think I liked Rhea? What are you doing? And then the dumbest decision, they're like, I'm sure that Edelgard, the new empress who waged war on the church during the time skip, I'm sure she's got Rhea in a prison somewhere. And you're like, why on earth would she do that? Like, it makes sense politically that, hang on, this Fire Emblem music is so loud and triumphant. So why on earth would she do that? Like, it makes sense sometimes politically to, like, you'll take like a prince or a king and then you exchange them for like a city in an ongoing war, or you can like use them as a hostage. But like, Edelgard wins immediately. She like destroys the church right away and has their pope at their mercy, and there is no other leadership. Despite what the game implies, there is no other leadership. It's just Rhea. So it's like, you should kill her. This is a cult of personality. Most of the knights that you can play as and recruit are explicitly like, I'm just here for Lady Rhea. I want to make out with her. I will die for Lady Rhea. And like, it's like, wow, this is so sad. Can we play Despacito? All these characters suck. And
Old meme.
but it checks out. And the fucking, I'm like trying to, I swear to God, I'm actually skipping a lot that I want to say, because I'll go into this later when I do an actual Patreon post about it. But the fucking, I need to stop playing this song. This is like the loudest song in the soundtrack.
Ba 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 ba.
Trying to get to some non-battle music. There we go. That's much better. So all that happens, and it's like, obviously Edelgard killed Rhea, but everyone is like, no, she's alive. And in the Claude route, which I did first, you get, everyone's like, she's alive, and it's like, why on earth would she be alive? And you get there, and yeah, she is just alive, and she's been alive in a dungeon for 5 years, and she's like, thanks for rescuing me. I'm back. Let's go fight a secret dumber final boss, and then everything will be great. And then intercontinental ballistic missiles happen, and she turns into a dragon, and Iron Giant's one of them. And she's just like, I'm so sorry, I'm dying. And it's like, well, what was the point of any of this? Why did you keep her alive? We didn't even need her as a figurehead, because I'm literally Jesus. Byleth is Jesus. Like, of this religion, like, this is the second coming. Byleth is Jesus. So,
Second what?
So, come in your religion? And then I was like, wow, we're still doing this on Dimitri's route. But it's even funnier because you don't even see her. Someone runs in and goes, she's we found her, Lady Rhea's safe. And then the epilogue starts and it goes, Lady Rhea died. And it's like, what was the point? Like,
Lady Rhea died on the way back to her home planet.
I mean, that's what Dimitri does in most of the other routes. It's so funny. Dimitri runs by you and he's like, I'm gonna kill Edelgard. And you're like, whoa, man, you want to slow down? He's like, I gotta kill Edelgard.
No, Dimitri died.
And it's great because, like, you can engage Dimitri and beat him up, and he doesn't even have like a, I'm wounded, but I'm still gonna get Edelgard. He just goes, bark, 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 bark. I'm gonna go kill Edelgard. And then they're like, did you hear Dimitri died off screen? It's like, you didn't even animate a cutscene?
Someone's asking if you got suggestions for Fire Emblem games to start with.
Yeah, Piff actually asked me this recently, and I don't really have... It depends what you're looking for. Have you not played any? I think the 3 good starting points, I would say, are probably 7, Awakening, or Path of Radiance. So, like...
Which one is 7?
Just the one that's called Fire Emblem in the US, the GBA one. It's like the most stock standard Fire Emblem. I I would say that if you're the kind of person like me where you can't walk backwards in quality, like I could not play Final Fantasy 9 and then go, that was awesome, let me go backwards and play Final Fantasy 4. Like I'm too affected by, like I played P5, like it's what you did with P4. Where, like I can't do that. So if you want to experience a lot of the series and you think it's gonna be like you want it to go up in quality as you play it, I think 7 is this is a generic middle of the road Fire Emblem. It is just fine. There's not really a story. The gameplay works. And nothing's really wrong with it. You can start there. If you only want to play like one, if you want to play the best Fire Emblem games, you start with Ike's game, which is Path of Radiance, which is also an extremely middle of the road game in terms of like very basic gameplay, but it's done really well. It's pretty easy as far as Fire Emblem games go. I used to say it was the easiest, and then I played Three Houses, which I think was made, I don't know, they didn't even want the possibility of someone losing a unit. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. Remind me, fish. I have a thing about fish that I think really encapsulates that. But yeah, so then if you like Ike's game, you can play Radiant Dawn, which is the best Fire Emblem game, but it's also a bad game. Because it's made for like story reasons, so it's mean as hell. I think that was pretty much your conclusion, right, Aram? You were like, this is well written, but like, why did they do all these things?
That sounds right. It's been a little while since we did those playthroughs. I think where I ended on it was like, it's really interesting that they made some of the choices that they made. I think some of them are bad choices in terms of the actual quality of the game. But I'm surprised that they made them and kind of impressed because most Fire Emblems wouldn't have the guts.
Yeah, no, and they never will again. And then Awakening, I personally do not like Fire Emblem games that let you sort of go around a world map, replay levels, grind. I think that means that the devs don't have to try as hard to curate a specific experience. The game will have random difficulty spikes, and certain chunks will be very easy or very hard.
That's how I felt about Awakening.
Yeah. But Awakening, I think, I think it's probably the best, more modern Fire. I mean, Shadows of Valentia is a better game, but it's locked in 3DS jail. And it's also a little weirder. It's got these like dungeon crawling segments. The map design is based on a game from the 80s, so it's pretty bad. But I love Shadows of Valentia. It's such like a little black sheep of the family.
Sheep.
Yeah, but yeah, so those would be my recommendations. The newer games are easier. Most of them have a casual mode if you just want to play a game. But it's... You know, I was about to say, if you just want to play a game for the story, and then I went, then don't play Fire Emblem.
Don't play, yeah.
Echoes is a great game, but one you'll never want to replay. Absolutely. I have never wanted to replay Echoes. I'm so glad I played it the first time. It's also the only Fire Emblem game with a really good vocal performance from the whole cast.
$10 super chat. Speaking of POR, in a run I'm doing with friends, Rolf of all units was the highest defense on our team at 19. We're in the end game, and he is objectively our best unit. It's awesome.
Yeah, I've had tank Rolf a couple times. Rolf is just good. Everyone's good in Path of Radiance. The worst unit is Makalov, and that's mostly because he's a snake.
No, Fire Emblem is actually good. It's like Assassin's Creed, but if it were always like a 7 out of 10 and not a 4 out of 10.
Any interest in playing Unicorn Overlord? Not really. It struck me as one of those games that everyone I know played, and they were like, this is amazing, and I gave him like, I was like, all right, if you're still talking about this in a month, I'll think about it, and no one's talking about it anymore, so I imagine it was mid.
It's exactly what I was talking about. Like, I don't know, it's like what I was talking about fucking Slay the Princess. where it's like this thing of like you can go around gathering units in whatever order, but due to the fact that it's in like whatever order.
Yeah, aren't there a million recruitable units? I don't like that shit either.
They're like less than you think. At a certain point, you get them all, and then it's just like, well, there's half a game left, and there's like maybe 2 more recruitable units. But no, I don't think you'd like it. I think you would have enjoyed the combat because it has this like weird optimization thing. I think you would enjoy, but other than that, it's fine.
Yeah.
Slay the Princess is recruitable units? No, or I was talking about how Slay the Princess literally. I won't explain it. It's fine. I like the game. Don't kill me.
I like the game. Don't at me.
Don't at me. Was Lovey in chat earlier? I thought I saw someone say hi to them. I only ask because like Lovey is the most professional, prolific Feeny drawer out there, so I could ask for advice.
They're in chat.
Hello, Lovey. If you have any suggestions for fiends, because I dislike universal uniforms in character design. One thing I actually give P5 Persona 5 huge credit for is the Shujin Academy. The way that all the characters do a really good job wearing an academy uniform in a way that shows off their personality. That's genuinely really cool. Oh man, hey, give me a second. Bernadetta Fire Emblem 3 Houses. Show me that one portrait of hers. I like scream every time I see this. Open mouth. That's not what I was looking for. Okay, this is someone's fake fan death battle against Kobeni. Kobeni would win, obviously. But this portrait looks so fucking bad, and I hate seeing it in the corner of my screen. One of her eyes is too small.
Same.
Chainsaw Man character whose name I forgot. I said it. It's Kobeni.
It's Kobeni.
It's Kobe.
Who's that actually pretty good One Piece character who got a much bigger role in the live action? It's Kobe.
Kobe.
Good for Kobe.
Kobe Bryant, my favorite One Piece.
He ate the ball fruit.
Yo, they said he'd never be ballin'.
With the power profile picture too. That's funny. Get styled on. Though I guess you're repping power there. I'm a wee baby. I'm only just getting into Chainsaw Man. Power is one of my favorite characters. I fucking love Power. I'm mad that there is so much love for Makima and Kobeni online. I think Power is under-repped.
I think pretty much everyone likes Power too, don't they? I haven't seen anyone who seems to actually not be enthused about her.
I don't know.
Not as much as Jello wants.
Yeah, you never get weird, gross girls in anime. Especially when they're, like, well-written and good and do shit in the story. Yeah, Power and, what's his name? The old man, the great one, are my favorite two characters. I never remember his name.
My favorite...
Detective Bad.
My favorite fucking reaction image is, I'm gonna put it in... I'm gonna put it in the stream chat. Where the fuck did it pop out of? Oh yeah, because I'm screen sharing. Is this fucking image?
You can just post in general.
Oh, okay.
Like, you don't have to repost that one, but...
Yeah. It's my favorite fucking reaction image.
This guy is one of my favorite
amazing
guys.
character. Yeah.
What is his name? Kishibe? What?
Kishibe, yeah.
It is Kishibe? Okay.
I wanted you to voice him.
I would be a terrible. I was like so happy you said that, and I was like, I would never cast me as this guy, but he is amazing. If I'm gonna be, I'm never gonna be in Chainsaw Man, but if I was gonna be someone in Chainsaw Man, the one I was like, I think I'd be a good fit, and I don't think anyone who's just like, I don't think there'd currently be a lot of competition for this character, is the guy with the octopus devil.
Yeah.
I feels like he's like a little freak. And he's also kind of a minor character. And then he's just like doing shit in part 2 in a way I find really funny. I'm like, this is exactly the type of weird guy I like to voice.
Yeah.
Fluffy.
I got to come in to do more than a bit, but probably just a 1-episode character in something the other day, where I got in and I was like, oh yeah, I'm really excited. Let's see what we're working with. And they were like, all right, we'll put up let's get the first queue up on there. And they had not played anything yet. The image, the still frame with the character popped up, and I was like, ah, I see. Now I understand. This is one of those just like, oh, all right, yes, this guy is voiced by me canonically, just based on his appearance.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun when you get those. It's the upside of having a type, TM.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was funny when I used to do VA stuff, how people would, I would get a different typecast at every studio that I was brought into. So, Okra used to use me for old men and weird guys. Someone else. I guess Funimation would use me for weird guys. They would be like, we got a guy, he's a little weirder than normal. Can you be a weird guy?
He's a little quirky.
He's a little quirky. They'd be like Aram characters if they were more boring, basically, but still a little weirder than a normal guy.
Yeah, because you did that character in Fire Force.
Yeah, that's a really Jello character. That was a good like first named role.
Yeah.
And I got to do the voice I wanted to do for Melon. Man, did either of you guys see, I don't even know if Aloha would know who this is. Do you see who they cast as the villain in Beastars, since he finally is in the series after all these years? Fucking Darren Criss, the dude who was like the Star Kid guy from the Harry Potter musicals who played Harry Potter.
Oh.
Yeah, he's done a non-zero amount of voice acting. I know he was in the Ghibli movie Tale of Princess Kaguya from Glee. Yeah, it's Darren Criss.
I didn't know he was on Glee. That's fun.
Oh yeah,
that's his big
I know
role.
who he is now. Okay,
That's his big role. Yeah, it seemed like he was doing a good job, but like I haven't heard Japanese Melon, but I heard English Melon. I was like, that is not at all what I thought his voice was gonna be, because the manga very explicitly, like, he's got a weird husky voice, and I was like, okay, got it. And Darren Criss just sounds like a little guy. But yeah, he it's pretty good.
$20.
Thank you.
$20 can buy many peanuts.
And
Yeah,
thank you for the
My
sweet
peanuts.
message. Where is this one?
All the peanuts.
This one.
Oh, the peanuts and Peanut
see the
City.
Sonic?
Double or nothing. This one for all the orbs peanuts.
Anyone seen the Sonic movie yet? It says user Sonic Psycho. No, I haven't watched any of
Sonic
the
Psycho.
movies.
They're named after my 2 favorite movies.
No, there's this new wave of just very fine video game movies, and I don't want to really see any of them because I'm sure they're fine. And like the Sonic movie is one of those. I'm just like, okay.
I haven't watched a movie in a long time.
I like movies. Allegedly.
Yeah, I need to watch more movies.
When I went to the Dragon Ball Daima premiere last
We get
month,
it.
that was the first time I'd been in a movie. What?
We fucking get it, Arrow, okay? You're the villain of fucking Dragon Ball Daima. You don't have to fucking keep bringing it up. Oh my god.
It's really funny because, like, I know you're just giving me shit, and I don't even mind because you're, like, I know it's just a backdoor way to give me free advertising, so, you know, go for it.
Oh, that sounded like there was going to be a but.
I thought you were going to say, but it really hurt my feelings. I was like,
nah.
No.
But I'm
no.
right.
First, I was taken aback for like 0.5 seconds. Then I was like, "Oh, wait, never mind. This is Aloha."
Yeah.
Anyway, I was there, and that was the first time I had been in a movie theater. I think I've been once since COVID lockdown.
I haven't been in a movie theater since Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull.
Whoa, that's a pull.
Does your town have a movie theater?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
It was like it's like the one thing it got. Like,
we don't got healthcare, but we do got Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
I can't go to a dentist without driving 2 hours. Like, that shit distance. I think that's the most exciting thing about moving is being in range of healthcare.
That would be nice.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah. Man, can I say something? I'm like, I have a related thing, but I'm afraid it might actually like hurt your feelings if I say it.
I say it.
Okay. When we met, I was like, oh, I hope Aloha does move and goes somewhere that has slightly better dental care because your teeth are a little rough.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like, I knew that you did not live in a place with ready access to dentistry. It's like, oh.
Yeah.
I was like, no.
I don't know if it's something you want to discuss on stream, so I won't ask, like, oh, when are you moving and where? But, like,
oh,
congratulations if that's a thing that's happening.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Wow. I mean, it's fine. I have, like, I've had a lot of teeth troubles, and so I have a tooth that is, like, behind all my other teeth, right? Is one thing, and then I have some like cracked teeth as well that I can't really get any like stuff for because obviously fucking I do have dentists in my town, but they are filled up. They're accepting no more patients, and so it's just like, well,
oh, die.
Yeah.
Die like Daima.
Like hit show Dragon Ball Daima.
Oh, like hit game in Stars and Time.
In Stars and Dime.
Nickel and dime.
Good job, Jello.
I was about to say, did that actually summon Vixen by mentioning in Stars and Time?
No. I said it after Vixen.
I'm not abled. I can't tell when people enter calls.
It's okay, Jello.
We went to a Christmas store today.
Aw. Was it good?
It was a great Christmas store. We bought Yam's mom a gift because Yam's mom Sona is snowmen. You know how every mom has like a thing they're really into collecting and putting around their kitchen?
Yeah.
So we went.
Snowman's a good one.
She went to a couple different stores, and it was right across from St. Lawrence Market or whatever, the place that you told us to go.
Oh, that's the same fucking one I took a photo of, I think, then. I took a photo there to send specifically. I was like, at Vixen, here's a shop that's just a Christmas store all year round.
What a small world it is.
Did you check out St. Lawrence Market, too?
We did, yeah. Yam was like,
Did you enjoy it?
I really like it. I love anything that in real life looks like a cartoon. So, you know, like a slice of pizza with like a little cheese drip at the end and like pepperoni and then some like either chives or stuff on it.
Look in the mirror.
Or like a cookie with a cartoon bite out of it. Like I love that shit. And St. Lawrence Market is just a bunch of stalls someone took from a movie set, and you can buy real food from them. It's like, here's the nicest meat you've ever seen. I got some cheese at a cheese store where they had cheeses the size of Mises. So that was nice. Yeah, it was very nice. If it wasn't such a fucking hike to get over there from where we live, then I'd probably go there regularly. Aloha, that was funny, says someone in chat.
Yeah, I said look in a mirror, bro. He said you like things that look cartoonish.
I don't think I look cartoonish. I'm just ugly. There's a difference.
That's not true.
Yeah, turn my joke into something fucking self-depreciatory, you asshole.
I win.
Make you feel bad.
Evan, I'm gonna feed you to my tarantula.
Jello, I just met you and you're not ugly. Ugly looking.
Ugly looking.
Ugly looking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good joke. I should remember.
Yeah.
You look kind of ugly. Ugly looking. Yeah, you said that's how I looked. I don't. Fucking got him.
Got him. Yeah, my mom's Sona is Roosters.
So is mine.
Oh my god, twins.
Siblings. Uh-oh.
Your mom's got mom Sonas, bro.
Uh-oh, siblings.
And Aloha, I assume that you were just going to ask how I am. I'm doing good.
That's
I just
good.
got back from running errands. A little frustrated, though, because, man, there used to be a donation box for, like, toys and clothes directly, like, conveniently between me and my post office, and I would drop things there. And it's been gone for, like, 3 weeks. Every time I drive by, it's still gone. So now I don't know where I'm going to bring all these things I want to donate, because I refuse to go to Goodwill and I refuse to go to Salvation Army.
Yeah.
Definitely don't go to Salvation Army.
Goodwill's
I think
not that
someone
far.
recently told me that Goodwill was also not Goodwill, but I can't imagine they're as bad as Salvation Army. I don't know.
What's wrong with Goodwill? They're cheap.
I don't know
want
anything.
the stuff to be. I don't want the stuff to be resold. I want to donate it.
Oh. Okay.
I mean, if it's like furniture and shit, I don't know of an organization that directly distributes it to people in need
Not
for
furniture.
free.
No, toys and clothes.
Toys and clothes, yeah. Maybe, yeah.
Habitat for Humanity does some level of that. The venom in my voice is not for Habitat for Humanity. It's just such a bitch to get rid of your stuff.
Yeah.
Based on what I know of you, I just assumed the venom in your voice was humanity specifically.
Yes, yes.
Habitat for Humanity.
Yes, yes,
No.
I hate everything.
Jello likes to play the curmudgeon, but then he spent like 3 days running himself into the ground trying to donate objects from his apartment. And broke a car in the process.
A car broke through no fault of my own, is what happened, just to be clear.
Yeah, that's what we tell the insurance company.
Look, the parking brake wouldn't go off, and I never even turned it on. It was a funny little trick. That's what I get for having the shitty model of car I do, and they were like, what models do you want? Here's the options. And I was like, well, I need something to move furniture. And they were like, do you want exactly the car you have? And I was like, yeah, I hate my car, but I'll know how to drive that. And then they gave me a broken one.
It's just like your car.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess I got what I asked for this Christmas.
Yeah. Someone asked if me and Aaron were gonna do the new episode of the Devil when it comes out, and the answer is yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
you got me so excited for a second before you added when it comes out. I thought for a second I had missed it and it was out.
I would have messaged you already.
But yes, the answer is very definitely yes. Depending on the timing as it relates to Christmas, like if they drop it in the next week, probably not until, the new year. But
they're definitely gonna announce it and be like, it's coming out on Valentine's Day or some shit.
I've heard so many people secondhand be like, you need to watch this, and then you guys need to like play through the whole game. So I'm glad it's not out yet so that I still have time to watch your stream so I can insert myself into that playthrough somewhere.
I honestly don't know whether to recommend you to just watch that or to play it first yourself so that you have a chance to play it unspoiled. It's only 2 hours. Either's good.
It would be the same if I just watched it. I would be
yeah, okay, I guess that's true.
Yeah.
It depends how much you care about the solve, but the solves in the demo prologue are quite easy, so it's not like
I'm there for hearing you guys voice it.
Wow.
I need to go for my session. I won't be back because I have something else right afterward. So fucking
Bye.
outie bye bitches.
Okay.
Bye.
Got him.
Why is this?
I've never seen Aram and Vixen in the same room, and it's kind of concerning. You know?
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to reload chat. It's been frozen for me since someone was like, I dare say I'd call Jello attractive, and I was tired of looking at that, so I wanted to get it off screen.
Good. Yeah, same, honestly.
Yeah, that is the stream still fine? Because it is.
Yeah, the stream's fine.
Okay.
Have you considered taping your nose? What does that mean, chatter?
Can you guys link it to me again? Because like that page was dead and it wasn't reloading.
Link the stream to you?
Yeah, just put it.
We get a link in chat.
Can we get a fucking link in chat? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Since there are other people here, what? Oh, that's why it's doing the. Your video will be blocked after more videos, because you've got ad blocker on. Shut up.
I bought YouTube Premium.
Oh. No.
Oh, aloha.
Well, it's just like, I need to fucking be able to see your stream to moderate it.
That's true.
When I do moderate it, not like I do that.
Who's my favorite Great British Baking Show contestant? The best one all the way down is Giuseppe.
Giuseppe, my man.
Caramel is a very fussy baby. But my favorite is from... I don't know what series he's actually from because they number them wrong on Netflix. But there's a guy named Toby. Just a little guy who only I think about, but I think about him so much. Toby is eliminated on the first week, and he is nuts. He's just like, he comes across as like a normal dude, but then I think he's the guy who's like, I'm gonna make a ketchup cake, and obviously gets eliminated because what the hell was he thinking? But the reason I love Toby is that every time you see him, he's shot in the most unflattering ways. Hang on, I can find this. British pigeon bath salts. I know this because I made a tweet. No, I won't be able to find it. I'm like shadow banned on Twitter, so I can't even search my own tweets. But I made a tweet that was years and years ago. It was like, Toby's my favorite because he looks like if Jim from The Office had exclusively had a diet of pigeons and bath salts for several years. It's also the only series where they like shot interviews at night. So it's like very off normal. I don't know. I just love it. Don't worry, Aloha. This is me buying YouTube Premium. No.
Bought a year subscription. I did though. I'm sorry, dude. I don't want to think about it. I hate monthly subscriptions.
That's fair, and it's cheaper if you're gonna get it. I'm just mostly laughing because that comes across as like,
yeah, I know.
You need more
it's
than
a
20.
joke.
I know, but like people don't get it, so I'm explaining it.
There's a business expense. Like, business expense doesn't erase the cost completely.
It doesn't erase the cost at
God
all.
knows I'm going to be paying like fucking 5K in taxes this year. I mean next year, or some shit.
God, I wish that were me.
And
I don't know. I was about to say, like, I've definitely spent more than I've earned this year, but like mostly for moving shit, so it's not gonna count.
Yeah.
Because I'm not moving for work this time. Hello, Jello? Yeah, hi. I don't know. I put the non-colored one on a thumbnail and it looked bad. So, and you weren't online and the stream was in 2 minutes. So, sorry. Those are Velvet's placeholder colors. When do you need me to finish it? I don't know. Whenever. Did you get jump scared by your own colors? I figured it'd be fine since it was my line art. Velvet was trying colors on this bitch.
Yep.
Having puffballs on the ends of her hoodie strands or something equivalent. Sure. Hoodie.
Sure.
Anyway, hi. Who's Jello? God, I wish that were me.
God, I don't fucking know. Eventually, I'm gonna stream so much on the channel, and people are gonna be like, "Who the fuck is this guy?" It's Jello.
People, it's crazy that people will hop on and be like, "This guy must be Jello." If you're
I mean, I honestly, it's a fair assumption sometimes of being like, "Oh, this is Jello's streaming channel. Let me check the channel. Oh, this guy's here. He must be Jello, right?" Like, because, like, obviously you're a voice actor, so it's like they probably know you from, like, So This Is Basically, or like any other.
Yeah, I guess I'm not usually doing my own voice on my videos.
Yeah, so right, so you could be any fucking loser, and maybe I'm that loser.
And Loha was fucking killing it with the voice acting on our Hotaful stream.
Yeah.
All right, well.
What?
What, you
I paid you a compliment and it sounded like you fucking fell in a river and died.
I cannot take compliment. I'm sorry.
He shyly went, what do you... Yeah. Now you're grilling him and making it worse.
Like,
everyone look at Aloha. Everyone look at him.
At Christmas one year, my mom got me a present. I opened the box and it was a bunch of socks. But I removed the socks and learned there was a 3DS in there. And she was like, "Did you not like it?" I was like, "No, I like it." He's like, "You didn't like it." I was like, "No, I like it. I just suck at reacting to things like that."
You gotta learn an avocado. Thanks.
Thanks.
If it's not Garden of Banban, I can't react to it. I'm so close to adding the developers of Garden of Banban to tell them to add achievements to those games.
No.
Just at them and be like, "Can I be in Garden of Banban?"
Lenti tried.
That's true. I did try that.
Don't do that. You have like a career.
At the time I wasn't doing much.
And now look at them.
Now I'm big shot Gangle.
Egg on their face, assholes.
Look, the fact that you were ever like, "Yeah, let me reach out to the Garden of Banban guys."
Because there was a kangaroo coming up, and I wanted to be her.
That's not at all an excuse.
Yeah, right.
You are famously a big kangaroo lover. It's a huge part of your brand. I can understand why you would be a part of this objectively terrible
Christmas kangaroo.
Yeah, all the time I'd be fucking talking about kangaroos.
Is that your mom, Sona?
Yeah. I got so many kangaroos around my house. It's not even funny.
This bee design is so cute.
But thank you for the compliment.
Yeah, I like you as the king.
Yeah.
And Ryota. I like that little guy.
Are there new characters in this Christmas Hotaflow?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Like one.
Oh,
there's two actually. Yeah, but yeah.
I obviously am not watching it.
Yeah, they introduce a new character who is actually like filling in the role of some rando who is an important plot point in the last game. They're like, "Oh, you know that rando that we kind of glossed over? Here he is." And I was like, "Oh, neat." And here's his tragic backstory.
Bird game gets dark.
Bird game gets real dark.
It's very funny how specifically inspired by Hataflow Pizza Game is. Like it's a it's a direct descendant.
Oh yes, and Miru and Kaku, who can only say Merry Christmas.
You know, I did open the stream when I knew, like, the first one, I think, when you guys were doing it, and they were on stream, and I went, ugh, and I left immediately.
Why do you hate everything? Why do you hate me?
Because I was like, that's such a bit that, like, do you remember in Dressrosa how in the Viz translation they made the trolls have uwu speak, and Bo and I were both like, how many chapters went by before the Viz people who decided to go with the uwu speak were like, okay, this was a mistake. I didn't think this would be going this long.
Common misconception, that was Homestuck.
I only shut up. I only gave them uwu speak. It's not actually in the game. I just thought I would say Merry Christmas.
That's not what I'm talking about.
I know, but you were comparing them to Miru and Kaku.
No, because I'm saying Miru and Kaku's little bit that they were doing where they only say Merry Christmas. I'm like, oh, that's a bit that would chafe on me like so much faster than, like, it's not worth the bit. So that's why I was reminded of the dwarves.
Well, in the new chapter that we're working through right now, all of their Merry Christmases are translated.
Yeah.
You know,
like an egg on this guy's face.
You know, wouldn't it be cool if they didn't say Merry Christmas and just?
But that's their whole thing.
You don't get it. You don't get it. You don't get it.
I'm ignoring Aloha.
It has some real deep lore implications.
They're horrifying little human bird hybrid creations of science, and they like Christmas.
Nothing you're saying makes the fact that they only say Merry Christmas not annoying.
He doesn't get it.
Debut in Holiday Star.
Chat, this guy lacks the critical information.
You are doing the Merry Christmas argument equivalent of people who are like, well, no, there's a lore reason that the loli has to be 3,000 and look like that.
He doesn't get it, chat.
Oh my God.
I'm right,
no
though.
Fucking whimsy allowed in the bird game.
Swarm. Get him.
You can't do that. It's my swarm. Swarm killed this false queen.
At this point, it's joint custody, homie.
Those are not equivalent things, but they're in the same field of reasoning.
Checkmate.
She should be fluffier. That's what I'm thinking. That's what you guys are thinking?
No. I think you should
Jello, what's
later.
the deep lore reason for the fluff?
She likes wearing fluffy things.
Why? Justify it to me.
I love that you think you're doing anything right now.
No, I don't. Jello, I'm joshing around with my best friend, you fuck.
I'm just draking it, homie.
It's cold when you fly around. It's good to be warm. That's why aviator jackets look like this in real life.
Like this.
I pointed.
I saw that.
Bro, he can point. Damn, he got fingers.
How many legs you got?
How many legs you got? I got legs. I'm sad.
I'm sad. I know.
People love doing these incredible animatics featuring Jimmy and Bimmy, the nobody characters from Epithet Race. I'm like, fuck, dude, a car crash animatic? This is awesome.
Let's go.
Let's go. Ikuze.
Ikuze, dude.
I remember when this used to be a Genshin stream.
That was our brand. Oh my god. Did you guys see that Golf with Your Friends 2 got announced for next year?
What?
Hell yeah, let's go.
go. Let's go, dude. What if they just put in the same levels and don't like make any new ones?
Honestly, that would be so funny and unsurprising because like they've never been good devs in that regard.
Let's fucking go.
Like how hard is it to consistently come out with like official levels? Right?
Not
like,
at all. Especially because like all the levels they do, like this one has 9 holes. It's like, you're gonna have 9 holes after I shoot your ass.
And like you have an in-game fucking map creator. All you have to do is add the textures and then you're fucking Gucci, homie.
Yeah.
Bro, they
like,
were working on Golf with Your Friends too. How are they supposed to make
Bro.
maps?
Why couldn't they just be like the fucking Among Us guys who were working on Among Us 2 and then a game got popular and they're like, wait, what if we just made Among Us 1 better? Oh, yes.
No, I didn't get all the achievements, and I'm glad I didn't, because then they did that fucking thing Steam games do, where they got an update and added more achievements, which I think should be a death sentence.
Dude, there's this tower defense game that I 100%ed on Steam, but they often update, like, with more levels and stuff, and, like, it feels like monthly at this point. And so I lost my 100%, and I'm just like too lazy to like to fill it back up, and I'm waiting for them to finish fucking doing development on this game before I actually touch it.
Yeah. Marshmallow. Yeah. In yeah, no, I'll just say the sentence to get rocks thrown at me. I'm gonna give you guys the Feeny lore, like the meta Feeny lore.
Okay.
Okay. So I don't know why I'm gonna give these, because this won't help at all. But so the original Feeny was like a Junior Troopa character and also a boy. And his name was Fenico.
Whoa.
And he was like a little asshole, and that was the joke, and you just get to beat him up a lot. And then I did a reworked version of that project and swapped a couple OCs around, fused a couple of them. So basically the same character girl this time, because I thought it would be really funny if she also had like a very stupid, obvious crush on the main character. And they were both kids. I think they were like 15. And then I kind of reused that Feeny conceptually, but made the most different Feeny. And that one was like a hard-ass 30-year-old. All the Feenies are ambiently cloud and lightning themed. Like this one, the sheep one the least of all, because she doesn't have any fucking powers. But most of the other ones have powers. Or are in worlds where magic is commonplace. So like, this one's a Pegasus Knight who uses thunder magic. So third Feeny is like 30, and she's like meanie.
No.
Some good teen girl squad ass drawing I'm doing here. And then this one and Epithet came out around the same time, I think, originally. And this one's the most baby. Oh, and there's the fucking that like Pokemon TTRPG thing that Jay and I did a bit in. That Feeny was 20. She was a Pokemon professor. That TTRPG system is so bad. Pokemon Tabletop United, I think it's called. Yeah. It's not good. So I guess there's 6 Feenies if you count the boy one. Boop.
When's the Feeny multiverse project?
That's everything
right now,
I do.
let's go.
That's my life. That's my autobiography.
Oh my god.
The Feeny multiverse project, an autobiography.
What a horrible name for my autobiography. But an accurate one.
Yeah.
Put it on the shelf right next to Two Boys Kissing, the Marissa Lenti story.
Yeah. Listen, I was just saying this on my reaction stream last night. People should be very proud of me for shipping Ribbon. It's het. I've come a long way from only looking at boys kissing.
Damn.
But wouldn't you like it better if
No.
Gangle was a
because
boy?
then I wouldn't be involved.
What if you were, though? What if it was hype? What if it was new age?
Chat, draw femboy Gangle.
It's the same.
It's the same.
It's the same.
People still think Gangle is a boy. I still get comments being like, loved your performance as him. And I'm like, what's happening?
I can see that.
It's because she don't got no eyelashes.
Oh yeah, you can't tell without the eyelash. Yeah.
Oh,
No skirt, no
This is-
eyelashes, no ribbon.
this
I mean,
is-
you know.
Yeah, ribbon.
This is very cute and good from Flair. I'll see what I can steal from this.
Stealing
Yeah. Thank you, Flair.
El FIFO.
I will not be affected by Curl's propaganda. There's another rep who will probably be voiced by Marissa when I do this. Because I was waffling for a long time, and I was like, is this going to be Oz and Will, or is this going to be Lenti and Gianni? And I think I've settled on Lenti and Gianni.
Yeah.
There's a little...
Gianni propaganda.
No one needs to do Gianni propaganda. That dude's everyone likes Gianni. He's popular as hell. There's a poodle shirt gargoyle girl and the other gargoyle boy who's like a little dumbass. So, and they're like 1950s coded, so you get to do accents. So I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not curls, it's victory royals. Okay, whatever. That then.
I don't like Gianni. Ban him.
It's victory rolls. They're literally called victory rolls. They're heart-shaped. Come on. No. This is just not a hairstyle you'd be able to have in the air. So I'm just having her stupid mountain of hair popping out as a ponytail that flies behind her.
Come get wrecked.
Oh, I should draw the other, the third member of their crew, who is like the trans rep TM. I've been meaning to draw her for a long time. She's really funny.
They're held in place by rollers.
You're not gonna be flying around with that shit in your hair.
Rollers in your hair while you're flying?
More likely than you might think.
More likely than you think.
More likely than you might be.
Something just came over me. I sure hope I didn't say anything mean about my favorite voice actor, Gianni Matrigrano.
It's too late. Swarm. Kill.
Swarm. Kill him.
With my last breath. Swarm.
Swarm.
Alan, please add Feeny.
Yeah.
I don't know how to draw anymore.
Don't worry. You won't get it.
What?
What?
What does that mean?
Don't worry, dude. Just give up. I believe in you.
Getting some mixed messages. Getting some Tom
And I believe that you can give up.
Have you met me?
You see, Off is coming to Steam.
Yeah, and they're retranslating it.
Oh. Okay.
And apparently reworking the battle system.
Okay.
Another black and white French RPG for the masses that love In Stars and Time.
In Stars and Time?
Amy and I were going through, there's a Tumblr that's like, do you know this video game song? Do you know him? And we would, because it was Tumblr submissions, like there were no gun games, which is great because those have bad soundtracks that all sound the same. And so many people kept doing In Stars and Time. And it's like, this is so funny.
You're telling me Tumblr likes In Stars and Time?
Tumblr likes In Stars and Time more than it's written in Tumblr. You keep calling it a French RPG. It's written in Tumblr.
It's true. It's not even in French.
I know.
My new Tumblr is a great place for me to like all the In Stars and Time artwork that I've just been looking at for the last several months.
At Clouded Stream. That's so freaking cool. Genuine. You don't need a genuine tag after that. There's no other way to take that sentence. Why would someone assume they were being sarcastic?
Jello.
What? Are we ready
You're
to
right.
Are we ready to admit that tone tags were a failed experiment yet? Are we there? It's been like
Your
3 years.
vitriolic hatred of tone tags.
They're bad. They don't work. This is not a specific. This is well documented.
I don't know, Jello. Is this /S? Is this /Gen?
Are you /SRS or /J right now?
Right now. I'm gonna cry.
I'm /half J.
What the fuck?
Now you know exactly what I meant, right?
Half joke is like an indication that you're dead serious.
/hand job.
But you don't want me to throw hammers at you. That's what it is.
It was /hand job. Don't tell me about that.
Stop. Fucking me on Neopets.
What?
I don't know. I was just saying shit. It's /J, Jello. Come on.
Yeah, that's the other thing is like people will sometimes use /J in the way that you'll be like, haha, after something you say in text, just to be like, I don't know if it's actually cool for me to say this. Let me add a joking tag so now it's safe. Haha.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I just it's
You're
a
just
waste.
old.
I'm
just old.
we this is a conversation we've had in different ways many times where it'll be like, oh, you just hate this because it's a new thing. Like we were talking about, especially the three of us, we'll be like talking about slang or whatever because you guys, I'll come into a call and you'll say some drop grape shit to me and I'll be like, what the hell is that? And you'll go, you've never heard of this? And which is why we were able to get away with drop grapes for a little while.
Wait, drop grapes wasn't real?
But the winks at the camera.
Well, I guess I'm a boat fucker then,
I guess
huh?
you're just a boat fucker.
I think we should all adopt the Japanese style of tone indication where we just write grass if we're joking.
The just spam W.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Woo-woo. I think that's also
Woo-woo.
Chinese. I've seen that in like translated TikToks from China too. Where they'll do
Whoa,
the,
whoa, 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 whoa.
maybe I'm crazy.
I don't know, dude. I just work here.
Yeah, no, it's the same as like LOL. That's what LOL was already a tone tag.
XD was already a tone tag, okay?
You know what? It is a little bit. Yeah, and I hate XD.
We got shamed out of using XD.
You should bring it back. You should reclaim it.
Oh my god, it won't
I
work.
should reclaim XD.
It won't work if you do it.
What the fuck?
Have Gangle just say XD out loud.
Okay,
Just like,
that'll work. That's actually
That
would
work.
yeah, there you go. Push your agenda through the medium. The woke XD agenda.
I won't say what it is, but there was something that Amy and I were watching, and there was a performance. I was like, this is so annoying. And I went, you know what would actually make me like this is if instead of this person, it was literally just Vixen doing Gangle, because it would be better.
My little fucking little gangle.
Broke my comedy mask, XD.
XD,
Yeah.
ooh.
Yeah, spoilers for Amazing Digital Circus episode 13, but we're getting the XD arc.
Finally.
The episode that doesn't exist.
That's the joke.
Oh my god.
You didn't put /J at the end. How do I know?
know?
I guess now I've learned my lesson.
I throw my phone on the ground like the no head guy.
And so what we have learned applies to our lives today. God has a lot to say in his book.
Listen, Gangle makes a joke about it's called a manic episode and you're getting 3 more seasons in the most recent episode, and now there's a bunch of like those really awful news fucking channels being like confirmed 3 seasons of Digital Circus, and I'm like, no, it's just a joke.
Yeah, hold on. Well.
What are you
Look
doing
who
back here?
fucking came crawling back.
Because I've
After he-
got my session finished a little early, and we're waiting on someone to get home to be ready to do our thing. So I have an unknown number of minutes
Oh,
Yeah.
unaccounted for.
was it an LA session?
Yes. I mean, yeah, it plays into your it validates your stereotypes and opinions.
Some stereotypes are right.
Aram is disavowing himself from this conversation right now.
Oh, man, as Tom Aramnes Laughlin becomes another prolific voice actor, yet another friend who I can't say my thoughts to on stream without getting them fucking fired.
You shouldn't say your thoughts at all, Jello.
You, not to keep doing the you and Joseph Anderson comparison, but that was like exactly the way he does like fake, like, oh, this cutscene's gonna do it this way because it's stupid bullshit. That's the voice he does.
It was OC Joe,
No, not that one.
but it did sound like that.
Is the purple pants Phoenica in the upper right the canonical ace or epithet Phoenica's mother?
Yeah.
She's cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking about Joseph Anderson earlier today.
He's pretty funny.
Yeah.
He's also a Canadian boy.
I think I was this wasn't soon. This was like a month or two ago, but I was watching Vixen on stream watch his videos while they were signing stuff, and I was like, yeah, it does sound like me a bit.
Yeah.
Me a bit when I'm not like fucking like over chilling like a fucking
Yeah,
villain.
it's specifically the way you guys get heated is identical. So it'll come out sometimes, and it's really fucking funny because it's out of nowhere usually.
Yeah.
My this one doesn't sound like Aloha, but I think my unfortunate new like vocal stim that likes to play in my head to sarcastically make fun of like it's unreasonable someone's been doing this for that amount of time is at the end of P4 where they walk up to Adachi, however you're supposed to say his name, who gives a shit, and Joseph Anderson is just like, I'm glad you made it this far, and he walks up and goes, I've been sitting here for 3 weeks jerking off over this cliff with no food or water. It's really fucking funny.
Yeah. Thinking about streaming more because it's like I play video games and I'm like I could just stream them,
You could.
my own shit.
You gotta,
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, never mind. Now I do actually have to go. So you got your little chaser to the meal that
Yeah.
is Aram.
Yeah.
And if I don't know, I mean, you guys are staying up late freaks compared to me, so maybe you'll still be going when I'm done with my game. It's possible, but if not, I'll see you later.
Later.
Bye.
Who was that guy?
This works for me for now.
What a neat guy. He was gonna say something and then he got jumped by a reporting.
You know he's in Dragon Ball
Whatever.
Daima, right?
What? Huh?
Oh,
I
is
Are you being slash SRS
Yeah,
right now,
he's-
bro?
No, we were doing this when Aram came in, and Aloha did the Aloha thing where he like over the top was like, "We fucking get it," even though Aram like
We
hadn't been
fucking
talking
get
about it at all.
it. We fucking get it.
I think that was Savvy, right? You can't make the joke when so many people genuinely can't tell Aram and Savvy apart.
I've been mistaken for Savvy once or twice.
I think you sound more like Savvy than Aram does. I don't think Aram and Savvy sound alike at all. Like, you
One
don't
of them
sound
is
like
British.
him either,
Well, like, to be fair,
but Aram is British, technically.
Aram is British technically.
He's British in the way that, like, Vixen's Italian.
Whoa. Whoa.
What do you mean?
Yo, you can't say that.
Fucking dare you.
Hanging out with you guys reminds me of hanging out with, in my graphic design graduating class, it was 28 girls and 3 guys. And there was, like, a bit they love to do where they'd, like, be false offended at shit out of nowhere. And then if you were like, what do you mean? They'd get real offended. So you just had to not engage.
Honestly, A tier bait.
Yeah.
I just remembered fucking Possible Boyfriend when fucking the
just played
character
it,
character Nubby voices like came out and their face was covered in chocolate.
We were like, you can't be doing that,
You
White
can't
Dove.
be doing that, White Dove.
That's funny.
I also remember how Hatoful Boyfriend's like, anyway, here's like a little bit too much racism towards Filipino people to be comfortable.
What?
Yeah.
What the fuck? You know what? I don't want to know.
I can't explain it, bro. That's your explain. That's it. That's all you get.
Okay. I feel like I had... Do I have a ref for this character? I swear I did.
Explain right now, bro. I can't even remember.
One of the characters is Filipino,
Oh yeah,
and one of the
yeah,
characters is
Angel.
racist.
Yeah.
If you put a character who is not Japanese and a racist in the same game together,
Yeah. If you want to understand, watch Hot Table Boyfriend,
yeah,
our voice playthrough where we voice things.
yeah.
Yellow's not there, so you should like it.
It's like hanging out with Vixen and Yam, where I get to be just beat up all the time.
Hey man,
It's
it's like hanging out
still-
with Vixen or
I'm
Yam
still
or
part of the
Lola.
equation.
You know, there's a common factor here.
No, but it's not like when it's like those riddles where you have to get a bunch of sheep and wolves across a river. If I cross the river with just Vixen, I'll eat the Vixen. But if Vixen crosses the river with an Aloha or a Yam, they'll eat me. And so you have to get us all across the river. Or in this case, the stream.
And you can't leave me with a bag of money or I'll leave.
That's just yours. You get that. That's your treat.
Wow.
Okay. Let me draw Aves.
I'm happy that payday is soonish, because I've been spending a lot of money getting winter clothes.
I just got back from Atlanta,
Whoa.
and we were going to dinner, and there was a long wait, so we went to this.
So we're like, do
Thrift
you
shop?
know who we are?
We're like, excuse me, this is the entire cast of the Amazing Digital Circus. I'm gonna need you to let us in. No, but then we went to a thrift shop, or not like a thrift shop, but it was like a, like, I don't know, just kind of weird, junky boutique kind of thing. And they had so much like goth Christmas clothing.
Did you
Oh
buy
my
the
god.
whole store.
I bought like $200 worth of clothing.
So like two shirts.
one shirt, yeah.
Yeah, like
No, I got a lot of stuff. I got like a bunch of like sweaters and fuzzy jackets with like fuzzy fluffy collars that have like skeleton printed on them and stuff.
Whoa.
And I got Baphomet socks that are really cute.
Bro, you can
it's
wear
pink.
that like 25% of the year, because you can do it for Halloween and then Christmas.
Oh, Vixen wouldn't dress up for Christmas or for Halloween.
It was cool, and I'm excited to have new clothes that are actually my aesthetic instead of what
Yeah.
I've been wearing, which is just like tank tops left over from college.
Yeah, Mr. Jello, I have a suggestion from One Flare. They say, Jello, I propose that this Feeny should have a beauty mark. What are your thoughts, Mr. Jello? Put the microphone to your face. He hates it.
I added it.
Oh, okay. I sorry, I didn't see.
There you go.
Flair also said, like, oh, who is this short, sharp-featured lady? This is the, I guess, to be uncharitable to myself, I swear I didn't just go, let me make another Neo trio with a black protagonist, Phoenica, and then a gender third person, but, this is, Aves, who is like a over-the-top, what's this, transatlantic accent, no pun intended, what?
Yeah, a new fucking transatlantic accent looks like this.
Looks like what? This?
I don't know. It's just like, it's just very, yeah.
I'm gonna be so.
Oh, yeah,
normal
continue.
nowadays.
Sorry for interrupting, sir.
I lower the amount I pay you this month very slowly. Good luck moving now, Cratchit.
I thought you were... I didn't think you were saying Cratchit.
Do you think I was gonna say cracker?
I don't know why. I was like,
You're
whoa.
like the one friend that doesn't even really apply to. Hang
Like,
on.
whoa.
God, there was such a funny, embarrassing audit where we're like, is our friend group pretty much all white? Oops, yeah. Fuck.
Oops.
Love her thin nose. I might either give her that or like a hook nose. I don't know.
I would like Danny is like a visitor. Danny
Yeah,
isn't like
I love Danny, and I've been open about this where I'm like, oh, when people are like, oh, you're friends with like such and such actor, it's like, no, I've worked with them and like I've hung out with them, but like I don't know, I don't like my friend and acquaintance line is less charitable than most people. I would say Danny is straight up my friend. I love Danny. We don't hang out regularly. I wish we did, but we don't.
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been one of the reasons there hasn't been another big fully voiced thing is I've been trying to get Danny and or Oz in the next one, and
Yeah.
Danny's been really busy.
Mm-hmm. They're gonna be voicing a dramatical murder.
Shut up.
I don't know what that is, so
It's, we can't play that on stream.
Can't play that on stream, white baby.
okay. Goo goo gaga.
Oh, I thought Will was black. No.
Everyone thinks that.
Why do
No.
you think that, Chatter?
No.
Let's dissect that.
Because for years and years and years, all animation was just like, oh, heavy large character, get Kevin Michael Richardson to be that guy. The Will it might be the whitest human being on Earth.
Yeah.
I am so
Yeah.
excited to see his white ass. I can't wait.
Yeah. I'll be there.
Is the next still potentially Twoey? Maybe.
Maybe.
No promises.
Yeah, you can't cut Aloha's pay because Aloha has to be moved by the time I'm going to a con near his move location.
Oh, he'll be there.
Yeah.
He'll just be in a cardboard box.
Oh.
Thank God.
I'll,
What I
I'll
need
bring,
in life.
I'll bring you into my hotel room and put you in the corner, Aloha.
Thank God, dude. What con are you talking about? Are you allowed to say?
I don't know. Do you want me to say? Because
I mean,
the
like,
name of the location is in the con name.
I mean, that's fine.
I feel like
Fuck
the
it.
state Aloha is going to be moving to
Yeah,
is
like
not a secret.
Minnesota is not a problem, and it's like I can say I'm moving near Will is like a thing. I'm not saying like fucking what town because I'm not even sure Will says what town. Even though you can easily dox Will by looking up what the fucking like that cafe he always talks about.
Will's mentioned his actual town on stream before. He doesn't do it very regularly, but
Yeah.
No, I don't think the con is announced yet, but I will. It's in Minnesota,
Yeah.
and
I
I get
know
to,
a lot of
I get to see my
people-
friends.
Because I know a lot of people wanted to get Will to sign something eventually, right? Like get all the epithet actors, and Will is a rare drop. So
Oh, it would be so funny to have people come up to my autograph table and point at Will and be like, "Sign this."
That's what
then
happened
I'll
when
sign it.
Aram was there at the Texas episode,
Yeah.
and Amy. A couple people were like, "Oh my God, Aram and Amy from internet."
Vixen, I have submitted your name to C2E2 at least 40 times now. Have you heard from them? No.
No, C2E2 sucks.
damn. Wrap it up, gamers. C2E2. Career's over.
I'll just steal this pose. That's
Did I tell you guys about the new puppy at my house right now?
Puppy.
Yeah, it's a puppy.
Puppy.
It's a fucking teacup Chewini.
What?
Stop
Yeah.
casting spells.
Sorry, skedaddle skadoodle.
No. Hang on, I gotta go put this in some boiling water for a little while.
I don't have any good pictures of this dog.
Don't tell me about putting your teacup chihuahua in a fucking boiling water.
Oh. There you go. Look at this fucking thing. I'm trying to. I don't have any good pictures because I just like.
Oh, well, it looks like a puppy. It sure does.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna get much bigger than that. It's fucking tiny.
I also just signed a contract to appear in your current state, Aloha.
Wow, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can say Tennessee. People know I live in Tennessee.
You gonna visit the pyramid?
The Bass Pro Shop Pyramid, bro.
That's the only one.
It's the only one.
Knowing how cons go, pretty much no. I just go to my hotel room and sleep when I'm not on the con floor.
You do that
That's
normally.
fair.
That's just your life.
That is my life.
You and... God.
I slept so weird last night. I went to bed at so I didn't even go to bed. I laid down at 8-9 o'clock, and I was like, I'm gonna lay down for a second, and then I'm gonna finish doing things. And then I fell asleep with the light on and woke up at 5 a.m. And I was like, nah, fuck. Damn it.
It's so fucking weird to me that literally last night, Amy had a game at 8, and she's like, I'm really sleepy. Can you wake me up at 7? And it was 5 p.m. And I was like, what? Wake me up at 7. Oh, p.m. I thought you were just going to bed. She's like, no. And I was like, I forgot people can nap.
Disgusting, dude. I hate naps, bro. I'm an
Naps are the
anti-napper. If I nap, then I can't sleep later, bro.
I
Don't
can.
fuck me up.
If I nap, then I can't. I can't be grinding.
Me getting fucking DBZ blasted away when you said I can. So this is spiral power, huh?
There is nothing that can be done that will prevent me from sleeping.
It's kind of cool. You're like the opposite of Jello.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've been sleeping normally this whole week. It's crazy.
Probably 'cause
Yay.
you're fucking exhausted.
No, it's because I was sick and we're karmically balanced.
Oh, yeah,
Oh.
that's probably why.
You say that like it's a real thing.
It's real.
DBZ, I hear Aram is in that. No, Aram's not in DBZ. Aram's in DBD. Dead by Daylight.
Dead by Daylight. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
He's voicing William Afton in the FNAF update. Wow.
I don't know the song.
What the fuck was that?
It's the
You know how whenever
the-
you need to keep the doors shut or else Trombone Freddy will slowly march towards
yeah,
you.
dude. The only Five Nights at Freddy's game I've ever played is fucking
Into the pit.
Into the Pit. Yeah, you were there for that.
I was there for that. And they
Yeah.
don't sing the song in that game.
Dude, remember how people were so pissed at me for running through, going through fucking, what is that one? Indigo Park?
So fast.
And I was like, well, that was short. And everyone's like, of course it's short. You just ran through it. It's a horror game. We're supposed to run. You want me to fucking enjoy the scenery when I'm being chased by a fucking furry dude? Nah.
Oh, that is the scenery.
Oh.
Come on.
I genuinely didn't know Jello could draw until he mentioned he went to art school. I mean, just because you go to art school doesn't mean you can draw.
Yeah, there were some people in my major who definitely couldn't draw.
Yeah.
Named me. Yeah, I mentioned in a chat recently that that Flair is in. I was like, oh, I'm not good at art. I can't draw people. And we had a big server-wide thing about it where it was just like, no, you can do it. I'm like, no, it's a skill I haven't put any time into in years. I can't draw people. I can draw backgrounds great. I'm a good background drawer.
How about this,
Robert.
Jello? Every time you complain about something, you draw one person. Who gets so strong. Yeah.
Bart Simpson. The chalkboard.
Yo, Simpson. Oh my god.
I am actually much better at drawing traditionally now. I have a lot of issues using a tablet. This is a screen tablet, but it requires 2 USB ports at the same time to light up the screen. And like, I'm not about that.
Yeah. I used to draw a lot, but my wrist can't do it anymore.
You know who can draw, and I always forget can draw? Yeah, fucking...
Yeah.
You're going to be shocked by this. Amy can draw dragons, and Amy draws dragons really well. Like, I think it's kind of the only thing she draws. Like, she can draw other stuff. She drew me a Feeny once. Hang on. And then, like, in such a classic me move, there's some sheep in there. I was like, these sheep are cute. And I took the sheep and made the sheep my icon, even though that was clearly, like, not the thing she'd spent a lot of time on. And years later, I was going through my Feeny folder. I was like, who drew this one? Oh, Amy made that, right?
So someone types, I thought Amy didn't like dragons. I pointed at that's bait. That's bait.
Let me see. Pretty sure it's in here.
I remember joining call and Amy was drawing someone's
Aw,
like Final Fantasy OC or some shit.
It's a Christmas theme.
It was for Christmas. Yeah. And I took this sheep and made it my Discord icon for like 8 months. I should make this my Discord icon again, actually.
it's a cute sheep.
It's a good sheep. I think we just started dating. I think this was the first Christmas we were dating. Yeah, why would she have given me that if we weren't dating? Yeah.
Huh. I mean, it's a good sheeps there. Yeah.
This is a really funny facial expression. That's great. I love that. That is so much personality. You said 6 years later and you guys have been dating less than 6 years? No, when I mentioned that earlier, I was talking about before Jay and I started dating. Jay and I started dating 6 years ago and broke up like last year. So 5 years. Amy and I have been dating for 3 years. Which is what I told Border Patrol when they stopped us.
Want me to deal with them, sir?
Oh, that's not a good idea.
Bad joke. In Minecraft, sir? In Minecraft?
No,
That doesn't hold up in court anymore.
They were very nice. It was honestly, it was a good thing because I did not have a visitor's pass. I was just some guy, and he was like, "Okay, I'm gonna extend your thing to April. You can be here until then." I was like, "Okay." So I'm gonna have to bug them one more time to extend it to June.
Sir, could you extend it to June, please?
I
And
didn't
then
think
you can
about
come
it.
see me in June?
I don't know, maybe. Can you fly somewhere else and we can hang out there instead?
I am. I'm coming to a town near you.
In Canada?
No, in New York, so he'd still be leaving the country.
Oh.
I literally was like, where am I gonna be? Because it's a rough situation because we need 12 months of cohabitation total for reasons for how legal works. And I think even at the most generous count, by like April, we're gonna be at like 10. So I need a little more time. And then once we've made the application, then you can be like, "Hello, Mr. Borderman, we're under review, but this is my girlfriend. We live together. We got here's a big document I've got." And they'll be like, "Fine, come on in, you American piece of shit." And I'm like, "Thank you." And but Amy's doing school over the summer, so we don't have like a period where she can be gone for a significant amount of time. Depending on how this goes, we might actually have to have her not take summer school this year, and she'll be in school for 2.5 years instead of 2. But yeah. It also means that I cannot leave and re-enter willy-nilly now. So I'm probably locked here until April.
I see. Wait, Vixen, you're going to be in New York? I'm in New York a lot of the time, gamer. But yeah, I've got a con coming up. Not coming up. It's not for a long time. It's not till the summer. But I'm going to have a New York con in summer.
That sounds like I was laughing at you. I just like this character. I think she's funny.
I thought you were laughing because you drew a little cheesecake on her head.
Yeah, it's a badly drawn goggle.
Oh, I see.
The aviator goggles have like this weird bump in the middle of them for some reason, instead of like a Digimon goggle.
Yeah, they have like the little
I assume
the
it's
little
for wind or something. I don't know.
Yeah, the little pyramid glass.
I just wanted to I was laughing because I imagined it like broken, like sproing off like this, which doesn't make any sense.
Can't do that.
Fuck with the style of the reference image. Yeah, no, I love that. That's why I'm stealing it. Like I love the reference image. And again, I have a very small reference folder for this game, but I have been working on it for like years and years and years. Do I have like any other characters sketched out at all? Let's find out. I mean, sketched out, no.
I loved when we were comparing notes and I was like, oh yeah, I have like a Persona fan game in sort of a similar vein. And I was like, you don't want to look at the character designs though, because they're chest themed.
I'm back. I have an idea. Right? I get like some like high platform boots, right? I get a wig or like cut my hair. I don't need a wig. And then I pretend to be Yam living with you in America while Yam is in Canada taking schooling.
That seems like something that would be very easy for the Canadian government to disprove.
You haven't seen my Amy impression.
All right, go for it.
I like dragons.
Oh, you're done.
Yeah, that's all. And then we'll go, yeah, good job.
It's me, Canada.
Just me, Mr. Canada.
No, it's fine. I think they're only like, oh. Usually if people are trying to fake, like slide by the system and do like fake partnerships or whatever, they don't have like 5 years of extensive Discord back and forth and a bunch of like, let me meet your parents and let's go here, and like receipts for hotels and flights and stuff. Yeah.
Sir, I've got all the girlfriend receipts.
They were literally like, you need to print all the girlfriend receipts out and
That's so funny.
and have
sir,
all those.
I don't believe you.
This guy's got a girlfriend. I'll be the judge of that.
I'll be the judge.
The other thing is, like, also, they were like, how much money do you have at your disposal right now? And I was like 300K. And they're like, oh, okay. Can you prove that? And I, like, pulled up a bank statement. I was like, yeah, I still have... I got about 300K from the Kickstarter and have been floating around there since then while I pay people a fuck ton of money to do things for the Kickstarter. And he's like, okay. That's always the worst thing. Is like, what's your job? And I'm like, I make videos. About what? Video game?
You don't want to know, sir. No one wants to know that.
You don't want to know. Don't look me up right now. I'm canceled.
You won't be able to find anything.
Yeah, don't look up my latest video. It won't come up. I can't believe John YouTube shadow banned my mean One Piece video.
Honestly, you deserve it.
Yeah.
God.
This is so funny. One guy being like, didn't you say some weird shit about, like, Oda sexualizing children? And I just responded with a bunch of screen caps of some shit Oda has said. And I'm just like, all I said was that he sexualizes 16-year-olds, which he does. You are allowed to draw your own conclusions.
So this is basically Steam. It's welcome to Steam. That's the sorry.
God damn it, Aloha, you're fucking fired.
Dude, I'm a fake Jello fan, man.
Come on.
I don't even watch his videos. I haven't even read his book. Too busy reading fucking weird anime visual novels to read books, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, you got my small bombs reference.
Yeah, yup. You saying small bombs mid Hatoful boyfriend like fucking broke my brain a little bit. I was like, because I didn't know you were cool like that. I didn't know you were chill like that.
You underestimated my styles.
Look at that face. You can't. Can you not trust that face?
There's a bit I like. Let me hang on. For the opening video, which January, scroll, where there's a bit where I talk about why lyrics were not really considered one of our main like points in favor, etc., etc. Because it's like, how do you verify lyrics? Do you which translations do you trust? Can you find official ones? Is it better to find like something that where someone kind of takes liberties to like mess with the rhyme structure and they change some of the words so it matches more to the show? And I during that part I needed a lot of visuals, and I have notes. It's like, take this page for one of the Durara openings and zoom in on the translator and just have "Do you trust him?" question mark on the screen.
Do you trust him?
Do you trust him? Do you trust Priscilla 666?
Would you? I still think that Pokemon Smasher Pass like thumbnail is one of my favorites I've ever made.
Would you?
Would you?
Would you with the stir skit?
Was that Flair's fault?
I don't know. I can't remember it. I'm down to blame Flair.
Yeah, I super do not remember where "Would you Sir" skit came from.
Something was going on. Someone was cooking.
Someone was cooking and it was funny.
Another thumbnail because the thumbnail's like kind of hard to see when it's so small, but it's a Siffrin in the shoe aisle.
I love Siffrin in the shoe aisle.
I'm a big fan of him. The bottom.
Didn't you make that one?
Tia Stilton from the Geronimo Stilton books.
Ignored.
Sorry, I was reading chat.
That's fine. I don't care.
I've been getting pretty good at making bad thumbnails.
Oh. Oh wow, yeah, just a mouse aviatrix. So what was this called? Hang on.
Hang on. Oh my god. I know where this is from. I just can't remember the name.
Geronimo Stilton.
Geronimo Stilton. Yeah, there we go. When's Secret of Nim 3 coming out, bro?
Chat, please check off the box on your bingo cards for Jello mentions Geronimo Stilton. I'm always talking.
All the time.
This bitch loves Geronimo Stilton.
So, I guess I'll mention what this character's deal is. So, this this game is 3 acts, and the first act is like, due to circumstances, some lower tier class people either will get killed or they have to get conscripted into this war. And if they can do a certain thing in the war, they were like promised peerage, basically, and they get to rise above their station. And Feeney is like their sponsor who comes in last minute so they don't get killed and validates that. So Feeney goes with them. So this girl's the main girl, and Feeney is, they're both like, we want to join this order of Flying Pegasus Knights. And then at the start of Act 2, they come back and they've succeeded. So they get to join. But they're like very hated by the administration because the administration didn't want them to be a part of it. So they're like getting thrown all the worst jobs to see if they can try and like force these guys to drop out. And a character who I'm going to call Percy Epithet but mean shows up and is like, she's like the most by the book, will look for any reason to get you guys fired person, becomes their commander. And they're like, we also have this other person who we don't really want, who's been applying for years, and that's Aves, and she shows up and is like their new third party member, basically. And B, the main girl, is like very into saving people, very hero-y, pretty stock standard, really into animals. She'd be like a vet in like a modern day AU. And like Feeney's all about the nobility, and Aves' thing is that she's just like, I fucking love flying, and normally it's kind of illegal. Like Pegasi are exclusive to this little faction, but she's like, my family's got a good amount of money, so I've just been like practicing flying illegally, and she's got this like absolute dog shit Pegasus that's like a crossbreed with a donkey, and it's like this big. And it's got shitty little wings. And her whole thing is she's just like, I've gotten so good at crash landings and not dying. I'm amazing at it, you guys.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. So cool.
Thanks, it's my original character.
Oh, dude, you should make a series out of them or something. Have you ever considered that?
Oh, also, I got excited because Brian David Gilbert is in that new Deep Blue Ink thing that finally got announced publicly that you're in.
Yeah.
Which means that I can have you ask Deep Blue Ink for his contact info, because there's a character in this I want him to voice. And
Hey.
I've wanted him to voice that character for like 5 years. And now he does voice acting. I'm like, that's perfect.
Great. Yeah, I'm really excited for Deep Space Discounts. I think it's really funny.
Can I be in your game, Jello?
No.
Okay.
I was like thinking, is there anyone that sounds like Aloha in my head? No.
Am I gonna have to work on your game, Jello?
Yeah, you're probably gonna have to get me some kind of assets for the video when I make a video about it. Though that one's gonna be a lot of me commissioning other artists. Her feet look like the tip of a fountain pen.
I see it. Are you a fan of fountain pens, Jello?
I like how they look. I don't really like using them.
Yeah, that's fair. Checks out.
Can we be in your game? No.
No.
My Dreamcasts for... There's like a lot of that'll never happens. My Dreamcast for the redhead main girl is the girl who plays Veronica in the original Heather's musical. And if I couldn't get her, I would like to reach out to... I never remember her name. Andrea Giratina is not it. That's not her last name. That's a Pokemon.
Giratina.
Something Italian. She plays Grace Chastity, and the other Grace Chastity in those Star Kid musicals. She has the right level of vocal fry. Garatana. Okay. Angela Garitana. Her, I actually think I probably could get. I'd have to, like, pay for her to go out to a studio, but, I don't know. She's around. She's always doing stuff. She's in, like, Smosh and Star Kid, and she's been on Dropout a couple times. I'm sure I bet I could do it. Oh, I like this song. Yeah, and then this main girl has a functionally an adoptive sister who I don't think I could make this happen, but I would love to get I'd love to have Jenny Nicholson voice her. I feel like Jenny's got to get like so many. She seems like the kind of person who would get a ton of stupid offers for garbage all the time in her emails. So, like, I don't even think I'd be able to, like, contact her. I think she'd just see my thing and go, no, another one of these. This is more of a casual outfit in my mind. What's some, like, wear and tear I could have on her, like, visible that she's, like, fallen from great heights multiple times?
Splint.
That one thing I am adding to B is that it's like kind of visible somewhere on her character sheet. Yeah, very barely in this. Her arms and legs have like really fucked up burn scars all over them from something that happened to her, and I actually want to make it that she's like she doesn't walk right, like she never healed right, so riding horseback is kind of like a mobility aid for her. Like she's able to move faster while she's on horses.
I mean, that's typically what horses are for, but yeah.
Yeah. The dumb cheek patch. I mean, she's already got a bandage.
Little band-aid.
I honestly, like, knee pads is pretty funny. She was a skater girl.
She was a skater girl.
Visible mending patch. Yeah, right. That's really smart. What's a role?
First aid kit.
What's a role I'm allowed to talk about that I'm excited for? None. I'm on hiatus from voice acting. Everything that I have done is out. As of, like, 2 weeks ago. Fantasian is the last thing I'm going to be voicing for the foreseeable future. Because I don't have a booth in Canada. And there's not room to get one, and I'm not really interested.
And renting a space would be like $20 million.
Yeah, no. That's no good. Marissa, have you said anything in, like, the last however many minutes? Just want to check to see if you're dead.
No, I'm eating strawberries.
How long?
Oh, that's cool.
How long ago did I record Fantasian? Like, last January. Because I was going to be moving, so I stopped trying out for stuff.
Yeah.
The only reason I even tried out for Mr. Puzzles was because they told me it would be like a one-time thing, and then he got popular, so he became recurring. And I was like, I'm not in town anymore. But now I think he's dead. And also I think they were kind of annoyed trying to set up stuff for me.
So kill him. That's the solution.
Spent like half of this year fucking traveling.
Yep. I mean, I love traveling, so it's great.
Yeah. I want to travel more. I want to go see the world.
You know, I love driving, actually. I do really like driving. In my shitty shit car. The trip back from Chicago felt like it felt like maybe a 3-hour drive, even though it was like 10 hours. I can see why you like Power so much, Jill. You're both liars. I don't even know what that's in response to. I wish I was a liar. I need to like start like acting as though I need to become a liar. That should be my New Year's resolution, to lie.
Tell me a lie right now.
Oh, fuck. There are no cans on my desk. It's clean.
And move your hand across your desk, huh?
Fuck!
Oh.
Serious or J?
/L for lie.
/loser.
/loser.
/F for fabrication.
Yo.
No, I need to just start making shit up.
/B for be nice to me.
How many cans? 2.
I have 1 can. And it's that can of Canada Dry cherry flavor that I was drinking that I'm not sponsored by.
I have no cans on my desk.
You don't consume food.
That's not true. I'm eating strawberries.
Allegedly.
Not food.
Run your hand across your desk. I don't think I'm going to hear a single strawberry.
Strawberry.
It's my strawberry bag.
Those are clearly your bones you're rapidly breaking over.
Dude, how'd you know?
I will not mute myself when I bite into this one.
Whoa.
Listen to that.
Doesn't sound
That's
like a
so
strawberry.
real.
Liar.
It's coated in chocolate.
Liar confirmed.
Liar, liar, pants on fire.
Would she wear eyeshadow? I like her without, but would she wear eyeshadow?
To cover up the bruises on the eyes.
Oh my
the black
God.
eyes you get from crashing.
What you think? She was gonna say. You think she ran into the ground eyeballs first?
I know, yeah.
No, she's messy.
We all run into the ground eyeballs first.
I do want to write I need to write a support between her and Phoenica where they like are doing girls' night. She got punched by her horse. What? I think her horse's name is Foxtrot.
Yo.
Yeah, but her gimmick is that she's like uses a lot of language that is NATO phonetic, and very like aviator speak, but clearly like someone getting it secondhand, like she's like a weird fangirl. God, that's so fucked up. Is Phoenica like your Final Fantasy Sid? Yes. I did say exactly that earlier.
Maybe they weren't here at the beginning of the stream.
Sonic Psycho? Yeah, I think they were here.
You know what? Never mind. I can't defend you. Sorry. Backing out. Gone for like an hour. That's fair. You know what? Never mind. I can't defend you.
No, wait, no.
No.
I spelled my name at the NATO alphabet when talking to receptionists on the phone. Yeah, that's... I like do that, but so my old VA email was my full name with a VA at the end for voice actor. And I still use it when I don't want to tell people my main email is Jello Apocalypse, which is frequently. And I will, instead of doing Victor Alpha, I usually do Volcano Aardvark because it causes less questions. And sometimes makes people laugh.
Volcano Aardvark. That's so cool.
Aves is funny. Aves is cute. I like how this looks. Probably because I stole it from this reference that I've had in a folder. Yeah, no, I have seen your name, Flair. It is very hard to spell.
Imagine having a name.
Where can I find Winds of Change? Nowhere right now.
Nowhere.
It'll be on Patreon somewhere in a million years. I'll talk about it here.
It's but you can join the Patreon to get on the ground floor, the hit new series that's never coming out.
It's not gonna be a series. I might grab some of our like recurring friends and honestly like pay them to just do a read through of it per session. And I can have Danny and Lenti be lesbians at each other for 100 hours.
Woo!
Is it going to be making a Fire Emblem video? Yeah.
Yo, dude, I can get a Razor Kick scooter for kids for $10.
Oh, God. You want to know? That's so suspiciously cheap. You want to know what the actual worst part of releasing this One Piece video is? Is that I don't know what auto checker I hit, but I'm getting like more emails than ever from like random crap companies that are like, sponsor our thing, and it's like, my video didn't do well. Why are you bugging me about this?
They want you to sponsor their thing.
You get emails for the streaming channel email that's like, play our game. I'm like, no. The only one, like, because we get messages from like a, you know, not Atlas directly, but a company Atlas is hired to go, hey, reach out to fucking streamers or video content creators, play our games. I get emails from them all the time. I'm like, no.
I can't draw fan art of your OCs if I don't have references for the little guys. I'm drawing the references. That's what I'm doing. That's this.
I don't know, man. Sounds kind of sus.
I don't want to fucking show people until it's done, because there's really inconsistent shit. Like, the first act of 3 is on its second draft, but so much has changed since then that it's gonna need like 2 more drafts. Like, this fucking girl is a sweetie patootie who lives in like a bad caste system on a plantation, and oh yeah, she also needs like a little mark on her face now. I forgot about that. And she's got like one of her basically fellow slaves on that plantation, who is her surrogate sister, is one of the other fantasy races. And like, both her mom figure and her sister figure are like historically very cool rebels who are like trapped on this place with her. And she ends up like casually in the first draft just like uses a word that is like, I'm not gonna say a slur for non-humans, but like the equivalent. And it's in an early draft, it was like oh, this is what this means, like, you shouldn't say that thing. And I was like, now I'm like, why the fuck would she say that of all people, when like her sister is a fucking naiad? This is so stupid. So there's a lot of shit like that I don't want people seeing. Also, I've been getting so many requests for the fucking wild magic table because I was talking about it in that thing. Leave it alone. Yeah. Go away. It's not ready. No, you don't get to see it.
Don't you love wild magic, Joey? Don't you love fucking wild magic?
Shut up, Aloha. I'm doing a good job. Shut up.
It does, like, you're doing a good job. What?
Of garbage.
It's like, you got some honey, you're gonna attract some bears, man. The kind of people who love wild magic tables are just those kind of people, man.
Let me...
Unless you're in this chat right now.
No, I'm telling you. I'm telling you right now in this chat, stop fucking asking me for the table. Tired of getting emails about it. I even mentioned in that stream, I was like, I need to go back and look over this because there's at least 2 mechanics already that I want to add to this. So,
If
unlike...
people really want them at Wild Magic Table, they can just pause video when you're scrolling through it.
Yeah, this is...
Uncommitted, bro.
So,
If you have enough energy to send an email, you have enough energy to pause a video.
So unlike in Epithet, Feeny is not like hyper tall, but B is bonkers tall. She's like 6'4", I think. No, she's 6'3". But this Feeny is shorter. This Feeny is shorter and rounder. She's very tall. I like this Aves. This is a cute Aves. Okay. That's nice. I'll do to Lorelai.
Horse.
Thank you for making tall woman characters. It's because I'm 6'5". I'm so exhausted of looking up, like, how tall is this character? And they're 1'2".
Why don't you date a tall woman, huh?
I'm trying. I'm doing it.
Oh,
I do have this Roma art of this one other boy. I don't want to draw him though, since he already has something. Okay, let's do Seren. That's funny. This first sketch, I drew this in a Sunny Straight class in Texas, and her beta name was Seren, and then I changed it to Lorelai, and I went, oops, I have another character named Lorelai now, so I better not use that name. So now it's Seren again. Okay. I want her to look weirder than this. Hang on. Me.
hang on.
Looking through some stuff. Yeah, I'll just grab all three. According to Amy and Jay, who have read significant chunks of this is their favorite character. Because she's a fucking... I mean, of course Jay likes her, because she's a sad blue bitch, and that's like Jay's bread and butter, but... sad blue and white women are to Jay as sheep girls are to me, but, Amy also likes her, so... Oh, they're very frog? Yeah, I might walk that back. Because I want them to be amphibious, but, like, I don't know. Blue woman jump scare. When I went to the market today, we found some of the Snapple I like that they don't have anywhere else.
Yay!
What's Amy like about her? She's like an older sister character who's written like a sibling, which Amy likes. She's a worrywart. She's sad. She's broken. She's got the sad backstory she hasn't recovered from. So people like her. Also, this art is by Sono. This is just fan art. Does she have pronouns? The pronouns in this game are not especially spicy, to be honest. Most of them are what you'd imagine looking at the character. So this is just she, her. I actually don't even think there are any theys across the whole cast. Sorry.
Shaking my head.
Sorry.
Not very woke of you, Mr. Apocalypse.
I'm sorry.
Wokeopolis.
This game would be at the fucking top of the woke games list. It's so aggressively about LGBT rights. That's like the main plot. It's a lot.
Woke.
I just assumed because of the blue hair. Okay, fair enough.
True. You're so real for that, Chatter.
Not even your shape-shifting kitsune? I mean, I guess there are kitsune who shapeshift, and yeah, I mean, this is my problem with, like, people do this with Yumta, too. Like, I know Flare does this, where I'm just like, oh, I don't know. This character is she, her, but also will, like, repeatedly change their visual appearance at the drop of a hat, and sometimes disguises as a boy, and people are like, gender, and I'm like, oh, I guess they haven't thought about it. If you want to assign them something, sure, but they haven't. I don't know how to tell you. I don't write the characters. That things happen, they make choices, and I just put them down on the page. So when people ask me about character genders, I have to be like, I don't know, what would the character say? Would any of these people have a pronoun? And with epithet, I was talking with Zach, and I was like, okay, do you think Sylvie would have a pronoun? And Zach was like, yeah, let's do he, they for now, and maybe they later in their life they can add more. And I was like, okay, that makes sense to me. And Trixie has a pronoun, but I don't know, just like, no, everyone in Winds of Change, I'm just like, it's that one tweet where it's just like, I'm probably non-binary, but I don't give a shit about that. I got a job. Like,
there's a war going on.
The silly guy.
I like...
That happened to me where when I was writing my stupid monster series, because of course I had to have one, one of the characters' backstories didn't make any fucking sense. And I was like, why'd I write this backstory that doesn't make any fucking sense? What's going on here? What's wrong? And then I showed it to someone, and they were like, if they were trans, that would fix this whole backstory. And I was like, oh shit. They've been trans this whole time.
They've been trans the whole time.
Meanwhile, I'm over here as God's sissest soldier, doing my best. You guys got your they-thems.
He's pretty firmly a he/him now that I've transed his gender.
Yeah, I mean, there's... No, you know what? Okay. There is actually one character who's a they/them. But, so there's this... this girl I'm drawing right now is a naiad, which are there's river naiads and there's ocean naiads, and ocean naiads are just like huge. They're like 8 feet tall. And there is a pair. So fuck. Give me 2 seconds. So there's the races in this game are called the standing races.
Dan?
And they're naiads who are basically, they're like elves, more or less. They're like river elves functionally. Let's just call them that. And they're amphibious. There's kitsune, who are mask-wearing, transformy, shapeshift friends. There's birds. They're birds. Called Fengu. Gargoyles. I don't know how to draw a gargoyle. Garg. Got a little tail. Horns. Gargoyle, and then what's the one I'm forgetting? There's another one. Oh, it's fucking humans. So, there's these, and all the ones that aren't the skeletons can crossbreed with each other, which creates, like, different issues, both societal and physical. So my goal was, I wanted one of every different option somewhere in the game. So, the blue bitch on this thumbnail is, half kitsune, half human. This girl's all naiad, etc., etc. And there's two pirates. There's a pirate captain who is half lionfish and half bearded vulture. And he's like a big motherfucker. He's like 11 feet tall. And I want him to be voiced by Tatum. And that guy has this deep sea, half fish, half kitsune, like, looks like a jet black otter with glowy glows on the side of him boyfriend, who's like a fortune teller. That character is they, them. But I want that character to be voiced by Tatum's husband, Brandon McInnes. And I think that's why in my head I'm like, is that an official they, them? Is it uncool to have Brandon voice him? I'm just like, who cares? Who gives a shit, right? Like, who gives a shit? I just want they're married. I just want them to voice husbands.
I think that is a very logical reason to be like, the gender of the actor and the character don't match up. I think it's better to just have the they, them character.
Yeah. That one, that character also, their gender is not really their thing. Their sexuality, being that they're interested in men, is more important. I love these proportions and this freaky little guy. They look like aliens. I like that they're kind of uncomfy looking. I think that's cool. Whoa. Happy to catch another stream. Recently got my Christmas bonus and wanted to share it. Get Aloha, the best chicken nuggets money can buy. Also trans rights, Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Tatum has a husband. I love that guy, and he just got even cooler. Yeah, did you not know Tatum is gay? Tatum's all the way gay.
They got married this year? Question mark?
Really? Oh, I thought they've been married for a while.
They've been engaged for a long time.
One of those COVID engagements, or just cause?
No.
I don't know. Sometimes it be like that.
Sometimes it be like that.
Yeah. Thank you so much, $100 person. Shit.
Yes.
What kind of character archetypes do you like? I feel like you get to choose who I draw after Seren. $100. Oh dang. How many they thems in media are there that are in yaoi instead of a yuri? Is that a yuri thing? That's not really something I've encountered. I feel like the problem with they them official rep and like ace official rep is they usually get monsterified or like roboted. So it'll be like, yeah, you get some ace rep, but that's because they're an android or whatever. Yaori. Oh yeah, now that you're streaming, I was doing chores and a reaction to the One Piece video was playing and I zoned out and I heard Jello is transphobic. Cool. People be wrong. So, not to be weird about it, but in my head, I do imagine it's because of Yamato being crossed out. I didn't cross out Kiku. Kiku's trans. There's a lot of gender question mark characters in One Piece. Whatever.
It was like when someone called me racist for only having one POC person in Island of Giant Insects of all things. And then people responded being like, you realize there's two, first of all. And second of all, you realize that she casts POC people in like every other project as well. And then the guy responded being like, Alejandro Saab doesn't count. He's practically white. And we were like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Uh-oh. I think not being racist is the new racism.
Sighs loudly. It's the internet. People just be saying shit.
So true.
In terms of archetypes, I've always loved older mentor-type characters. A la Odile. Okay, I got 2 options for you. Would you like red-haired main character's evil grandma, who is the final boss? Sorry for spoilers. Or red-haired character's literal teacher in the second and third act of the game, who teaches her dark magic. Grandma, oh, how much do I want to give away? I won't give that much away. Grandma is a real conservative traditional lady who has a really, hopefully very interesting relationship with her granddaughter, and does a lot of things to, in her mind, help her granddaughter and her career in ways that end up really, really hurting her. And then the teacher of dark magic is straight up fucking evil. She's like a cartoon villain, but is very aware that's what she is and plays it up. And she is a white peacock human mix. And her thing is that she used to be a theater lady who would work for the Empire and assassinate people after shows. And then like leave town with the theater because they'd be a traveling place. But then eventually they like faked her death so she could go into assassination full time. You already gave away the final boss. Her being the final boss is way less of a spoiler than explaining her in full. Yeah, your call. It'll be a while because the grandma's name is Let's Go Teacher? Okay, cool. So with the naiads, like I've mentioned, there's a lot of cross-pollination between different races. And I just because they're the most plentiful, the most common one is any level of human and naiad mix. So I kind of want naiads to look like... I don't want them to look super humanoid. Like this is a good level of not quite human. Like the eyes are too big. It's very fishy. I like the limbs. I like the frog limbs a lot. Because it's like something that you wouldn't imagine a normie would go for. But like I want something very monster fuckery. Does that make sense? Put the eyes on their side of their heads? No, it's too ugly. I have been thinking about that for a long time, and I'm like, that's the easy solution. I don't want to do that. It would make their portraits look bad. Give him catfish whiskers. That's kind of cute.
Ooh.
What was that?
It was me.
Who is that? Who's there? Show yourself.
I crouched down.
Must have been the wind.
Nothing here after all. What was that?
Crouched down.
Could swear I heard something. Must have scared him off. Tony Lazzuto!
I crouched behind you and I look in your inventory. What do you have?
Tablet pen, 2 lemonades.
I try to steal a lemonade.
All right. I immediately turn around because your pickpocket is 2.
Fuck. My hands, they're just too big.
How do I make Lori look sad? That's not her name anymore. Seren.
What kind of lemonade? Lemon.
Lemon. Aid.
Be suspiciously lemon shaped.
I love that joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of want naiads to be like gray alien adjacent, honestly. Yeah, I'm very much thinking like Jenny Nicholson Fluttershy for this girl. God, and I forgot they've got like swoopy fin ears. She's such J-bait.
Maybe you could swap the colors of the pupils and irises. Or sclera.
Maybe. That would just make them look like demons. I don't really know why that would have developed based on their biology and where they live.
Get owned.
You can't even spitball correctly. Oh, bioluminescence. Ooh.
They do have that, but like that would just be something you add. Like I mentioned, the fortune teller character has bioluminescence. Do you want to read the the big dumb let's tell you the big dumb thing that I wrote with the Tatum character is that like fish and fox mix is a really, really weird rare combo. And he's got that like I was sold in a circus multiple times and was like a prop for rich people kind of sad backstory until he eventually got freed by Pirate Captain. And his thing is he's got this power where whenever he first meets someone, his eyes will flash and he will just see the moment they die. So he knows what everyone's death is going to look like. And like people have used that for bad stuff in the future, blah, blah, blah. He's supposed to be a fortune teller. And when he meets his husband, he sees that one day the Tatum character is going to die in his arms. So he's like, I refuse to engage with this guy because then he won't die. I don't know how soon this is going to be. So they've got this cute little romance thing that happens where at first they're like, well, we can't leave you here in this like fucking cave. So they take him on the ship and Tatum's character, who's the captain, gives up his room and gives it to the guy, and the guy will not come out. I don't know why I should just use their names. Tatum's character, the captain's name is Shilling. Oh, hello, Naiad thing. Give me a second. Shilling. And McInnes's character, who's the fortune teller's name, is Ilmatar. And so they're not like seeing each other because Ilmatar won't let them. And he's like, I'm just gonna stay in the room. And Shilling's like, you can't do that. Here, I'll lock myself in like the ship's little confessional. You can fucking walk around and let's just keep separating. And eventually they like pass love notes to each other and like, you know, that ends and they're people, but they have a cute, I spent a lot of time writing their backstory. That was a flyover. I like it. I like writing romance. Nothing is good.
Hi, Piff.
Oh, hi.
Hi, Piff. Do you like romance?
I do.
Yeah.
There's actually a lot of like animes that are like, this is a romance anime. I'm like, I'm all for this. And then I watch it and I'm like, this isn't romance.
It's like, this is just sad. But like,
and when it like actually does happen, I'm like, hell yeah.
Yeah, no. And the big, if you guys will indulge me for the big cheesy moment, is that when they finally agree to like meet out on the deck, the first thing that Shilling says is just like, oh, what a beautiful place to die. And the other guy's just like, fucking how dare that be the first thing you say to my face. Oh
yeah, I guess to address, some people watch my stream, hi. Piff lives. Yes, I do have limited internet.
Oh, what's going on?
It seems, and this is speculation, but it seems that the internet provider that I have looked at our particular modem and went, "That's too old," and artificially is throttling it. Let's just say.
Boo.
Boo.
So I have enough to do normal things, but not enough to stream.
Well, that's the thing you do.
Yeah,
What if does?
it's been days.
I've been saying this for like days. It's only been like 2 hours. Days! Use a crowbar around it. What do you think a modem is?
Oh, it's about it. Use a crowbar about it.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, I love limbs that are longer at the end than the start.
Yeah, I like limbs.
Not to be too controversial, but I'm a limb liker. Then fucking someone's gonna pop into chat and be like, Jill, you can't say that. That's something the transphobes made up. And I'll be like, yeah, fuck.
Them again? The hell?
I'm sick of this, dude.
You can't talk about limbs because of woke.
Has a slime? Nah. Could do without him. Oh, I guess since I popped in quite late, anything that I missed?
Not really. I'm just drawing characters. Someone dropped $100 dono.
Ooh.
$100.
See if I can... Yeah, I see it.
People have been very nice.
You like limbs? Name every limb. Leg. Arm. Arm. Leg.
Oh,
Leg.
how many legs do you have?
Spider.
A normal amount.
Naiads lay eggs. Do they? No. I believe... Well, I don't remember. Oh, I sure came up with an excuse. Man, it works like Pokemon, where if there is a mix, they take after the mother more. So, I believe the bird people definitely do eggs. I don't know about the rest.
Oh, it'd be cute if they had like little babies in a little water bubble attached to their back, like they're a little
Like a little fish? Yeah. Okay.
like a little swaddle.
I like that. Sure. Confirmed.
Yay!
That doesn't contradict anything. Flare. Bro forgot the DLC limb that was released on the 5th anniversary of God inventing limbs called the Glong.
The glong.
Oh, the mentor is going to be tough to draw since she's got similar energy to this girl. And I got to make sure I don't repeat since they appear kind of near each other in the story. Okay, ovipositors are not a limb. Let's not go crazy.
That's a phalange.
These are getting a little too risque for me.
Someone in chat will be like, "Can we talk about something else?"
Well, on my time off, I've been just kind of organizing things. And I also put down a little question thing on Blue Sky. Less question, more of just like, hey, if you like this, I'll put down a video game I like.
Oh, that one, yeah.
Yeah.
I was expecting like 20. I'm like a 40 some odd. I'm still going. I'm glad I have this much time to put towards writing all this because I don't write so fast.
Yeah.
But it's been interesting to like go through like my Rolodex of just like what games do I love, and I kind of translated that to like what games kind of like shaped like yeah
The piff.
like core memory games, I guess. There's a lot of those that are not core memories, but some of them like this is like the first time like this has happened to me. This happened like during a pivotal time in my life. This was
Pivotal time.
yeah, he's getting it. Some games that are just like this is just something I like really enjoy and want to share with people. I've been trying to like sort of spread it out from just like past games, present games, things like that.
Understandable.
But because I have it disorganized, there has been a few points of just like, I hope I didn't put this down yet, and I have to like check through the list again.
I thought you were about to say, because I have a disorder, I can't do it. And I was like, what? And that made me remember one of my favorite post formats. I don't know what you'd call this, but just like guy texting or on a phone call, and the person at the end not answering. Hello, my girl, my beautiful princess with a disorder.
Someone took that post and drew Gangle and Zooble over it for the new episode. And I was like, yeah, that's
who?
about right.
You know Zooble?
I know,
You know
who's
Zooble.
Which one's which? Is Gangle the one being the princess with the disorder?
Yes,
Okay.
because the new episode is just about her having many disorders.
Yeah, I love I was like, congrats on the new episode. And you're like, thanks. And I was like, I haven't watched it yet because I assume you'll force me to the next time we hang out. And you were just like,
Yeah.
But like, you will, right? Like,
Yeah. Bitch. It's my episode.
I would,
Whoa.
yeah, I'd rather watch it with you because you're my
Yeah.
friend. Not that you could tell.
Why are we always having a falling out, Jello?
Having a fucking falling out.
What happened to us?
We're not having a falling out right now. And you know what? I'm so mad about that I think
I think we're gonna have a falling out about that instead. What do you mean by your episode? I voice Gangle.
I am Gangle.
I'm Gangle.
Do you really voice Gangle? Because I think Gangle is a boy, and I remember I like highlighted this in that like ancient welcome to YouTube comments video I did. But like there was someone who was like really deep in the I don't like gay people sauce, but they were like, I do like Steven Universe, how do I reconcile this? And they were like, Sapphire and Ruby aren't lesbians because Ruby is a boy, I think. It's like, dude, the cope.
Whoa.
Is a boy, I think.
That's the only way it can go, is you think, therefore it is.
That's deep. So there's this tower defense game that I did some achievements on, and I complained about how it updates frequently, adds more levels, and adds more achievements and stuff. So I
Yeah.
have to play it again. Now I was hearing a lot of things about like, yeah, the boss of this expansion sucks ass, and I was like, I don't know, I guess I'll see. They delete your towers. I was like, oh, I see.
In
I
what
see.
way? Just kind of like the ones you put down, they remove?
Yeah, they remove, like,
Okay.
no matter the cost or whatever, they just fucking erase it. You don't get the money back.
That's rough.
Yeah, it's annoying.
I'm assuming you're gonna have to just put down like decoy towers. And
Yeah,
just hope.
basically a lot of cheap towers instead of like higher cost ones.
I don't know how to do a bandana from this angle. Angle?
Angle.
Ain't that the digital swing?
I shake your hand.
That's the character I play. I can say anything. She's eating strawberries.
No, I'm not.
I can say anything. She's eating strawberries.
I've finished my strawberries.
I finished my strawberries and you're next, John.
It's the I am Mo's problem. Nobody believes me.
Vixen.
You're just that good of a voice actor. I think you're too good.
You give her a fishtail. I don't know if I want to, because that's on one of the things, you know, they were playing with it.
Oh, you're gonna use more words than that.
I'm showing this on screen. If you're listening to this podcast style, that's on you. Hi, Piff.
Hi.
You know, I never get tired of it. As many times as we do it, oh, Piff is here when Piff has been here forever.
Hi.
When the universe ends and the last stars go dark, someone will go, "Oh, hi, Piff," and you'll go, "Hey."
The comment of, I just like Piff.
Everybody likes Piff.
Not special.
Nobody likes Millhouse.
Simpsons reference.
Yeah. Trying to
Aram's
resummon
not
Aram.
here.
Aram would have loved
I
that.
miss him.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
Ripping pepperonis.
Yeah.
Aram Days 2009 to 2009.
I heard he's in Dragon Ball Daimon.
I love that Pizza Game is a period piece set in 2009 for no reason at all. Yeah, I like this. Yeah, I like this. I just don't know if I want a tail. Calling Pizza Game a period piece. It's set in a period. That's what a period piece is. It doesn't
Bro,
is what a
everything's
period
set in a
is.
period.
Jokes.
Yeah?
Nah, the joke's too stupid to make.
I had in my new Digimon dubs, I had Ty say "Don't have a cow," and then people would look at me, and I'm like, "It's a period piece. It takes place in the '90s. Fuck you." That's period accurate.
But is it? No. 0 for 2 for me.
So sorry.
Please.
God, and they have units that just turn off your towers. Bro, do you not want me to use towers in my tower defense game?
Use the defense part. Come on.
Oh my god, you're so fucking real for that.
Are you playing like Dungeon Defenders?
I'm playing Kingdom Rush Alliance right now.
Is that the Gotcha?
No.
That's a different one. Okay.
I remember watching through the Digimon movie and laughing when Ty mentioned Bill Gates. Yeah, when we got to that part in the movie, I remember the producer being like, "Is there a more contemporary figure we could reference?" And I'm like, "It's still
No.
Bill Gates."
No. so it's a period piece.
Aw.
If she has a tail, I think she should have a big long tail.
Yeah.
Again, trying to get Jay trapped in a little cardboard box with this character underneath it.
Mm.
Hell yeah, Kingdom Rush,
Yeah.
says someone.
Yeah. Kingdom Rush is like one of those old. Like, it used to be like on Armor Games.
Oh,
Yeah, Armor Games.
yeah, the Armor
Yeah.
Gamesies. Let's go.
Yeah. But then it's just like its own series now, obviously. This is the newest one that came out. I was like, it would be fun to 100% a tower defense game, and then they keep updating it. I have to keep doing achievements in order to keep having my 100%. And I don't even know why I'm doing this. They're adding another update in January, so they're gonna have more achievements probably, and I'm gonna be able to fucking Sisyphus.
Don't know why you're doing that. Sisyphus, ain't that obtusely the character that Sifrin from In Stars and Time takes his name from?
Really?
Yeah,
I believe so, yeah.
that is true.
That dude made
I
out
don't
with
get
a
it.
rock.
That's why he get killed by Rock at the beginning of game.
Such a
Oh.
bold choice.
Yeah.
Piff. Let's give her some cowrie shells. That works for me for now.
Bolder choice.
Shut up.
Good one, Chatter.
Good one, Chatter.
He scissors because he's weak to rock.
That's a Sisyphus.
Maybe, you know what? Maybe Naiads should be like really fucking tall.
Elongates.
Maybe they
Elongates.
should be really fucking tiny, Jello. You can't just make everything tall.
Damn.
Aren't you always going after me about loving weird tiny shit? You're always like, this shit's too tiny and it's not a lizard.
These are all women. What do I give a damn?
The gargoyles are a little bit. They're meant to be somewhere between a lizard and a dog. Because I was like, what's obviously like you can't justify this explicitly, but I love the artist's take on these. I think these look so fucking good.
Ooh.
Yeah, because, you know, they freeze in sunlight. And I was like, what if that's some kind of, like, reverse, tangentially related to, cold-bloodedness and, like, a reverse of that, where, they get hit in the warm and then they can move. Something like that. So it's like, okay, they'll be, like, reptile dogs. Gargoyles are the biggest. They're fucking huge.
That's good. That's good.
That's a fun thing about this girl that basically, because Seren's whole thing is that she's like sad, and I'm not really gonna go into why she's sad. You can find out for yourself in 7 years when this is done. But she had a gargoyle boyfriend, and it extremely rarely comes up that she's like hyper interested in dating gargoyles, and that's just her type, and it's played like she's a monster fucker. I don't remember where it is, but it's like really briefly. Oh yeah, the character I want Aram to voice is part gargoyle, part naiad. So like he's like a deep sea naiad, so he's got like fangs and he's got the bat wings because of the gargoyle part, and he's like he has terminal sleepy bitch disease. And everyone's like, oh, fuck, that guy's a vampire. And B, one of the two main characters, is like, no, he's not a vampire. He's just he's a mix. He's a gargoyle naiad mix. And like, oh, wow, it's funny you were able to tell that so quickly. And she's like, yeah, Lori has a bunch of books about gargoyle naiad mix under her bed. And Lori just pops up and is like, we don't talk about the under the bed books.
It's not her name anymore, Jello.
Whatever.
Damn.
Dead named.
Wow. transphobic apocalypse over here.
God. It's so annoying being hated wrongly on both sides of the aisle. Like, pick a struggle.
Hate me correctly. Jesus Christ.
Oh, transphobic Joan just strikes again. How evil are the evil guys? They're pretty evil. Jill's famous catchphrase, I am transphobic. I mean, you could, there's already so many supercuts of me online. Like, I'm, it's just, it's twice as frequent as I'm Mirabelle. This is going in my bad video essay. I hope you know. I'm gonna start saying that. Not ironic. In that voice. This is going in my bad video essay, you know. The J in Jello Apocalypse stands for Jello is transphobic. It's like one of my favorite bits I like came up with and wrote down in a frenzy and have never used in anything, which is just... Oh, you know, it was a dream I had where I was like in a room with a bunch of people and like the words "help me" were written on the wall in blood, and I looked and I went, "Oh my god, it's a secret code!" And then I start moving the blood around like they're Lego bricks and to rearrange the letters. And wait, I have a visual here. I can just do it. It was like, help me. And I went, wait a minute. It's a secret message. If you remove this letter, and just like take apart this letter, rip this chunk off of the M, and then move this part of the E up here, it spells help. Someone's in danger. And I woke up laughing. That's really funny. I love that. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Crenshaw. Do I have any references for Crenshaw at all? I don't think so. Okay. Crenshaw, by request of the $100 dono. Crenshaw is Redhead's teacher. She's evil. But she's like cartoon evil. She's like short. She's short, late 60s, and like a capital S slut. Like 1000%, yeah, I still got like a Golden Girls kind of energy. Like trying all these fucking thin girls right in a row. They do have counter shading flare, you just can't really see it because she's facing forward. thought Jello being into old people was Jello's bit.
Whoa. Wow.
You say would about Blaine Pokemon one time.
And Watson.
Everyone agreed.
No.
You don't count.
What do you mean?
I do. I don't.
Is there someone you forgot to ask? You did also say Opal and Agatha.
No, I did not say Opal. Agatha, I did. Like, Agatha is the one people should be getting me for. Not all old people. Just Agatha. That's a freak pick. I deserve mockery for that. Really Piff edits me a little bit different to fuck me up forever. Really shows you the media.
Dude, that's kind of woke.
Yeah, you should have seen the last video I edited. Made Marissa look real dumb.
You're talking
No,
about the Wobble Dogs Christmas special you could find on Vixen_VTuber on YouTube.com right now.
No,
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Piff, that's different. I'm talking about when you edit people to look like something they aren't while they're on stream.
Hey,
What the
dude,
fuck? Hey!
you paid the video.
Come to your house and kill you, you son of a bitch.
I invited you to my house this week and you were like, no.
I was at a con! I wanted to be there.
Can't do this.
Mean to me.
I don't like it when my friends fight. For having
I
a
wanted
falling
to
out.
be there.
This calls for a falling out. You know what?
What?
I thought of a reference.
Old people are hot. Why are you guys jumping him for this? Not Agatha Pokemon.
Yeah, and I stand by it, so I'm a freak.
Yeah.
This is the one I own up to being weird about. Agatha's got that little goblin energy. I like her.
I chat. Post your hear me outs in chat right now.
If it's not a hear me spray bottle.
I love that video.
That video's amazing, and we had long talks about the definition of hear me outs in another server. Like, I love. It's about whether or not your character is like hot coded within their own universe. It's like someone's like, my hear me out is Gil from Finding Nemo, and it's like, oh, I'm the cool mentor figure angelfish who's got a cool scar across one of his eyes and he talks like this. Yeah, ooh, real outside the norm.
I respect Doc Hudson more than that.
Is Doc
That's
Hudson the
car-
Punch Out guy? What am I thinking?
No,
That's-
Doc Hudson's the fucking sorry, I gotta pause. The car from Cars that trains Lightning McQueen. You know the car from Cars?
Oh, the car? Me out on the street pointing at the first car seat. You're famous. I mean,
I only have one hear me out because I mostly like humans, Sorgi. Hear me outs don't have to exclusively be animals.
Oh, I get it.
like
rock
Simba, not a hear me out.
Kovu, definitely not
No,
a hear me out.
for sure not a hear me out.
GLaDOS is not a hear me out. Flare, GLaDOS is hot. What the fuck are you talking about?
She's more of a hear me out than those other things we just listed.
I guess.
I would say that GLaDOS requires explanation, because GLaDOS is also mean to you, but like that is the explanation. It's like, I like a mean lady.
Everyone likes a mean lady. If you're talking about Portal 1 GLaDOS, maybe. Portal 2 GLaDOS is not a hear me out. We all agree that she's hot.
You know what? That's fair, actually. Wait, I gotta hear me out. Lola Bunny sprays you.
Shut the fuck up.
That better
Oh my
be
God.
that better be a joke. Are you /J?
Are you /J right now? Like, what the fuck are you? Like a man from the fucking 80s?
Again, Velvet, you keep going like, I'm a freak for loving the man in the yellow hat. You're really trying to make something of this.
I don't mean humanize GLaDOS. Neither do I. She's a sexy robot lady hanging from the ceiling.
So Mugtuck Potionomics. Mugtuck is hot. I romanced him because he's extremely charming. Who's DMing me? Amy.
What? What did Amy say?
I'm not saying that on stream. Becky Boop. These are level 1 hear me out.
Lego sheet? What are you talking about? That's
Yeah, hear me out. Legolas from Lord of the Rings.
Legoshi is literally in sex scenes. Like in the work he's from, he doesn't have sex, but it almost happens. I think the best hear me out in that video is the girl who brings Lampy from the Brave Little Toaster. That's like an S tier hear me out.
Oh, yeah.
Cause like that's crazy, but like at the same time, I do like Lampy. Not sexually, but like I could see it. I could see it happening for someone.
I'm trying to think of any hear me outs.
I don't have any. I don't have any for real. For real, for real.
True.
100% of this ass game until it updates again.
Yeah, I think if it's constant, I feel like that's more warranted. I feel like if a game goes like, I haven't been a thing for 10 years, they are not allowed to update.
Dude, I've told you about Tales of Arise. How they didn't have a fucking... There, like, some reason they came out with a DLC like 3 or 4 years after the game came out and added a whole bunch of new achievements. And some of my rarest achievements are because I played that fucking DLC. The only people who 100% it were like, I don't want to do that. And plus the DLC sucked complete dick. And so...
I hate going back into my, like, oh man, what if I complete it and just see, like, a few of them just be like, they're 99% now.
Yeah.
I'm too Tumblr baseline basic for anything I like to be a hear me out, but to the public, it's a different story. Hear me out is our word. They stole it.
and they use it wrong.
Do
You know what I don't like? You know what I don't like? You know what I hate?
What?
Okay, on TikTok, people do those hear me out cakes where they're like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna put in characters that I would fuck on a cake. I think most of those people are fucking lying. I think that they pick unfuckable characters specifically so that people will go, what? Huh? Oh my god. I think they're lying.
Flair, that's a hell of an accusation to throw at someone when you don't have the receipts. You can't just say that someone would fuck Conkeldurr and be wrong. Okay,
There
but
was that one guy about Reggie Ice.
Reggie Ice Guy, that's a hear me out. Reggie Ice Guy is nuts.
Oh my fucking god.
That's the realist.
Like, I don't respect them, but Reggie, but at least that's a hear me out.
Wow, insincerity on TikTok? No way. Fair enough.
Someone else in chat said it between two Velvet chats, and I am mildly dyslexic. You can't blame your dyslexia on your libel you're committing. And
That would be the other way around. You can't blame the libel on the dyslexia.
I have dyslexia, so actually...
I have dyscalculia.
I do have that one. You can't joke about it. A worm crawls out of my mouth. Hello.
Oh.
I'd also smash various cookies from Cookie Run. Every Cookie Run character is not a hear me out, unless there's like a fucking weird octopus cookie that's just an octopus.
There is Scuba Diver.
There is Candy Diver cookie. Candy Diver cookies hear me out.
I don't think any of the Cookie Run cookies are hear me outs.
No.
Have you seen Cookie Diver? Candy Diver?
No.
Give me an image.
Hear me out, the worm from Jello's mouth. Miss Frizzle. Closer. I'll allow it. Fine.
What? Really?
Really?
Barely. Because, again, she's not made out to be sexy. But, I'll allow it. I'm not gonna spray you. I'm gonna go, okay. Hear me out, Makalov? Yeah, if someone's objectively awful, that is a hear me out.
Rigby from Regular Show?
That's a hear me out, because you need to explain yourself. That's a bad hear me out. That's like that's a red flag.
It's a red flag.
Candy Diver is a diving suit that just has like two baubles in its like dome that just kind of floats around in water. That's it. It does
fair.
not speak.
That's like more fair. I love that. That's a hear me out. I enjoy that.
Hear me out, Sauron, Lord of the Rings, either form. Either form. If you wanted the eyeball, okay, that's a hear me out. The cool armor, no.
Martin Blind Death. How could someone ever be attracted to Martin Blind Death? I don't know, daddy issues.
I mean, he looks fine. Like, his design isn't bad. It's that his personality is fucking rank.
The last lady who tried being attracted to Martin Blind Deaf died in a fire.
That's true.
Spoilers.
That's pretty funny.
I loved doing that little clip thingy and people being like, oh, Calliope sucks too. And I was like, yeah, I've been very clear that neither of them were good parents. Also, some days you just aren't as good a parent as other days.
There's no such thing as a good parent. BH. I say, Vixen's probably gonna be like, actually.
What? Why?
I don't know.
What? Why?
I feel like your parents are pretty cool.
My
Pretty
parents
chill.
are pretty cool.
Yeah.
Is Yasop a hear me out? Yeah. Like, literally, what are you seeing there?
Let me look.
It's Usopp's shitty dad. I don't know, maybe the live action version.
He's kind of uggy. Yeah, all right. That's a hear me out.
The gargoyles from the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Okay, yeah, that's a hear me out.
Whoa.
I think people are just trying to find out what would be a hear me out. They're not saying their actual. Hear me out. Grunkle Stan, he was #1 on well, I guess Ford was #1.
A challenger approaches.
I am.
Hi, what? Did I walk into something?
No,
We're talking about hear me outs.
What is or isn't one?
I think I would, for push come to shove, if somebody's like, you have to have one right now. I'm like, the closest thing is Candy Diver. That one's for me.
All right, let me look this up. Oh, the gumball thing.
Is basically a ghost you don't get to see in a suit that is just filled with water, and that's it. They can't even talk.
I mean, I'll give you that, though I will say, Piff, if someone showed me this cookie and went, which of your friends likes this cookie, I would go, Piff, without even thinking about it.
Yeah, that's me.
You need to
That's
trust
my
me.
name.
Eggnog cookie. Don't... It's the last words I say before being shot. Look, like, everyone's got a cookie. You can find a cookie for anybody. Even
That's true.
Even Plaster has a cookie run cookie.
That's true.
My cookie is clotted cream cookie. That's my boy.
I will only defend my hear me out just because, like, in general, like, if this was just, like, a person, if not just, like, a cookie, they would still be a weird freak that says nothing and is just a suit.
Fucking Savvy screeching in chat, put banana cookie on screen right now. This is a lot less monkey than I was expecting, Savvy. I guess there's... Majin likes this one. Majin had this as an icon.
Monkey.
Yeah.
Yeah! Banana cookie is just
Hell yeah,
Oz.
Savvy.
Oz is like 2/3 of Cookie Run Kingdom. Is Savvy going to bed? You guys done DeGray Manning?
I think so. Well, we were definitely de-Greymanned out.
Yippee.
Could you please look at Dark Cacao Cookie for me? I don't know, is it a divorced man?
We all know about cacao cookie.
Is it a divorced man cookie or is this a cookie Burn would like? It's a cookie Burn would like, okay.
That isn't that the Patrick Seitz cookie?
I don't know, it looks like a Patrick Seitz. Yeah, he's got the eye bag.
Yeah.
Divorced and clearly not going through it very well.
Hi, Savvy.
Yeah, you said that, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna be up for another fucking hour. I'm not tired.
Okay.
All right, so
I didn't mean to summon you.
I was trying to, but no, I was. It was just a moment of self-reflection of just like, Sav, what else are you doing? What else are you gonna be doing? And it's just like, well, I guess I'm gonna watch stuff for an hour. It's just like, just go talk to your friends, man. Come on. It's past my bedtime, but I'm not tired, so here we are.
Anyway, I am going to be drawing perhaps the savviest character in this game, so that's fun.
Hell yeah.
You know, other than the fucking evil fox lady. They're
Indeed.
both... They're part of the same faction.
Are there any pathetic men for me, Jello?
There's the fucking Gianni loser boy gargoyle. That's the best I got.
That sounds pretty good.
Phoenica's boyfriend used to be a little U-coded, but he is something else now.
Oh.
Sorry.
Listen, I'll hold out for the Gianni gargoyle. That sounds pretty good.
He was a Gianni gargoyle is like, I think actually Oz took a shot at him once, though it's not the right energy, but I might have a Rocco. Yeah, it's not a character who I think you would like visually. It's more of a yeah, no, this is way too spiky. This is not even close to what I imagined, but I will. Okay, my clipboard didn't work. I guess I won't show it off. So what do you think of him?
Dark cacao cookie.
Vixen asking for pathetic men like Oliver Twist at the front of the line. No, that's really funny.
Is Vixen's type just pathetic tall men? They don't have to be tall.
No, Vixen's... I mean, like, Vixen will be drawn in by any two boys that she can ship, but, like, your actual type is... You don't have an actual type. You have a way you like to see men treated. It doesn't have anything to do with their type.
That's true.
They could look like anything. They could look like Loop, and you'd be like, okay.
Yeah.
Speaking of characters and types, do you want to see the character call out that Flair sent me? That was just right on the money, just like without any deviation.
Sure.
Behold.
Okay.
They could look like Jacuzzi Splot. Jacuzzi Splot is cute. I don't give a fuck. Oh, yeah. Yeah, all right.
Wow. This looks like one of the Winds of Change thing I'm drawing villains if they had Overwatch skins. Dolorothea.
It's I mean it was there's definitely some stuff where it's like I think there is obviously some changes that could be made to make it like 100% my deal, but I was like, damn, that's definitely a 90%. That's definitely really on the fucking money. Good job, Flair.
Yeah, I do really like this lady I'm drawing's full name, because her full name is Peckham Crenshaw, and she is one of the only characters in this game that has an actual canonical surname. Because there's a flashback chapter where you get to play her younger, and most of the other characters have nicknames that they could use, and she didn't have one. I was like, I guess I need to find a first name for her.
Just like Toph Beifong, who is the only member of the gang with a surname, which is kind of fucked up.
Jello, I
but
missed
also,
it. Don't know.
like,
Is Harry Dubois Kim's Hear Me Out? I don't know. Thanks for the money.
Thanks for the money. Yo, Vixen the reindeer's in chat.
I am, yeah.
Yo, damn.
I didn't want to disrupt the flow of conversation to say that I'm never going to watch Arcane.
I know. I just saw Vixen. I was like, huh? The Vixen the reindeer?
Oh my god.
Are you excited for Christmas?
I am excited for Christmas. Bro, I ran into Santa at AWA. We took a fucking selfie.
No fucking way.
You ran into him.
Yeah, it's actually the happiest I've seen you look in years, to be honest.
I am smiling so much more in that photo than I ever did.
Dude, he's probably so busy. You got so lucky.
At this time of year especially? Damn.
I was fucking delighted.
I mean, you're an ex-worker, so you think he would make the time.
That's my dude.
Okay.
It is December, Jelly. You gotta understand this.
But Vixen, Jace, and Victor, those are just names. I don't know who those fucking people are. I'm not watching the League of Legends fucking ad. I don't care.
Also, I'm gonna throw out there, as somebody who knows about I've watched the first season of Arcane. Victor, okay, I could see that as the suggestion in terms of trying to reel in Vixen. Jace? No, that's just not a Vixen character, straight up.
Oh, that's pretty close. No. Sorry, I'm trying to get some facial references for shapes, and I'm not having a good time.
I don't care if it's gay. I don't care. I don't start watching things because they're gay. I start watching them because they have a chewy art style or a trope that appeals to me, and then I find the gay inside.
Yeah, trust me, chat. There doesn't need to be actual gay for there to be gay sometimes, you know?
Yeah, I'll find the gay. That's not a selling point for me.
I will
make gay. That's not the problem. But Imagine Dragons song, I have that on my iTunes. I don't need to watch a fucking League of Legends cartoon to hear it.
You could turn on the fucking radio and hear that.
Yep.
Was that your Imagine Dragons impression?
Every Imagine Dragons song sounds the fucking same. I hate them.
I like Imagine Dragons. That's a basic band I like.
I like to Imagine Dragons.
We know.
Sure do.
Smiles.
I do love the Kingdom Come video.
Oh, actually, that's a fair point. Hey, Yam, I want to get your opinion on a cool idea that happened in my server recently.
Okay.
In regards to dragons. Let me grab a picture. Just to make sure, you're not like, are you squicky about seeing bugs of any variety, or is it chill if I just like post?
Are they real bugs?
They are real bugs.
Uh.
Okay, you won't like the idea then.
Okay.
In which case, I will just say it. There was a cool idea that that me and like the peeps in my public server were talking about, because we found out that there's this bug called the thistle mantis, and it looks so cool. And it basically came around of like, yeah, they kind of have dragon vibes almost, and then I kind of imagined, what if, dude, fantasy setting where dragons are more insectoid.
Yeah,
than
it's pretty
anything else.
common.
I wouldn't call it common, but I
wouldn't call
haven't.
it common.
I've encountered it before, but not commonly.
I drew an insect dragon for my dragon trading card game.
Ooh, may I see it?
No, I don't have it on hand.
May I see it?
Okay.
No.
My
No.
insect dragon goes to a different school. You want
My
You
insect
have-
dragon girlfriend.
You have made me curious about the mantis, though, so I will be brave.
I will. I'll tell you what. I'll send it in the guest chat with a spoiler, and then
Thank you.
you don't have to look at it for an extended period of time or be shocked by it.
Oh, I'm gonna be so brave, y'all.
Of course you
being
have a
so
dragon
brave.
TCG. That's where Little Pump comes from. You guys
Behold.
fake Little Pump fans?
Yo, they fake little pump fans.
I don't even remember where he came from.
Okay, yeah, this looks rad.
It's fucking cool. They also have you know, like the thing that some animals and bugs will do where they'll have markings and then they'll like stance up in a way to make themselves look bigger than they are.
Yeah.
They have that as well. I will similarly spoil it. Where they have like on the insides of their arms blue, like big blue speckled patches to make it look like they have giant eyes. It's crazy. I love
Whoa, cool. Yeah, they're kind of cute.
it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Amy,
Now I will hide them.
Amy, famous
Yes.
bug hater. Amy does not like bug.
I'm sorry, I don't like bugs.
That's fair.
I used to catch bugs when I was a kid. I was straight up the bug catcher.
The bug catcher.
A bug catcher.
I also learned a lot about nature that way because when you're a dumb little kid, you don't really like understand the concept of like, hey, some animals eat other animals. And will kill them if you put them in the same room as each other. So I got to learn that the hard way when I was
Oh.
little. But it was a thing of like, no, and at the same time, whoa.
It's fucking rad.
What's my favorite bug? Oh, I do have a couple. My go-to is ironclad beetles. Either the standard ones, which are black and white, which are known for the fact that they have such tough fused exoskeletons that you can literally step on them with like boots and they will just be fine. The other type of ironclad beetle I'm a fan of is blue death feigning beetles, which I am fortunate enough to have in my own house because my housemate keeps them.
Oh,
I'm a big orchid mantis fan.
Yeah, all mantids are good.
Mantids are very cool.
I like any moth that looks like this.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Like they're,
Yeah.
they're more fluff than creature. Like they look wrong. They look fake.
I used to actually have a huge fear of moths.
Really thought you were gonna be like, I used to actually have a huge crush on this one particular moth.
Yeah. Oh my god. But no. I used to get freaked out by moths specifically so badly that like, it was, you know, the involuntary duck and cover, get the fuck out of the room levels of fear. And I had an agreement in my university halls that I would get rid of other people's spiders if they got rid of my moths. Eventually, it was like a really weird moment where like I was just in my room, and a big moth had somehow managed to lodge itself between my bed frame and like the wall underneath my bed, and like I had boxes down there so it like couldn't get out, and like I was too scared to go under my bed and put myself in an enclosed space and deal with it, and it was like 3 a.m. so I couldn't like wake up somebody to do it. And so I was just sat there like, well, I guess I would rather sleep with this terrifying noise existing rather than put myself into a hell scenario. And so I couldn't sleep all night until eventually I was like, I guess they aren't that bad, and I eventually kind of felt a little bit okay about it and got over it. That was a nice sheep on screen.
Lovey drew it.
Cute.
My favorite bug, I found this out a lot later in life. It's something called a plant hopper nymph.
Oh yeah, I've seen those.
Those things are neat. They got like little steppy legs, but also their body looks like just a tuft. It's like sublimed.
Nymph. Let's have a look. That's a cool bug.
It's a really cool bug.
They would definitely freak out people who are not bug appreciators, though.
Oh, probably.
A big tangle on the back of their body is kind of what would be creepy, I imagine.
Tangle?
They do look... Yeah, like the ones I'm looking at least have like loads of tangled, like, tendrils coming out of their abdomen.
I'll show you the one that I usually come to mind whenever to you directly. I'm sure.
Thank you. I was about to say. We must spare the non-bug appreciators. Oh, that one's just a little fluff ball.
Yeah.
But no, I'll show you the cool ass one that I got on my image search, which would definitely not be appreciated.
Oh, jeez, that looks horrible.
It looks like a Bloodborne boss.
Jesus Christ. It looks like a crab that like is growing like a bone cape. I don't know.
Chat, I love the idea that Jello's reference images are the bugs that you guys are posting, and they're just acting extremely weird about it. That's pretty funny.
I like ladybugs and and fuzzy bumblebees and nothing else.
Oh.
I'm sorry, but I can't do bugs.
Yeah, Amy. Bees love Amy when we're out and about.
I have the same fucking problem. Oh, dude, bees won't leave me the hell alone.
I don't like it.
They like float in front of me when I'm trying to walk and just float in front of me and just stay there. And I'm like, bro, I need to get past. And they're like, no. And I'm like, what an asshole, dude.
So, this is a really stupid piece of advice, but it's worked for me. I have long hair, and legitimately, I developed a habit at one point that I was like, you know, horses and animals with, like, long manes and hair and stuff, I always see them, like, swooshing their hair around to get rid of to get rid of bugs that are bothering them in their eyes and stuff like that. What if I had tried that? And legitimately, kind of works. You just swoosh your hair around a lot, and they're like, whoa, and they buzz off.
Yeah.
Jello, I showed the cute bug to you specifically.
Yeah, I don't care.
I'm probably gonna head out though.
Good night.
Okie dokie.
Bye.
Later.
Look at how cool. Look how neat this bug is.
One sec. Oh yeah, this thing.
I love this thing.
That's a fluff from the laundry.
Looks like a Q-tip grew legs.
Jello, that's a bird. She's part bird. I have to figure out where to put that in her.
Whoa.
She got that bird in her.
Would you guys calm down?
I'm sorry, am I too chill?
Can't say anything, you fucking people.
Man, yeah. After watching that Miranda episode in D Grey Man,
Mm-hmm.
I think she would legitimately be helped so much by medicinal weed.
Yeah, right.
She's like prime candidate needs medicinal weed, dude.
And so I was like, I don't know, she's toking it somewhere.
She's smoking a fat blunt in her room. God, please help that woman.
Yeah.
Maybe I should draw the first D Grey Man fan art in 10 years that anyone has drawn and draw Miranda smoking a fat blunt.
Fucking do it.
It could be the new O'Deal with the J.
It could be the new O'Deal. Miranda.
Sevi, never say
Lovo.
you're drawing something on one of my streams. It punishes you. People have expectations.
People bug
for-
me about it. Don't worry, no one cares about D Grey Man, so nobody's gonna remember that I said that.
Yeah.
And now that you said no one's gonna remember that, someone's gonna be a dick about it because they'll think it makes them funny.
Fortunately, I am immune to fucking parasocial shit like that. So good luck, assholes.
I'm not. I'll ban you from my chat if you continuously bring up a thing because you think it annoys me.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
You know,
If you bother me about something I don't want to be bothered by, fuck you. Get out of here.
I just blocked somebody on Blue Sky. I strongly believe that they're a bot because they were basically advertising a was it generative like text AI thing. I was just like, oh, they weren't like actively doing it, but they like immediately liked something I like just posted less than a second ago, and I went,
Ah, yeah.
no.
Yeah, no, there's apparently quite a few of those showing up at the moment.
Poof
So I finally have one person blocked. Yay!
has Blue Sky? I think most of us have some flavor of Blue Sky now. I think it's time. The official jump is happening.
Yeah, I've officially made the switch.
Like from Nintendo.
I only still have my Twitter account up purely to point people to the fact that I am only on Blue Sky now.
I'm keeping mine up because the voice acting industry is bad and how many followers you have on Twitter can matter. So I'm just going to leave it there to accrue people. But I'm going to post on Blue Sky and Tumblr.
Savvy, do I follow you on Blue Sky? I don't know. That's for you to know.
I don't know. Who the fuck are you? Aloha voice. Who the fuck is this guy?
That's
Like,
Flare.
This isn't me trying to be like, ooh, like I'm so above it all. No, it's just when it comes to online like stuff like Blue Sky and Tumblr and just anywhere, I have just divested myself of paying attention to like just notes and who has liked obviously I'll like check in and be like, oh, this post's doing better, but like I legitimately what I do when I go log on to anything that tells you like you got likes or something, I click the notifications, skim them, and then go cool, and that's it. I have so little, I pay so little attention to it. So people who follow me, if you like, I just straight up don't know who is following me half the time.
I was trying to find your Blue Sky so I could follow you, Savvy, and for some reason, Eternal Savvy was not coming to mind. So I was like, oh, I know, not Savvy for work. Oh, good. It points me to your safe for work blog.
I was about to say that was a good instinct because I do have my safe for work linked on that account.
Thank God.
I don't have the reverse linked though.
No, you don't need to because I remember the not safe for work handle.
No, exactly. There you go.
Oh God, I love her, Jello. I'm glad. I'm having fun drawing what for me is a non-standard face shape.
No, I was gonna chime in as well that I am enjoying her vibe so far.
I need to figure out how to bird her up. She's got a tail.
Bird up.
She straight up has tail feathers, but I haven't drawn it yet. Obviously, I'm gonna make her shorter. Sentence I don't often say. Savvy, someone was asking, what is the one that looks like a nymph or whatever?
Yeah, it's the Flatterday plant hopper.
Church of the Flatterday Saints. Is this right? Nope, of course not. Of course not, I'm just a fucking idiot. Oh, Savvy, did you see the other guys I doodled? I'm hesitant to say the word goons now. You guys fucking ruined it.
No, his Jello, as somebody myself who has who had to deal with apes being ruined as a word, the answer is to simply not care and to just say it with confidence anyway. I occasionally get people being like, "Oh, I lost all your apes," and I'm just like, "Okay, whatever. I like monkeys. I like apes. Shut up." Who cares?
What's wrong with goons? Dumb horny people tried to make the word goon mean like coming, like gooning. And like it's dumb because goon is already a word that means a completely different thing. And it's a good word.
Yeah.
So they shouldn't ruin it. Tried? Yeah. It's only been like a year since that happened. I'm not gonna say they won.
Because you know what? In the grand scheme of things, chat, 2 years down the line, 3 years down the line, you know what we're still going to be referring to villains, minions, and stuff as? Goons. And that tired meme, maybe it'll be brought up every now and then, and people are like, haha, yeah, that's funny. But at the end of the day, it won't matter.
There's always mooks. No, goons is a better word. It's more fun to say. Goon.
Also, goons and mooks occupy different niches.
Mooks are big guys. They got like a mook. A mook is shaped like this. I'm really bad at drawing quickly now. Mook shaped like this. He's got a mafia hat. I'm making him Amish. These are his like Donkey Kong knuckled. These are big knuckles. They reach the floor, and he's shaped like this. This is a mook. A goon is like a bonsai blaster.
Mm-hmm.
A mook is a high-level goon that is slower but deals more impact damage.
And could take an extra hit in combat.
Oh, that'll be funny. Yeah, since she's part bird, I can fuck up her spine and actually, like, give her a reason to have, like, a big push-it-forward chest.
Plumage.
Plumage.
Hey, Vixen, I'm gonna send you a stupid image.
Thank you.
I was telling this to Amy, so sorry, Amy, you're gonna have to rehear some of this, but it feels like
How dare you?
It feels like something that Savvy specifically would find interesting. But I have to, like, write a couple support conversations and background things, and one of my favorite excuses to, like, fill those up with is different, like, what it's like being a different mix of these two races. And there's one between the gargoyle bird girl and this human bird girl that starts out as them being, like, catty about the shit they wear and ends with, like, them explaining, like, oh yeah, like, how do you deal with whenever I get stressed, I get these stress bands on my feathers, which are a thing. And this girl's like, my feathers are white, so I can kind of hide it, but I'm getting older and it's becoming more of an issue. And the gargoyle girl is like, oh, a lot of my, like, the beading and decoration I do on my feathers is actually just a weave. Like, they're fake and stuck into my gargoyle hide because it's much easier to work on that. I don't know. This just seems like something you would find fun.
That is cute. I do like that. I appreciate just any, like, world building where you actually, like, pay attention to something like that. That, like, something with tieflings, I feel, doesn't get explored, which I think this kind of, like, taps into a little bit with what you were saying, is tieflings are born of devil blood, right? Mm-hmm. And yet everyone always, like, and I get it, it's like, it's you know, it's the vibe people want, it's the reason you play a tiefling, right? Is to play character with horns, tail, and different colored skin. I get it, right? But, like, have you seen some of the devils out there in the D&D, like, monster manual? The ice devil is a big bug, and there's chain devils, and there's some fucking crazy shit where you could, like, really play around with some of, like, the weird shit that your character has going on. Like, imagine being a chain devil tiefling, and you're just like, yeah, no, I have to deal with the fact that my body grows chains naturally. Or that I look more like a bug, even though I'm a devil.
Mm-hmm.
Or that yeah, exactly, chat. Maraliths, their lower half's a snake. They're like Naga, basically. Rakshasas, too. You could be a Tiger Man and be like, yeah, you could be a Tiger Man tiefling and be like, yeah, I actually kind of get by okay, because most people assume that I'm just a fucking, what's the name of the cat people?
Khajiit.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. They assume that you're the fucking cat people, right? Tabaxi, thank you. They just assume I'm a Tabaxi, but then, like, I just have to keep my hands hidden, basically.
Tabaxi is what I do whenever I'm Vixen's playing a game on a stream, and I won't shut up about how she should be playing it.
Sometimes I'm a Tabaxi, too. I had to hold back a little bit when doing the ice polar. It wasn't polar bear. There was a polar bear on it, but, like, it was mainly the fox, the Arctic fox.
That's the one in Greece, right? What are you talking about? You're talking about Gardevoir, right? Gardevoir?
God, you got us so fucking good with that one. I still can't believe that.
There was something about how everyone's accent was, like, sort of, like, tinged whenever they said Gardevoir.
No, you were right. It was funny. Sometimes people get you. You have to watch out.
Hey, gang. I'm like weirdly tired, so I'm gonna head out.
Okay.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Have a good night. Bye bye.
Good night.
Oh, Velvet got me some more Yajas. I'm gonna respond to these later, Velvet. Look at. My gut likes bottom middle. And bottom left.
I like she cool.
Yeah, she's such a fucking savvy character. She ooh-woos. Which is not necessarily a savvy thing, but ooh-woo.
I mean, I am a prolific user of :3 as one of my preferred text emotes. So I appreciate an ooh-woo.
No, it still isn't right.
Man, the white hair blue design though reminds me of because I really like a lot of Weiss's designs in Ruby, but
Yeah.
she also had a distinct problem when it came to her designs, where her second design came along and it was oh, okay, this one's better or at least as good as her previous design, and then it's just been all downhill. It just keeps each successive outfit design of hers just gets worse, in my opinion.
Yeah, she's when we were doing So This Is Basically Ruby, I kept drawing okay, now Weiss does this, and I was making jokes because Weiss doesn't win a battle until volume fucking 7. It's so funny.
Yeah, insane.
She fights some bees and it's a draw. And that's her. But that happens, and I was okay, draw Weiss getting beaten up, and then we need someone to be tied up by the villains. We've already established that Weiss is useless, so use her. And I was the fact that you are drawing Weiss and everything Oz draws is cute. And I was looking at it, I was I gotta be honest, I wonder if anyone's gonna watch this and see that we keep drawing the rich blonde adjacent because it's white hair girl tied up and think I'm some kind of weirdo about it. And Oz goes, I wasn't gonna say anything, buddy. I was just looking at your storyboards. And it's I swear this was not intentional. Such devastation. This was not my intention.
Unfortunately, sometimes as someone myself where it's look, I talk about this shit a lot. Sometimes people will be oh, in a sex way. I'm just no guys, not everything. I'm not that way about everything. Calm down.
I'm gonna
sometimes it's just a bit.
Really quick, I'm gonna run downstairs and say goodnight to Amy before she falls asleep.
All right.
So I guess
All right,
BRB on here. If I can.
We'll handle the Shad. All right, Shad. Prepare to be entertained. You like video games?
Who likes videos game?
You like a Pokemon?
I like Pokemon.
Oh my god, you should tell us about it.
It's engagement. I'm doing it.
There's monsters in it. That's my favorite
No
part
way.
about it. Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Actual point of conversation in regards to this, actually. I was thinking the other day, because I can't remember which game of the monster catcher variety that had come up in conversation, but I was looking at it and it has the similar vibes that pretty much all of them do, of cute and very, very stylized, and which is fine and it's very good, don't get me wrong. I understand that's why a lot of people like the monster catchers. And I had this distinct realization of I've played Pokemon enough in my life that I've established that I do like this type of game. I just don't like pretty much most of the ones on offer. And I was if someone made a monster catcher where you're catching like weird, fucked up, actual monsters. And I don't mean like, oh, a chimera or like a no, I mean like Bloodborne shit. If it was a monster collector of Bloodborne shit, I'd be down. I'd be so here for that.
I once drafted a monster catcher where they all started cute, and then if you chose evilly, you could fuck them all up into being Bloodborne shit.
Ooh.
Also, fair point on Shin Megami Tensei. But the main difference there is that is not the main reason that you are playing Shin Megami Tensei. It is a JRPG first.
It depends on, like, I really liked Devil Summoner.
That's true. Nocturne's pretty like monster catchy. Though you can not do that. That is possible.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, I do like those aspects of the game. My favorite part of those games, whenever I've played them, has been the demons and then combining them and doing all of that shit, right? Which is probably why I was like, oh shit, if they actually did that, I'd be super into it. But like you said, it's a thing of Shin Megami Tensei is not advertised and put forward as a monster catching game. It is a JRPG with monster catching as a mechanic and such. It's a big difference, and I'm talking Pokemon but Eldritch Bloodborne shit. Full on.
Okay.
I'm back.
Welcome back. I still put down World of Final Fantasy as one of my favorite monster catchy games. Though, like, going through my list of just like, oh, these are my favorite games, it's actually surprising how many Pokemon games are on there and how much I truly loved and played those games. Just from Pokemon Pearl, I opened up the game to check the time. Over 2,000 hours.
Ugh, who are you, my sister?
No.
What?
No.
Oh, sorry, I got excited. Never mind.
What?
I haven't seen her in so long. It's been days.
The goldfish are doing well.
Aaron?
Let's see.
Also, yeah, somebody in chat said, would you want it to be light-hearted or dark and edgy? I guess this is the other side of it, right? I appreciate, again, the lighter-hearted tone of monster catching games, but I think the way that I would like it is if it was, fucked up, weird eldritch monster catching, and I don't want it to be dark and and they explode in blood, but I would enjoy if it was hey, the context of this is that we are some kind of weird, fucked up, dark mages, and there is some kind of fucked up stakes going on where yeah, we're battling and not oh, you die, but there is something of similar gravitas and reason that you are employing weird eldritch beings that you are yeah, we have to do this. But that's the thing. But the aesthetic isn't there for me. I'm a slut for aesthetics. It has to look a way that I think looks cool.
Okay.
And I acknowledge that Yu-Gi-Oh does look cool, but not cool. It doesn't look cool to me. Is the thing.
Yeah. There's no Bloodborne spice to it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I miss Pokemon Pinball. Everybody play that one?
I used to love that one.
Pokemon.
I played Pokemon TCG Game Boy game though.
TCG.
It was good.
Friends. My friends. I've never met other people who have.
Really?
Not in the people I used to hang around with. I mean, I got it from the guy who played it, but he was like, "This sucks. You can have it," and I was like, "Okay." And I
That game
played it,
had
and I
my
was like,
boy
"This is pretty good."
Imakuni in it, man. And
It
that
also had,
song that played when Imakuni was in the fucking room always pops up in my brain on occasion.
Made me feel some kind of way.
No.
It has one of the best soundtracks on a Game Boy I've ever heard. It's so good.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, is this... I missed it. Is this trading card game or the pinball?
Yeah.
The
The Game Boy.
Pokemon trading card Game Boy game.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
Will also played that.
Where have you guys been my whole life?
Where are your
Playing
friends?
Pokemon TCG for the Game Boy.
Literally 4 hours ago, I posted this on my game list.
Oh,
Legitimately.
fantastic.
Sequel has a fan translation. I didn't know there was a sequel.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. For the trading card game? I thought you meant the pinball one. But
Maybe.
I didn't know,
I don't know.
there was the trading card one.
I also played the trading card game as a kid and did not get it and could not play it.
The actual like real life card game, I had a hard time really like getting into. But the Game Boy game is so good. It has
real life card
exactly.
game- The real life card game I feel like is easier to understand and play now. Like the modern card game is much easier to get into.
Anti-Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh,
Yes.
I played Yu-Gi-Oh back in the day. I'm big anti Yu-Gi-Oh now.
No, you finish your point before I move on. Go ahead, carry on.
So I think Yu-Gi-Oh's biggest downfall is somehow one turn encapsulates all of the worst elements in a game that could possibly be done. Where it's basically pseudo decided on turn 1. It takes forever, and the entire point of a person's turn 1 in Yu-Gi-Oh! In modern day is to prevent the opponent from actually playing the game.
Mm-hmm. That's why I don't like Yu-Gi-Oh! It is a game that encourages what is called solitaire play, where you're simply telling your opponent to sit down and shut up while you play as many cards as you physically fucking can until you hit your win con. And that sucks. Like, obviously there's going to be, like, different, like, standards and different, like, you know, sets of, you know, like, legality and what cards you're using, that kind of thing. But for the most part, that's the majority of what I've seen happen in Yu-Gi-Oh! And, like, I will also throw out there, hey gang, make keywords! Make keywords! Stop writing 5 paragraphs for shit that already has an established presence as a mechanic. And, sorry, go ahead.
Do you know what is the best thing that they have done for, at bare minimum, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Online game, like, Master Duel? You know what the best thing that they have done and have not continued with?
What?
I'm not quite sure if it's named this, but speed duels. And I don't mean the format called speed duels. I mean, there is a clock on the side that is 5 minutes long that you can take your turn on, and that does not include animations, which honestly extends it by like 2.5 times. There is a format that they put into the game. Instead of 300 seconds, it is 30 seconds. And it is hysterical for anyone playing modern decks to basically not be able to finish their combo or go overtime. And what happens when it hits 0? It doesn't end your turn. You lose.
Oh, fuck. That's a good way to deter it.
So, that one is awesome. Yeah, chess clock Yu-Gi-Oh! Would be the best. I think that would fix out a lot in what modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Has.
I can see that. Yeah, there's too much spending a million fucking years playing your combat art, basically. But like, I will throw out there really quick. Magic the Gathering currently has the opposite problem, where they have started to keyword so many things that are non-intuitive that it has made the game more difficult to access for newbies. It's one thing to be like, oh, flying. I can intuit what that means. It probably means that things that aren't flying can't interact with it in some way, right? Yeah. What about trample? Oh, maybe it can like run over other creatures in some way? That makes sense. Amass orcs. Huh?
Probably orc tokens, maybe?
I'm gonna be real, I still don't remember what Amass orcs does, but there's a lot of stuff like, and like, committing a crime is now like a quote, like a term, a key phrase of committing a crime, and it's just not intuitive at all. Yeah, we're not going to get into the incessant crossover stuff. Everyone fucking hates it, and they're stupid for it.
So in Skip-Bo.
Go on.
The meta, not great.
Is Skip-Bo the one where you play 0 and it rotates the hands?
Skip-Bo is the one where it's Uno, but the game, it's like Candyland Uno, where the game's over once the decks are shuffled and drawn. Don't worry about it. Skip-Bo.
I don't love him, Skip-Bo.
Thanks for inviting me to your party. And I got chicken in a pan.
Pan-fried chicken? That sounds delightful, Skip-Bo.
And another thing I hate about Skip-Bo. I think Amy's probably about to start her period, and she's getting hit with pain, so she's just like, I'm gonna lay down and veg out.
Fair enough.
Valid.
Poor thing. No. Fuck you, YouTube. I don't care that I have an ad blocker on. Suck my dick.
Oh.
Homeboy out here announcing his girlfriend's period. I think it should be more normal to.
It is, yeah.
To say
it's
when
50% of the population.
It's also like, you know, it's not as like a secret that it happens to people. It's just fucking, you get fucked up randomly. Yeah. So
it's a normal thing.
You know, not to sound like me, I think she needs a feather boa.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Everyone I ever
harshly endorse this.
Everyone I ever draw has a feather boa.
Oh.
God, I fucking 3 houses. So hang on. So in Fire Emblem 3 houses, there's like an evil lady, and they like, in the first route I played, she didn't really do anything, and then the second route I played, you get to see like her portrait. Like, it's like, over on the other side of the continent, this lady is causing problems, but you won't deal with her in this route, and she looks like this. And I was like, okay, I assume she'll be the villain in the other route, because like that would make sense. No, she shows up for one map and then dies. So it's like, okay, and the route is the same, but so they end up, you see her in a cutscene And they're like, here she is. And I was like, oh, I didn't think she'd look like that.
Yeah, yep, that's who I thought it was. She is very breasted boobily.
That is lingerie. What is? But why?
Because you got a breast boobily.
And it's like, I always be saying this. I don't understand. I don't think that, like, Japan especially. Yeah, fuck them. Truly, I don't think Japan understands that, like, did you know it's hot to show off characters wearing hot outfits, like, that are hot? Like, just, you can wear a whole outfit that covers your skin, and it can still be hot. Like, hotness is not a percentage value of how much surface area of your body is visible. And it makes me so angry. And like,
there's a lot of trouble in terms of repression and attitude towards sex in a different way to the West.
Yeah, it's like okay, like if you want her to be an over the top whatever seductress evil lady, you can still give her, like, she can even still have like kind of a big boob set. That's fine. Because I don't know, women who are sexual are evil. Because I'm from 1825. But, like, you could just give her, like, you could cover all this shit with fluff, and, like, you know, like, I saw the top of her, and she's got lipstick and an expression that's like, I'm sexual, in a way that, like, the other characters didn't have. So it's like, okay, she's gonna be the sexual character. I don't know, I just wasn't expecting it to be that bad. I never learn.
No, it is, like, it's one of those things of just, like...
Okay.
It's so strange because we are obviously, like, ingratiated into a completely different culture, being, you know, having been raised in the West, and so there is a lot of shit that, like, obviously we have identified as, like, hey, really bad, and, you know, there is very similarly the same attitude of, like, oh, sexy women who like to have sex are evil. It's like a fucking trope, and it sucks. But there's a very different flavor and vibe of it in Japan, which it's, like, very strange to encounter because you're not used to it, and I definitely agree. There was a period recently where we watched a bunch of anime to catch up on because we were like, hey, we've heard some good stuff about, like, these shows, and then we tuned into them, and they were just, they were L after L of just like, why do you keep doing this? Please, it's such a different subsect of problems that Japan has with their attitudes towards sex and women. And I'm not saying that we're better. We're like just a different kind of shit, but
you know what? You know what? I'll say it. We are better. We're fucking bad. We're better. I'm just gonna say it.
I think it's differently bad. I think that we have just been surrounded by enough people who are, like, kind of chill, you know, about this stuff. I have learned that there is a lot of instances where I just kind of get used to the fact that I hang out with people who are cool and have decent opinions about this shit. But occasionally I get blindsided by, casual misogynist remark, which sucks ass in the West.
I think, while both are failing grades, I think that America's Megan Fox in a swimsuit in front of a Transformer flavor of sexism is better than Japan's, which is so aggressively skewed towards children. I think it's better. Anyway, real quick.
Yeah.
So,
great lead in.
So, okay. So this is just being like, Trails series that is just like, we love this, we love being like, don't you love these sexy anime girls? Download the swimsuit pack of all the children. Yes, even these two who are like 14 when you meet both of them, and you get to go on swimsuit dates, and they're always like, don't you like this, you pervert? And then they've got this girl whose name is Claire, and she's a whole bag of worms as a character, but she shows up in this outfit, and I was like, that's fan service. This is a cute outfit. And she's running around and looks like good on her model. And I was like, that's nice. That's a cute little outfit.
That's a good outfit.
And fucking, like, I don't know, when they're like, and they do it because they do it every time. They're like, she comes out in that winter gear and someone's just like, put your, like, her eyes are up here, Reen, or whatever. Don't look at her. And I was like, this is the first time you've ever called me out, because I was actually looking at her and going, yeah, that's a pretty cute outfit. But it sure was the first time. I don't know.
Yeah. No, the child sexualization shit is just indefensible. It's like, don't get me wrong. We have our fair share of that over here in the West as well. Not to the same level.
I think that, like, I'm a man, so I don't really get to be the expert, but I think in America, at least, the issue is more about treating women as property to be won or owned or given away. Like, don't come near my girl, or like my daughter, I'm gonna shoot you with my gun kind of stuff. And it's a lack of treating women like people and the agency, which is really bad. But in the West, like in Japan, I can't even say anywhere other than Japan, because the only one I know is Japan, but it's just like, don't you want to fuck your sibling who is a child? And it's like, can you chill out?
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, you'll be watching something, it'll be like, hey, there's some really interesting questions, like this character's in a different body than they were born in.
Yep.
And there's some interesting questions about, like, they swapped genders and they don't really like it. And you're like, that's kind of an interesting question to pose. And then it's like, yeah, and it's their sibling's body. And it's like, okay, that's weirder. But
there's still, like, some questions that you could ask which are interesting in terms of, like, what that does to you psychologically. And then it finishes you off with and he's into his sister, so he kind of likes it.
And it's like, okay.
Yeah, no, that fucking sucked. Which especially sucked, because the rest of the show, Heavenly Delusion, in case it wasn't clear, the rest of the show, really fucking interesting. Really interesting shit that they were doing. And then we saw that and we were just like, okay, no, we're done.
We're done. Goodbye.
Oh. Heavenly Delusion, God, what a fucking promising show that decided, hey, how about we put you off in the most shitty way possible.
More book club when? Sometime in January, I think? I don't know. Aloha's gonna be moving in January now, so we'll have to see. Yeah, no, I'm with you there, Doe in the Woods. I was talking about this problem and someone tried to define it as a cultural difference and a difference in comedy, and I straight up said, I don't care if it's your culture, you're wrong. I agree with that. Because, like, there's so much, like, I mean, I live in America. No, I don't. I was born in America. We have, like, this huge fucking media empire that leaks into, like, every other culture. So there's a lot of things where people are like, that's really weird, but I guess it's an American thing. But if people are like, that's dumb in America, it's like, you're right. That is really stupid that that's the thing we do. And, like, just because something's a cultural norm doesn't mean it's beyond reproach. Just, like, like, it was normal once to beat left-handed children in America because they had the devil in them. That doesn't make it okay. It was insane. That was a stupid thing people did. And the fact that we're displaced in time from that does not make it less stupid.
Still fucking crazy.
The Radionic Revival, Stadler from the Muppets. The only heavenly delusion I had was that this shit would be good.
It did feel that way.
That's really funny. Okay, but I actually did have the devil in me. All right, well, not all of us can be so lucky, okay? Okay. Opera gloves for sure. I love this fucking slut. She's so funny. There...
Slut affectionate brackets.
There is... Okay. So I don't think... This doesn't matter, and it's a support conversation. The redheaded character... A big... Actually, that's relevant to what we're talking about. A big thing about this game is the concept of taking the good from the other part, like other countries and other cultures, and bettering your own civilization to be, like, reflected in that way. And I don't mean, like, physical resources. I mean, like, hey, here's a thing we do that causes a lot of strife. You know, normally, like, you know, anyone in America being like, we could just do healthcare. We could do single-payer healthcare. Most other countries do it, and it works. We could do it. But the big issues are... whoa. So, I don't know where B went. B's country is extremely, like, gender positive. Yeah, I love this art. B's country is extremely gender positive, extremely open to LGBTQ stuff. But it's got, like, a caste system, and anyone who's non-human is fucked, and then randomly, just, like, if you are born into... It's got, like, a nobility system, so if you're born a slave... If you're born a street rat, you'll die a street rat. If you're born a noble, you're better. So it's got that. And then Ranya's country, she's the other girl, Red, is a meritocracy. But it's also, like, a fucked up meritocracy that's hyper-colonial and expansionist and very revisionist towards history. And it's really bad. So the plot is functionally both countries being destroyed and reformed in ways that are better. And it's a story about what you can do and cannot do from being inside the system. And there's a scene... with this girl, this lady, Crenshaw, as her teacher, that you can unlock, where she grew up with the main antagonist, who is Ranya's grandmother, and decides to side with Ranya for reasons I'm not going to go into. But she's always kind of a wild card and a freak, and she's like, hey, if you do well on your studies, darling, then sure, you can, like, I'll tell you whatever you want to know about. Her grandma's name is Ysaren, which is spelled like this. But she calls her Sarah, and she's like, oh, I'm surprised Grandma didn't just teleport here to smack you in the face for not, like, addressing her by her title. And she's like, oh, there's so much you don't know about your grandma. So the reward for doing their bond together is you get a bunch of dirt on the grandmother. And at one point in that conversation, Ranya's thing is that she's gay and she's treated like a fucking monster her whole life, to the degree that, like, she's uncomfortable with it. Like, she's not out. She would be killed if she was outed. It's that kind of country. So she's just like, yeah, I don't think about it. And if you do their support at a certain point, she and Crenshaw are talking, and Crenshaw kind of lets on. She's like, yeah, I don't really care. And here's a reason I really think your grandmother is a piece of shit. And I appreciate what you're doing because it's making the world safer for women like you and me. And she's like, and Ranya's like, oh, women like you and me? And, like, are you also interested? And this girl's like, oh my God, Ranya, I've eaten more pussy than you've had birthdays. And she's like, oh my God, don't say that to me.
Oh dear. Yeah, no, extreme vibes of a character I had in Chromarai with this character.
Is it that same Greedling looking guy you showed me the other day? Or is it something
Greedling? Oh no, not him. No, not Maroon. No. I'm talking about Cordelia, the other one I showed you, who was the who was in the red dress with a big vape. Took me a second to know what you meant, because I was just like, hold on, quality, picturing Greedling in my head, closed eyes, okay, yes, got it. It's Maroon. Speaking of the Pokemon TCG soundtrack, it's just come up on my playlist. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, and they have like a little bit of a conversation about Crenshaw's like, oh yeah, it must have sucked to be you because you're to be you, Rania, because you're like just straight up into women. And Crenshaw's like, I'm bi, so at least it was easier to pass. And also my job, like I would get hired to honeypot people, and like I would get to do it for the government, and they'd be like, you have to do this disgusting thing. And she was like, oh no, that's so bad.
No, it's interesting when it comes to world building stuff like that, just like finding the various stuff to futz around with. I very much did the same thing when it came to, you know, I would say the Getting Savvy world, but it's the Chromarai world at this point. I just don't have any affinity for Getting Savvy at all. It was a maligned and misguided project on my part. But Chromarai I actually enjoy, and it's finished, and it's viewable, and I like how it went. But I very much came up with like it wasn't super relevant, but it was relevant enough to enough aspects of the game, because like the city of Domina City, like various characters, and the main plot in the game was to do with like gangs, and I don't know if you know this, but gangs gangs happen for socio-political reasons, and you sort of have to think about that a little bit, of like what is the nature of the country that they are in, that they have ended up with big gangs that are akin to the Yakuza in this place. And so, you know, here I am thinking of, okay, so this country is probably a dictatorship, although it is probably, quote, what's the word? Benevolent, big quotation marks around it, where it's like the guy who is the dictator is doing a good job and being like mostly chill about it, but has a lot of places where he is definitely not chill about it. And like it was very interesting to put it all together as a result. And like it was very much this thing of, okay, I actually more have to think about the person and character of Regis Rexus, because I'm being blunt.
That's okay. There's a villain in this game who's the Act 1 simple villain named Rex Rusticus, who's a fucking evil skeleton. So can you guess what color he is?
Oh, I wonder. But yeah, no. Regis Rexus, the dictator of the country that Domina City is in, I basically had to think about, like, okay, what are this guy's, like, beliefs and everything, and basically just implementing that as, like, what would his regime be, basically. And so, no, it's interesting. World building in that way does require a lot of thinking, like, you know, on bigger scales, although I will say, don't get carried away with it. I used to always get really carried away with world building until I started to kind of realize there's a lot of shit where you can just go, it's like this because I need it to be like this for the story, and that's fine.
Yeah. You doing all right, Lenti? You haven't said anything for like an hour. She died.
She dead.
Yes, hello, I'm Lenti.
Hello, Lenti.
Oh my god.
I am here.
No way. How's Christmas?
Not even just how's things. How's Christmas? She might have.
You guys making fun of me?
No, we were asking where you were.
Good. It's just concerned you hadn't said anything in a hot second.
I went to go piss.
For like an hour?
Yes.
Oh. All right. You okay?
Yeah, I pissed for a long time.
Okay.
And I got a Capri Sun.
I hope those aren't related. Gotta refuel.
I need more piss.
Gotta reload.
I just imagine it was some sort of reward.
You take a long piss, and then you can have a Capri Sun.
Ah, yes, my longest pee. I believe it was December 20th, 11 p.m. Okay, you did a good job asking an embarrassing question, but...
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
Oh my god. Yeah, this drawing's turning out okay.
It is.
This lady is a freak and a monster. She should probably have smaller hands. You know, I don't really draw. I more carve. I just like carve lines until I'm like, come on, work. That's the right width.
No, I feel that. I have a part of that in my process for line work as well. I get it. Man, not to talk about my own game and world or whatever.
Yeah, what the fuck? This is my stream where I'm supposed to be the one doing that for 7 hours.
Yeah, no, but if there's one thing which was quite interesting, fun, you know, just intriguing and something which I still think about when it comes to making the characters for Chromarai, like, it was definitely the idea of trying to craft characters, and this was not for all of the characters. There was a number of characters where I just made them like uncomplicatedly someone who is likable and is just like, hey, yeah, that's, you know, you don't have to be conflicted about liking them. Mm-hmm. But there was a number of characters where it's like, okay, these are gang members. They are explicitly not just killers, but people who kill for unjustified reasons which are driven by either profit or power, right? And having to bridge the gap for some of them to make them sympathetic / like a person you want to see more of, and also making other characters who are, you know, in the case of the villain, someone who is just flat out all in all unlikable, but still feels like a person and is human. That is always an interesting process, because I don't know about you, Jello, or anyone else for that matter, whenever I make any character, there's a temptation to make the character, like, appealing in as many ways as possible, because, like, they're your Blorbo, and you don't want them to be, like, you know, you don't want anyone to dislike them, but you sometimes have to be like, no, they will be more interesting and more likable if you actually kind of make them awful in a lot of ways and bad people in a lot of ways. And that was a really interesting process for a lot of characters. It's fun because it very much ends up with situations where you're improvising as that character or you're writing that character. And because you have developed this level of like, okay, here are the lines they are willing to cross. Here are the things that they do which other people would not, or that make them exceptionally bad in this particular way. Oh, they're doing things that I would not expect, or the way they would react to a situation I have written is a thing I would not normally think to write. And I had a lot of moments like that in Chromarai of just being like, huh, I guess that is how they would react, huh?
Yeah, not to be boring, but good writing is just when you let the characters write themselves. You're not writing them, they're actors, and you're writing down their decisions. And if you do that, they will be consistent and good. And it's kind of a give and take of like, well, I need this to happen, because that was my plan. And sometimes you have to be like, okay, how do I not change the character but still have that happen? Or sometimes you have to be like, well, maybe I need to change the character to make that happen. But more often I'm just like, okay, that cannot happen anymore because that is not how the character is. That's my main reason I have trouble with the Ace Attorney games, because they'll just like throw away character motivation and personality
for the sake of a plot point.
And it's like, okay, that's bad writing.
No, there's it's a massive help in any project to, like, you don't have to do this. You don't have to do it super in depth for every single fucking character. There is a level in which you do it according to how important a character is. Like, I had a fucking side character show up for literally a side mission, and you don't need to build that character in the same depth as one of like your main 6 NPCs. But I did need to know
main 6 ponies active.
Whoa! Oh my god! Twilight Sparkle, Pinkie Pie, the joke. Anyway,
the joke. It's
it's so funny. But no, so I didn't need to know like everything about this character, but I did need to know, okay, this is a teenage kid who is repeatedly creeping into the apartment building of like, you know, office workers and throwing dog shit at their car's windscreens. Why is he doing this? I need to at least understand what is driving him as a person in that regard. And so I just came up with, you know, teenager who has understood exactly one aspect of societal, like, inequality and has not applied it properly. And, like, that was all I needed to understand what he was like as a character. And it helped in exactly one way, which was when he got into a literal fight, he was not willing to literally have a fight about it. So he, like, had a little scuffle, and he was like, okay, man, whatever. Had a brief conversation about, like, this is bullshit. The people who make money, they're like, you know, like that, you know, which is a genuine point. And then the protagonist to be like, these are office workers, my man. They are not the people you need to worry about.
Hey, real quick, Vixen, can you send me a picture of your cool goth glasses and the glasses chain?
Sure. Let me see.
I'm gonna steal
Title
them.
Torrent, you nailed the spelling first time. That is genuinely impressive. There are people who have followed the series who fuck up the spelling, which, granted, it's not an easy to spell word. It's on my Twitch channel at the moment, Eternal_Savvy, as VODs. It's got a collection that you can check out with just all of the episodes. I am uploading them to YouTube soon, though, so they will be on my main channel as well.
But Savvy, how am I supposed to watch something on tabletop if it's not epithet erase themed?
I mean, it is in an epithet world. I just divorced it entirely from epithet erased.
But if you do that, no one will watch it, Savvy. Where are you going?
I'm leaving, and I'm locking you in forever, Jello. You'll never make another joke again, so long as I can help it.
Let me out of here.
No, we've trapped you forever. You're an SCP now. Sorry.
I'm sending you a variety of chain options because I have multiple.
Okay.
No more jokes. He's unfunny now. Point and laugh.
Unfunny now? I'm a video essayist, and I'm here to make my coin. Oh, get out.
Savvy, do you have a VOD of the JJK PowerPoint? I do! You're gonna have to go on a bit of a scavenger hunt, though, because I made it,
I made
private.
it up. It's not real.
It's not. It's bullshit. Our boys fluffed this one up in the writer's room. No, you're gonna have to go to my Twitch and find a link to my Discord, because, funny enough, when you upload something with a divisive title about a very popular anime, it gets traction, and it started hitting a spike, and I was like, nope, because it was already getting shitty comments from the people I did not want to be finding the video. So,
That's so
it
funny
is- it
because
is-
like your takes, I watched that with Amy at Aram's when we were in Texas, and I was like, this feels pretty mild in a lot of ways. And Savvy's really putting that video essayist like, I'm trying to be fair, mustard in front of everything, which I think is a waste of time.
No, I realize now that like, because it's even a rule that I learned myself off of this isn't like fully applicable, but I'm gonna quote it anyway because it is genuinely a good piece of advice. Hazel, who is like one of my top 5 YouTubers, top 3, let's be real. She in one of her Q&A videos said, I have learned that I do not need to qualify why I am talking about something. Just talk about the thing you want to talk about. You don't need to, like, be coy about, like, well, I know this thing is obscure. No, I just talk about it. And I knew that, and I still decided to put a bunch of preface at the beginning of that JJK rant, and, like, I'm not saying I shouldn't have, but in retrospect, there is a level of, like, I probably didn't need to do that.
where does the chain go? Like, behind your neck? Where does it rest?
It rests behind the neck, yeah.
Okay.
It's for if it fall off, it don't fall.
Yeah. I used to wear a glasses chain as well. I should get a new one.
We get it. You two are hot. Calm down.
Wow.
Lamau.
Which two?
Puts my hand on
Vixen
Pip's
go to the
shoulder and
corner.
looks sadly at him.
Oh.
Pip, I have no idea what you look like.
Oh.
I'm now imagining Vixen and I drawn in that meme pose of the two girls like leaning on each other and laughing.
You know what's one of my favorite? It gets
Which
used
one
as
am
a
I?
format.
You're the third girl, Piff.
Oh yeah.
Taking the photo. It's it's like kind of a format, but the implied context is that someone got sent a dick pic and like to a girl who was at a party, so she has every other girl at the party looking at the picture and going, ha ha ha, how are you so small, which, you know, no size shaming, that's no good, but the oh my god, how are you so small of multiple women like worm's eye viewing a camera is really funny.
It's such a good image for just like...
It's way funnier when you repurpose it as like
Yeah.
you're
Short
talking
people.
about someone physically being tiny.
Yeah.
But like not like, oh, you're just like short, as in like ant-sized or
Yeah, like really
gnome-sized.
tiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. It's really funny.
How are you so small?
How are you so small?
What was I saying?
I'm not the person to ask. I can't even remember what I'm saying.
I think I derailed Jello saying we're talking about freaking chain glasses and saying that there are two hot people, and I was like, which one?
Which one?
Yeah, but there was something before that. Oh, I don't know. Well, hey, this is just my normal existence. I'm sure I will remember at the dead of night a week from now.
Oh man, let's see before that. You were talking about, I think I think farther back your campaign.
Right, Chromerite. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you can find that on my Twitch in a collection. I will be uploading it to YouTube shortly. I keep fucking forgetting to start doing that, but I'm going to. I think specifically what I wanted to lead into with like talking about people who are bad people who are still like interesting characters that you want to like see shit happen about. For me, my two most interesting characters to think about were Lloyd and Tox. Lloyd is part of a gang which is the equivalent of the Yakuza in my universe called the Symposium, where like they explicitly will like kill people for money, for like just not paying like protection dues and shit like that, right? which is awful. And he has been the person ordering those kills or straight up perpetrating those kills himself, right? Like, it's not negotiable that is awful to do as a human being. He has killed people who are in dire need of money.
My video essay, he's actually a little meow meow.
He's actually a little meow meow. I mean, I mean, he does. I definitely did put his best foot forward in that regard. But like, there was a lot of places where I did have to consider that because, you know, he is someone who was willing to cross the line, and so he did have moments where he was talking to the main character and was like, hey, we're in a situation where, like, I know the kind of person you are. You want a killer? I am. You need to be ready for this. And, like, encouraged it, basically. And then you have Tox, who is literally, like, a body cleanup specialist who also will kill people for, like, finding them cleaning up a body or something. Like, innocent people who have walked in on it by some happenstance. Tox, I think, was the most weird one to think of a lot of the time, because they were interacting with, quote, normal people, and they were by far one of the most scummy and shitty people who was generally around and expected to be a friend.
Sorry if I'm a little non-responsive. I'm trying to imagine how a bladed fan works. Good night, Lovey.
Good night.
You know what? Just for that, I'm liking my own comment later. Me when I self-own is a bit. Liking my own comment to own the libs.
No. This isn't the way.
Piff in the woods with a map.
I like my own comments because I agree with the things I say.
Oh.
Very good.
I don't think I've agreed with a single thing I said.
Do you agree with that?
No.
It's very funny people keep thinking someone that's not me is drawing these.
Oh. You draw?
Not anymore. He doesn't do that anymore.
Not anymore. We made it up.
We made it up. It never
Me with
happened.
this cigarette in my mouth on the phone, looks back,
The
refocuses on Cello standing there.
What are this old person's pronouns, and are they single? People on Tumblr looking at Stanford Pines. She, her. She'll fuck you.
Hmm.
She might kill you, though. Careful.
Hmm. Is it like a coin flip, or is it like...
I mean, it's not either or.
Okay.
Does that change the interest rate?
For me, no. No, not really.
Okay. Oh, don't put that on Savvy. I don't recall if you answered this, Savvy, but will you do a part 2 of the JJK lecture now that the manga's over?
So I did say this, I think, briefly at the end of the first essay. I eventually intend to read the manga. I am not fucking strong enough to do that right now. I cannot express how much it took out of me to do that. Like, I got very fucking heated in that video, in that fucking stream. And it's because it bothers me a lot. And you know what? I don't generally like I don't like to try to attribute certain things to myself where possible, because like I just think it's better to just act and let people judge how they feel about you and whether they want to associate with you. But like I don't need to tell you that I'm a funny person. I just need to tell jokes, and if you find them funny, you find them funny. But I do generally consider myself a mostly chill person, primarily because when I do something like that stream and get really heated, I was like on a fucking energy downer for like a week after that. It was a lot. I can't do that again. I'm not strong enough. It's gonna be like.
How are you gonna make your follow-up essay called "Jujutsu Kaisen gave me depression"?
God, it'll happen one day.
I love Amy and I had
anytime soon.
Amy and I had the same reaction upon hearing the manga ended, and the reaction was really quiet. And I was like, man, I'm surprised that he ended the manga this early, because and then Amy and I made two jokes at the same time, and mine was, I figured he'd have to wait for Chainsaw Man to end so he could rip the idea of ending his manga off, and Amy goes, I can't believe he ran out of ideas to steal from Chainsaw Man.
God. Unreal.
What's her weapon of choice? Black magic, actually, but... Hey, it's not my fault they keep fucking stealing shit from Chains. You still haven't finished Chainsaw Man Part 1, right? Savvy?
Oh, it's so hard to discuss what constitutes Part 1.
You would know if you had finished it. You have not finished it.
So, wait, I'm pretty sure I have, because...
Has the protagonist changed? You have not finished Part 1.
Okay.
It's like a JoJo part difference. It's not a question.
Okay, I think I'm getting there, though, because a big fucking thing happened, specifically in regards to the villain. Like, the villain got defeated in a really fucked up and cool way.
Okay, then you must be pretty close, yeah.
I think it's next volume, then, that I am probably gonna hit that.
Yeah, so there is I believe then you would have already encountered this scene, but it's the best scene in Chainsaw Man. And there's a fight going on in the present, and it's overlaid with something else happening to draw a really interesting, sad cinematic parallel. And it's really, really, really cool. And it's also the most egregious thing the fucking Jujutsu Kaisen guy stole. Because, like, that happened, and then, like, 1 week later... Or it wasn't 1 week. It was a little long. It was like a month or two. The Juju guy did the scene with, I don't know his name, blonde glasses man.
The office guy.
Yeah, blonde.
Wait.
I don't know. It doesn't matter. Blonde guy who dies, and he's like, I'm going to Malaysia. And I remembered seeing and that scene has some cinematic parallels with the best scene in Chainsaw Man when you get there. And, like, but the reason Chainsaw Man's works is because there's some setup for it. And it's like, oh, this is the scene this was written for. Like, it doesn't matter if you know what I'm talking about yet or not. And then Chainsaw Man's... No, Jujutsu Kaisen's guy was just like, I'll just do that. So that guy is dying fighting a bunch of demons. I don't know what they're called in Jujutsu Kaisen. And he's just curses. And he's like... Oh, I'm imagining I'm in Malaysia, which is where I want to be. And I remember when that happened, a bunch of people being like, this is such a cool, deep scene. The feelings when this character dies. And I asked Amy, I was like, I heard that's the best scene. And she's like, that dude doesn't mention Malaysia one time before that happens. And I was like, oh.
Yo.
And I was like, oh, then that means that's the worst thing he could have done. And it's and there's no reason he would do that except to rip off Chainsaw Man.
It's so funny how anytime you hit a point of praise for fucking JJK, it really do just be like that. Of just either, oh, that's just ripped off from Chainsaw Man, or, oh, there was no build-up, or the double whammy of both.
I wonder why there was no build-up. Oh, because you didn't have time to set something up since the Chainsaw Man chapter only came out 4 weeks ago. We did check. There were like 4 things. Amy was like, they keep ripping this off from Chainsaw Man, and she checked the chapter every time. It was like, yep, it's always the same rate too. It's really embarrassing.
But yeah, it's also why you'll find, chat, that like this is the extent to which I will talk about JJK now. When it gets brought up, I used to launch into points more fervently and more specifically, but like it's more just a thing of like, yup, it sucks now because I just don't have the fucking energy until I fucking go into a hyperbolic time chamber and recover myself.
Let's talk about something Marissa knows about.
Yeah.
You know Dasher. And Dancer.
That's true.
And Prancer. I know you know Vixen.
I know you know them.
Do you know Comet?
I do know Comet.
And Cupid?
Yeah, and Donner.
And what the fuck?
I know, that's like all of them.
But, do you recall the most famous this is the hardest one. The most famous
reindeer. Oh, yeah.
Dude, he's the most famous. Do you remember?
In certain circles.
By the way, Vixen, I hope it's not grating that, like, I think 60 to 70% of the shit that I send you is just, haha, funny dear.
No, I quite love it.
I'm glad.
I'm always touched when someone sees a thing and goes, Vixen, and sends it to me.
Hell yeah.
Because that's the only way I keep in touch with my friends. I'm not a hey, how you doing kind of person. I'm a here's a meme that made me think of you kind of person.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I only send you My Little Pony.
And I sat.
And mostly Odile I sat.
And Majongus.
Was that like a new name for big boobs? Majongus?
No, it was a post which is it was a mahjong game that was called Majongus, and somebody captioned it with something akin to the in the stripped club straight up joking it, and by it, let's just say Majongus.
Yeah, any post in that format gets sent to Savvy
because I like it. It's funny.
You do like it.
Club. Meow, it's not funny.
She is upset.
God, I'm scrolling through some of the shit I sent you. Do you know what fucks me up? You know the funny image I sent you?
You know Dasher.
You know Dasher. He's such a cool guy. He dashes, but
oh, you haven't heard about the allegation?
Apparently he only trots. But
Dasher is a valor-stealing bastard. Sorry.
The image I sent you of, like, the deer walking into the room saying, "Don't be mad, but I turned into a deer again." You're joking. That one... That's actually the first page of a actually pretty, like... a pretty hard-hitting comic about just having a mental health problem that you can't, like, really talk about, and you don't feel right around people. I was really taken off guard when I found that image on Tumblr, and it had a whole rest of a post. I was like, oh my god, this is actually a really, like, good commentary of trying to be around people while you have a mental health problem. And then the first page is, "Don't be mad, I turned into a deer again." You're joking.
You're joking.
This can't be how I find out about Dasher. Tumblr.
I heard that Dasher only gallops.
I heard that Dasher does his own kind of stocking stuffing, if you know what I mean.
He did what?
Who's the most problematic reindeer?
I mean, it's got to be Donner, right?
Yeah? Why would you say that? What makes you anti-Donner? that party where he threw and he ate all those guys?
Yeah. That's like where I was going with it, but I was like, I don't really know how to make the transition.
Don't worry, I'm here.
I was like, yeah, fucking in the 1840s.
Rudolph's dad kind of problematic. Depending on the movie you're watching, Rudolph's dad is one of them. Got a name? I don't know which one offhand.
I believe it's Blitzen.
Could be.
Yes, I will. I could see that there was one point to Jujutsu Kaisen which I unequivocally am just like, yes, which is I would kiss Mahito. Unfortunately, he would turn me into a horrible beast if I tried to.
What if he turned you into a pretty girl?
Then I would. Oh man, don't make me. Don't. You know, don't get my hopes up.
Oh no, it was Donner. I was right.
Donner's Rudolph's dad?
Yeah.
Mojito? Ain't that the drink with lime and mint? Me joke. I'd
like to share a mojito with Mahito, and then I'd like to have a doner kebab with Donner the reindeer.
All right.
I love the Rankin Bass wiki listing his enemies as Bumble formerly and Santa formerly.
Is that it? Because Rudolph's got some more. Rudolph's got some villains. Does it have Eon the Vulture?
This is specifically Donner's enemies.
Oh, okay. Santa formerly.
Yeah, Santa formerly.
No, that didn't happen. These fan wikis will say anything.
The artist formerly known as Santa.
Enemies for Rudolph, all right? Bumble formerly. Fireball formerly. Other reindeer formerly.
That's pretty
all of them.
I love that. That's really
As
funny.
you know.
I like that.
As we all know.
How did Fireball fuck up enough to be listed separately from all of the other reindeer?
He was a fucking... well, he has his own page.
Dude. Vixen, can you deep dive? Are there like extensive... Is there fan content of like Fireball likers?
Oh, I'm sure there are.
I think there are, but mostly in the drink variety.
I feel like Fireball gives me a bit of the vibe of that like OC deer that they added to Bambi 2.
There's a Fireball equivalent in Yam at Christmas was like, yeah, we'd never watched the Rudolph one people care about. We watched Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, the movie, which is a Golden Film movie, which are these like horrible German bad animated movies. And this one, like, I guess had money because usually for their dub, they get like 3 people and that's it, who usually don't speak English. But this one had John Goodman, Whoopi Goldberg, Eric Idle, and a bunch of other like C-listers from the 90s. And it was like, that's crazy. And we watched that. And there was a character I could only describe as Bakugo Reindeer, who was Rudolph's rival. And like, there's like a Clarice equivalent who's the girl reindeer, and she's like, I like you, Rudolph. I don't care what the other people say. Why don't you come over here and kiss me on the mouth? And we're like, oh my god, Zoe's... I'm not joking. It's like, oh my god, Zoe's really going for it. And then Bakug shows up, and he's like, hey, I'm a bad guy reindeer. And I was like, I love this. This is like my favorite unironic character type. It's like, I'm a bad guy. I sound like this. And he shows up and he's like, get away from my girl, Rudolph. And it's like, oh, well, I mean, it wasn't established you guys were an item. Are they dating? Because that kind of makes Zoe disgusting, actually, if you think about it. And then later, Bakug, he bothers Rudolph at the reindeer. They actually have reindeer games in like a coliseum, which that part I was about. And Bakugo reindeer cheats, and Zoe's like, "How could you leave him alone? We're breaking it off." And he goes, "All right, then you're not my dough friend anymore." And it's like, oh, they were dating. All right, that's again a little gross on Zoe's part, but I love that reindeer. We were looking up the cast, and it's like, who voiced them? And the guy who voiced specifically that dude, it was like dubbed in Canada, and they got the guy from the Cardcaptor Sakura dub who plays the little yellow thing that follows Sakura around, like her QB, and calls her Sakura. And I was like, that's the same voice. Comet and Cupid and Donner and Blitzen, Dasher and Prancer and Bakug.
I am fascinated by this Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer wiki. Rudolph, species reindeer, eye color black, fur color light brown, nose color red.
No way.
Dude, does everyone else have a nose color on their list, or is that just there to make him feel like a monster?
It's only on Rudolph's page.
My favorite thing about Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer being like a thing you can just make a movie about if you want and not get in legal trouble, because who cares? As long as you like buy the song rights or just don't use the song, it's fine. I love that they're always like, they never bother in any adaptation to like find a reason that people find the red nose disgusting. They're just like, haha, he has a red nose. And it's like, it's not funny.
There's nothing particularly disgusting about it. It's just red.
Like, at least it's in the 60s version, it's like so ham-fisted that you're like, okay, it's just, you know, being different. And it's like, he's a freak. And like, that's funny to me. But like, then they'll be like, it's fucking funny, he's got a nose. And you're like, it's not. It's normal. And then like, they'll have other elves who are like jolly in the background, and they'll look like this. And like, the elf will have a big red nose. And it's like, well, what's your excuse, dude?
Fucker.
He's just like, I'm just glad to not be the center of attention for a little bit.
I love
X-Men, but it's go ahead.
I clicked onto Clarice's page, and they've got like film biographies, and for Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, there's like 3 paragraphs of description of what Clarice does. And then for Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and the Island of Misfit Toys, it just says, she appears again in this film.
I don't blame them for not wanting to watch that one.
I just really like, she appears again in this film.
Is that the one with the toy taker as the villain? Because I believe she's the deuteragonist. I think she's in most scenes. So, really, really ill will for Clarice there.
I saw Mr. Cuddles and the Toy Taker listed on everyone's enemy list, and I was like, who the fuck is that?
He's like a, you know the neighborhood watch signs with the guy who's like,
This guy looks like a true Christmas hear me out.
yeah, no, he'd be a hear me out. You know, it looks like this, and it's like, watch children, and you're like, I don't think you phrased that right. The toy taker is a teddy bear who was left behind, and he's like,
I'm gonna take all the toys. I'm gonna take all of them.
hear me out neighborhood watch sign guy. Yeah, I'll give you that. That's a hear me out.
That's a hear me out.
What do you got?
Anybody in chat used to childhood simp for the Toy Taker?
He does play a flute. He's artistic. It's like a magic flute that hypnotizes toys. There's some weird shit you could be into there. Are there fan fictions?
Type of villain, tragic kidnapper.
That classic archetype.
Here are his crimes: mass kidnapping, mass toy theft, attempted murder, stalking, animal cruelty, and menticide.
All right, I'm gonna throw this out there. That is some 14-year-old making a Twitter call-out post ordering of crimes where you can lead with, like, you led with mass kidnapping. Please go over that again one more time.
Mass kidnapping, mass toy theft, attempted murder,
Okay.
stalking, animal cruelty, and menticide.
Mass toy taking does not hit as hard as murder. I don't remember him murdering anyone either, I'm just gonna say.
It was only attempted murder.
Oh, well, I don't remember him attempting it either.
Well, you also said menticide, which I assume is killing your mentor.
That's definitely not...
Menticide is a term that refers to a system of psychological manipulation and judicial corruption where a powerful person implants their thoughts and words into the minds of their victims.
Okay, that's not a real word. That is ambiguous enough as to be used in most, like, Walmarts.
Brainwashing. It's brainwashing.
Menticide. Oh, like mental. Yeah, that's not a real word. It's brainwashing. Okay.
The crime of brainwashing.
Also, aside, you can't use that suffix for something that's not murder.
Yeah.
Murder owns that one, guys.
Yeah, exactly. But I have the real question for you all. If Rudolph is, perhaps the product of a mutation, a mutant, if you would.
Okay.
When are we going to get, instead of
X-Men.
the X-Men, the X-Reindeers?
So, do you want to know the lore behind his nose?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it secretly a portal to the Punch dimension?
No. He would be a hero. No. So, the lore? So in, there are 4 canonical to the Rankin Bass Universe Rudolph movies. You probably only watched one of them, because one of them is fine and the others are dog shit. Hang on, every time I, like, start to talk, it's like, here's the loudest Fire Emblem song we have. Okay. Now I've got this extremely dire music playing, talking about Rudolph.
It's appropriate.
So, I believe it's Rudolph Shiny New Year or Rudolph. I think it's Christmas in July. So, in Rudolph Christmas in July, Rudolph and Frosty the Snowman meet finally. You've all been waiting. And Frosty has a family now. He's got a wife and kids, and their names are Crystal, Who Cares, and Who Gives a Shit. And they're like, we would really love to see, this is what Frosty sounds like, we would really love to see a summer. So they strike a deal with, like, an Ursula Little Mermaid type Christmas. Have you seen the Santa Claus is Coming to Town with the Winter Warlock? It's like that guy again with a hat on. And the Winter Warlock is like,
Yes, of course, Rudolph. Go on down, and I'll allow it. I'll cast a spell on Frosty so they aren't melting until the last firework at the final fireworks show. They'll be immune to heat.
And Rudolph's like, golly, that sounds great. Thank you so much. And he's like,
Yes, now I'll trick Rudolph, and it will be his nose or Frosty's life.
I don't feel like explaining the setup further than that. It doesn't make more sense. So, everyone in this movie is like, Rudolph, we love your nose. Your nose is awesome. And at one point, it's like revealed that there's an evil Waluigi Rudolph also, and he betrays them. And Rudolph loses his powers because he tells a lie. And so he loses hello, Will.
Hi.
And they're like, you see, Rudolph, your powers were a gift from the Aurora, like the personification of Aurora Borealis, and it's in you. He lives in you. And you so that's why your nose glows, and only the kind-hearted nose may glow. And Rudolph basically walks in on Waluigi Rudolph going like, I blew up a train car. That's not it at all, but something happens. And it's like, he's like, I stole $1 from a makeup cart and I stole the circus jewels. And everyone's like, Rudolph, did you steal the circus jewels? And he's like, I don't want anyone to get in trouble. I did. And then it's like, you're a liar, Rudolph. Your nose.
That's a what?
It's really stupid. Your nose doesn't glow anymore, Rudolph, you lying prick. And then the Winter Warlock shows up. That's not his name. And he's like, well, Rudolph, it looks like my plan has come to fruition. And you, the audience, like, when is this over? What is happening? And he's like, you see, now I am going to keep you from using your nose, and the only way you can get it back is if you save Frosty's family from my curse or something. And Rudolph's like, oh, I would like my nose to glow because people like it now, but I don't really care about it that much because if Frosty's family's gonna fucking die, he has a wife and kids. Yeah, they're all gonna die. That's the stakes. I don't really care that much about my nose. And Frosty was like, listen, Rudolph, your nose is really important. We're willing to die for your nose. And you're, again, this is such a, it's impossible to watch this movie. It was like designed to be on in the background at Christmas time. So if you like pay attention, you're like, what the fuck is going on? And then I think eventually, I don't know, like the Aurora or something is just like, Rudolph, you seem all right. I don't know what's going on. I'm not really paying attention either. I'm going to be real. I don't know how much of this I'm making up anymore. I've seen this movie about 5 times, for the record. But like only once within the last 6 years, and never again. But it's like, okay, Rudolph, here, you can have a nose laser, and I don't know, you melt the wizard and turn him into mist or some weird shit with your magic nose. All right, here I go kill it again. And the Aurora's like Santa and Mrs. Claus get there and like, we're here now. Magic. Frosty's okay. And it's like, what were the stakes of this movie? It's very weird.
Well, I think I can point out some mistakes. But, well, thanks for the Rudolph lore down.
I will.
I was explicitly asked to make the Rudolph lore dump.
Well, I didn't ask.
Will, I'm currently digging through the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer wiki, you understand? And I have come across an evildoer named the Toy Taker, also known as Mr. Cuddles. And I am absolutely enthralled by some of the fun facts they have listed about him. For example, his hobby is kidnapping and stealing toys, but that's also one of the crimes that it's also listed as crimes.
It's not really it's more like his mission. I wouldn't call it a hobby. Like,
it's not really a hobby.
He doesn't do it for fun. He's like, I got thrown. It's very Toy Story. He's like, I got delivered by Santa, and they threw me away after they got me, and I don't want toys to go through that fate, but also toys don't fucking get it. So I hypnotize all of them. What was it? I metastasize all of them. What was the stupid word?
Menticide.
Menticide. Yeah, not a real word. It's like, I do that, and then I'm gonna get them. I'm gonna get them all.
Occupation, teddy bear, thief.
Whoa.
Both of those.
First.
He was voiced by Rick Moranis, apparently.
Oh.
I'm gonna be real. If somebody listed on my page that my occupation was human, I don't know that I would agree with that. It's more just the thing I am.
Would you describe it as a hobby?
Oh, of course.
I mean, I guess you could list it as his occupation if like being a kid's toy is a job.
I guess you could list it that way, I suppose. Savvy, it's actually stuff-aside is what it's called when you are a teddy bear. That's the proper term that I just made up.
You can't just make shit up, man. Come on.
Also, there's a trivia section that's mostly like, he's similar to these characters, and then the last bullet point is, his real age is unknown, but the actor providing his voice was around 48 years old at the time.
Okay,
Cool.
that has nothing to do
Okay.
with
That-
anything.
That doesn't help very much, but
Were you simping for the toy taker? This teddy bear that's wearing the fucking Snuffkin's robe? Well, let me tell you, he might be 48. It's
All right.
possible.
it's possible.
I know you're I understand the wiki, the fun of looking at a wiki, but you can just ask me these things. Please let me use this knowledge. Also, for chat, this is what the toy taker looks like. He looks like someone Spyro would run into to get gems.
Yeah, he really
know?
does.
I'm gonna be real. Now that you've shown me this person, maybe it is a job to be a teddy bear because he does not fucking look like one.
Well,
This is twist. Are you sure you want me to show his teddy bear form?
His teddy bear form's
Go
kind
on.
of scary.
Go on. Oh. Why is it like uncanny?
Oh,
Because this is him in like he's Toy Storying, like he's playing dead. It's Toy Story rules.
huh.
This
Yeah,
is
he's scary.
my favorite. Who's your favorite Island of Lost Toys toy? Because mine is the elephant, who is demonstrably has nothing wrong with him and is
I
completely-
love the spotted elephant.
I don't know how true this is, but this is one of those stories that, like, even if it's an urban legend or it's bullshit, it's too funny not to repeat. So here, let me see if I can get a Island of Misfit Toys. Let me see if I can get the panorama. No, not the song. It's a good song. It's actually a great song, TBH.
Ooh.
Okay, some of them visible here. Okay, so the Island of Misfit Toys, they're like, we need to come up with toys that are unlovable and they suck. And this is obviously just merch, but some of the hard hitters, there's like, I'm a Charlie in the box. My name is Charlie. I'm unlovable because I'm not Jack. And it's like, okay, you can be called whatever you want. Like, all of them have such solvable problems. Probably the best one is like the cowboy riding an ostrich, which is just an awesome toy. That's like so funny. You can barely,
good.
you can see him behind.
I like the water gun that shoots jam instead of water because it's like, take the jam out.
It's like, put water in there, dude. There's like a train with square wheels, and it's like, I acknowledge that would be a little hard to play with, but you could. Like, it's more of a display train. But my favorite of all is the doll, who has nothing explicit wrong with her, yet is the spokeslady for the people. It's like if you walk up to it, I don't know, there's like a 1970s, like, hey, we used to be all like heavy quotes circus freaks, you know, like, and this is a recovery group for people who are in that life. And it's like, okay, can I talk to your representative? I want to like make a donation or whatever. And they're like, sure. And you walk up and there's just like a normal white lady. And it's like, oh, are you an ex-freak? And she'll be like, obviously. And you're like, what is you? What was the thing?
who you be.
And people,
What's going on here?
even like normal people were like, that's kind of funny. Nothing's wrong with the doll. She's very clearly just a doll. And apparently either Rankin or Bass, one of the guys who made it, who are idiots, years later, they got so sick of being asked what was wrong with the doll that in one interview, one of them got fed up and just went, I don't know, she's an alcoholic.
Like, imagine a doll where its entire selling point is that it comes with copious amounts of alcohol that it drinks.
I'm sure that exists, but as like a shitty gag gift for uncles, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Holy
yeah.
shit.
So, like, you can see, I don't know if that's real. Like, that sounds like something someone just made up, right? But, like, it is pretty funny.
It's pretty funny.
Oh,
It's an alcoholic.
Oh, Will, we
It just cuts to her shotgunning 12 beers.
we got another point in the people who were like, I thought Will was black discussion earlier, and we're like, no, he's the whitest man on earth, actually.
I am extraordinarily white.
It is. Yeah, the more you know Will, the more you're like, damn, you're like white.
What?
I'm saying this as a white guy, man.
Yeah, no, it's true.
Oh.
How do you do it?
One last thing about the toy taker before I finally close this tab. I need to read you his background. Mr. Cuddles was a teddy bear that started as a present given to Stephen and was his favorite gift that he played with. When Stephen grew up, however, he became interested in other things and forgot about Mr. Cuddles. The teddy bear was put inside a box, taken to the dump, and his parts were torn apart.
Whoa.
Dude, not my
Is he
parts.
okay?
Wanting to save other Christmas toys from the fate of being forgotten, he put on a green trench coat, an olive green fedora, sky blue mittens, and wore brown stilts, and became the toy taker.
I like that they didn't specify like brown stilts. Like that was like a really important detail.
I need to know that the stilts are brown, otherwise I'm not going to be able to picture him.
Otherwise, how am I supposed to draw him?
I swear, there's if I look up the toy taker.
I did when I was little. I saw the toy taker when I'm talking like 6 little. I thought he looked pretty cool because he is shaped like Sifrin Isat.
Yeah. Because you knew about Sifrin at that point.
I was like, this guy, in 24 years, I'm gonna love.
Yeah, you were just sitting there like playing with your toys, and suddenly your eyes roll to the back of your head. You're like, ISAT exists. You're like, oh shit, that was weird, and you went back to doing whatever you were doing.
I was sitting.
I
there...
have found the toy taker feet porn.
Okay, well that's easy shit. Can you find anything weirder?
Unimpressive.
Unimpressive.
Look, Google knows I have a weird search history and will just show me like foot shit without me even asking. And I've literally never Googled foot shit in my life. So I'm just saying it's not hard to find.
I've got some stuffing, but I feel like that's even easier.
Something all caps. What happened to hello?
I'm looking for like the one simp blog that just draws him really handsome over and over again. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Porn is easy.
Porn's easy.
You need to look on like fan fiction websites, find someone who writes toy taker stuff, and then search their username.
Okay. Let's see.
Like, it's not even like a joke though that like the porn is easy. Finding the people or like the niches of people who are like, I'm not interested in like, I mean, maybe I'm interested in the porn, but my main interest is writing slow burn situations where it's hyper specific. We're not in a cafe. We're miners mining for aluminium ore, and we're in a specific country. They're married to a person of a very specific, specific background, and we are pining.
Taker hippo. There's also a hippo character. Is this like? Oh man, that's not a good picture. Queen Camilla. Oh, I just assumed she was like the sugar plum fairy or something.
Oh, look at her.
Mm-hmm. My browser keeps fucking freezing for no goddamn reason. Okay, Rudolph. Queen Camilla. I don't know. I assumed that she was. Oh, she's a queen. She's the queen of Castaway Cove.
Ugh.
What do you mean? Oh, she's gorgeous.
It's the eyes. It's the uncanny eyes. That's the 3D art.
You'll never guess her voice is her.
You need to find an asexual autistic fan of this character.
You'll never guess who voices her.
Matt Damon.
Vixen.
Who?
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Oh.
Why? Why?
Jamie Lee Curtis will do whatever you want.
You're up here.
Behold.
Oh, yeah. Caitlin Barr is Rudolph again. She was Rudolph in the dub of that other thing I was just talking about.
Kathleen Barr.
Kathleen Barr. Sorry.
Not Caitlin. I was like, Caitlin Barr, the anime voice actress.
Sounds like I've been spending too much time at the Caitlin Bar, if you know what I mean.
Good.
No.
No. Can't say that I do.
Anyway, Will, look at I've got some characters. You want to see them?
I would love to see some characters.
Oh, actually,
Good characters.
Will, if this game really existed, I would assign Will to voice Abe's in a fucking heartbeat. This like little Celine looking motherfucker.
Oh. Oh, she cutie.
Mm-hmm. She's like a transatlantic accent, like, I'm a pilot. It's
ooh, mystery.
It's that.
Amazing.
I do also love the very like aviation looks, like having the little poofy pants and having the fluffy collars and stuff. It's very cute.
Yeah, they're all sky flyers, and they spend a lot of time in like an Arctic country. So I'm like, I have an excuse to draw Fluffy for once.
Oh no! Twist my arm.
I love this. I don't know.
Lank.
Yeah, I like the frog people. I think they're fun. Hey, I'm Freya? Question mark is really funny.
I'm Freya. Uh-oh. Tension is rising between two people I don't know. Better introduce myself.
God. Oh.
That really was her strat, like twice.
I love Coffee Talk 1 was such a solid game.
Yeah.
I really love Coffee Talk 1.
Oh,
I don't think... Oh, yeah?
Someone says, Will, congrats on being in Dark Deity. Oh, congrats? I don't know. I don't know if that's announced or what, so maybe it's not. I was supposed to have a recurring part, but I was never messaged. I am hated.
Wagabobi,
but it's okay. Because
I'm still very tickled how much you guys enjoyed Wagabobi.
It's fucking funny.
It was that like scary thing of like, don't worry, it's really funny, and it's only a minute long, but you're like looking at the timer like, oh, this is feeling longer than I thought.
I feel that so hard, man.
But the happy ending happened when I was like, it does say Wagabobi, and then the song kicks in for Baldur's Gate 3 where it do be sounded like that, and Mangello truly appreciated Wagabobi. Don't mind me. I'm doing kicks in my kitchen.
No, I don't think Faust is in the game because we're recording the game, and I haven't seen anything about Faust.
Okay. I really like how you've done her hair here, Flare.
Oh, floof.
It's like windswept.
Yeah.
Yeah,
this design is cute as heck.
I love Bee so much. Bee is so cute. Bee is like one of my favorite archetypes, which is the character who, like, so you know how with the Neo trio, the joke is usually that Phoenica is kind of the stupid one who will be like, I don't understand, and fuck something up. It's funny because Bee is like so earnest and doesn't understand politics. So she's like the character who will like walk in and people will be like double talking around her, and they'll be like basically admitting to crimes and shit, and she'll be like, let's get them, and other people are like, you can't do that. She's like, but they're doing crimes. It's like, you can't say that. She's like, I don't understand, midway through arresting a person.
Sorry, so we all know what they did. We have evidence. They literally just said it, and we can't because it might be rude?
Pretty much, yeah. No, B is that. Also, since I was kind of height charting it, I love the idea of naiads being stupid tall. I feel like that's appropriate. I will once again, for Will's sake, I feel like I could actually see, because, you know, there's two main characters and the other's a red-haired lesbian, so that's the obvious Will pick, but this weirdly I could be like, I could see Will coming out of checking this out and being like, I like B better, actually.
B's design alone is just excellent.
Yeah. So B is like 6'3".
Good for her. She's doing it.
Yes. Tall woman.
Higo.
Higo. That's what I'm sorry. That's what I was laughing at. I was trying to come up with a joke. Like, hey, where's Marty? Higo.
I didn't like the way he was.
Higo.
I like this. I have found fan art of Donner, like, but he's like the really sexy Prince of the Forest from Bambi.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
That's what I was about to be like, hey, what's this?
Okay.
I'm just looking at Donner fan art now.
Oh, woof. Okay, so nothing about this is technically inappropriate, but this gives such furry porn vibes that I actually don't feel comfortable putting this up on stream.
Really?
The way that the curves of these creatures are drawn, I'm like, this person has some other stuff somewhere, and I don't want to think about it.
It really does just look like a trace of a scene from Bambi.
You could be right,
but like Donner here has got like the deer equivalent of the Chad look.
Why does he have like, I don't know. I just don't want to.
You don't have to.
I don't want to. What have you done?
I'm just surprised that you get that vibe.
Jello, it's okay. It's okay. We're not gonna Vixen. It's okay. Get that smut out of here.
Oh, I'm just gonna be myself for a second here. I like, after drawing this peacock lady for a while, it's so nice to look back and be like, oh, a Feeny that I drew. I literally pick her up like a little action figure and wiggle her.
And then she jumps, and then she does a cool kick, and she has $1 million.
It's pretty much me.
I feel that though, when I was drawing the Chrome Roy characters, when I drew the villain, I was very much, I mean, I like how the villain looks, and I'm like very proud of it, but it was very much a style of fashion that I am not partial to myself. It's very like, yes, I wear a very specific business suit, and then I set it off with like, ooh, a scarf? Aren't I daring? You know, that kind of thing. So I was very much like, this is boring, I don't really want to be doing this, and so when I got to Maroon, I was just like, oh, let's go.
Okay, let's draw this boy now. And that'll be my last one for the night. Gargoyle, Naiad. It's okay, Jello. Forget about that furry. Look at this Feeny to calm down. Oh, a Feeny.
Thank goodness.
I'm glad this is here. I didn't know what to do.
When there's a meanie, go find your Feeny.
She would actually say that to her friends. Like, don't worry. And they're like, thanks for the thought, but you're like the one who would need counseling after encountering a meanie.
What?
Yeah, and she starts crying. I've seen a couple people do this, but there's like a, hey, here's my thing. I'm super open to criticism. Let me tell you, tell me what you think. And then Trixie goes, well, and then Feeny's instantly bawling. Yeah, what is it?
Very silly. Kick the chair.
Yeah. I was saying, Will, that when this is done, I want to make a video about it, but also, honestly, I would love to like pay my friends to just straight up read it like it's a fully voiced on a stream, because I think it's really good.
Hey, if you're making work that you, well, you know what? I'm not gonna say that. There's a lot of like self-confidence issues. I have self-confidence issues on my shit, so I'm not gonna like say, why wouldn't you like the things you write? But that's genuinely fucking trouble sometimes.
Listen, if you're gonna pay me, I'll do almost anything.
Almost.
Well, it's actually a very low bar. There's not a lot I'm gonna do.
How tall is Peacock Woman? I don't imagine her very tall. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, it was a rambling bit.
I think the term you wanted was high bar, considering that you don't.
Oh yeah. The bar is big. We're not gonna do a lot because I just don't wanna.
Well, it's not a pry bar.
I love the idea of like my bar is very high in terms of shit that I won't do, not because it makes me uncomfortable. I just really don't want to do much.
I don't want to do it, man.
I mean, that's me. Like,
I just don't want to do it.
there's certain genres of voiceover where people are like, so why don't you do audiobooks? And I'm like, I don't wanna.
Boring.
I just don't wanna.
It's a lot. It's a lot of work. Audiobooks are so much more work.
Yeah.
They probably pay pretty well, but
They do pay.
No.
Some of them do.
Some of them do. Mostly they pay per finished hour, which means they pay well if you're good at them. If you suck boingo at them, you're not getting paid for the extra time that you take.
Hmm.
There is a reason that there are people who you can like hire for peanuts to voice audiobooks that will be like recommended by those grifters that like fucking Dan Olson Folding Ideas talks about in one video.
Oh, sure.
I was about to get so upset if you were like those grifters like Dan Olson. I was like, I thought he was good. What happened?
No, he's great. He's great. He just talks about some grifters.
Audiobooks are boring, Jello audiobook author and director, and they didn't even consider us for a nomination for best audiobook. That's why. It's because ours was too exciting. It scared them. They opened it and went, huh.
Oh my god. Is that acting? Ah!
That, like, honestly, from the two responses I heard from audiobook regulars were genuinely, this is too much. Like, there's way too much mustard in the reads from the narrator. And this is the best audiobook I've ever heard, and you've ruined every other audiobook for me. So, Epithet really is kind of on its own level in terms of energy.
Yeah.
It's more like a radio play.
Yeah, it is.
Exactly, because you showed up to the audiobook party and went, I'm gonna bring a voice actor kind of energy to this audiobook party.
I don't know. People do voice acting. People voice act and do
Yeah,
audiobooks, but like,
but it is genuinely like it's a hybrid. You've created a radio play audiobook that has a narrator, but also has like sound design and a full cast.
Like, I need to emphasize, because I used to listen to a lot of audiobooks, and the high bar for me at one point, and maybe this is just because I wasn't listening to the right types of audiobooks, but I was listening to all of the R.A. Salvador Drizzt books at one point.
we're all familiar.
And like, Drizzt Do'Urden, you know the meme of like the edgy dark elf who's actually a good guy and has like two scimitars and he's edgy but he's a good guy.
I can imagine it, but I don't know.
He's got a panther.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. Anyway,
it doesn't matter. I'm just being a dick.
It doesn't matter for the story. The point is, I was listening to those. Turns out, pretty good. They're actually pretty damn good. But the narrator for those books was notable because he would kind of put on voices for characters.
Yeah.
By which I mean it was like, the way that I would normally narrate is like this. And I talk like Drizzt a little bit deeper. And when I talk like his evil mother, I do a little bit of a higher voice. Like that level, right?
Yeah.
Just literally slight changes.
Yeah, I think honestly that's like the bare minimum that should happen.
But it doesn't happen in a lot.
No, it doesn't at all. And like the only audiobooks that I've like listened to was oh god, I can't remember what the name of it was. It was really good though.
Prison of Plastic.
That was pretty good too. But the one I do remember that I was like, all right, I can't listen to this anymore, was for like Game of Thrones, because I was doing the 1.5-hour drive to work and then 1.5 back, so I needed something. And so I just remember it was this old man, and there's a lot of like sex and stuff that happens in the book, but he's this old man who's like, and then she sucked his cock, and I'm like, I can't listen to this. I can't listen to this for 3 fucking hours a day. And also it doesn't help that like fucking George R.R. Martin is just like, I think everyone would love to know what Tyrion's cock looks like, right? I'm gonna describe that for a while. So this old man was like, it looks like a sick mushroom. It's like, I can't, man. And I skipped the chapter and it was like, Jaime Lannister has attacked. I'm like, what? Why did that happen? No, I just want to skip the sex. No.
Oh my god.
So I'm sorry, but that just reminded me.
Jello laying out a mouse trap.
No, I have to find this. Where is this? Come on. I don't want to.
He's not in front of everybody. Come on, I gotta find this.
Okay. So this is gonna get pretty crass. It's my favorite entry to the Bad Sex Writing Awards. And I'm gonna read this a certain way, and I'm choosing to do that because understand there is one piece of punctuation. Okay, there's a couple commas. There's one period in this paragraph.
What?
Okay.
That's unreal.
This is from Winkler by Giles Corrin. And this one it's like so unsettling. Like it hurts to imagine and it's not supposed to. Here I go. And he came hard in her mouth, and his dick jumped around and rattled on her teeth, and he blacked out, and she took his dick out of her mouth and lifted herself from his face and whipped the pillow away, and he gasped and glugged at the air, and he came again so hard his dick wrenched out of her hand, and a shot of it hit him straight in the eye and stung like nothing he'd ever had in there, and he yelled with the pain, but the yell could have been anything, and as she grabbed his dick, which was leaping around like a shower dropped in an empty bath, he scratched his back. She scratched his back deeply with the nails of both hands, and he shot 3 more times in thick stripes on her chest. Period. Like Zorro.
So there's a lot happening because apparently this guy's dick is a loose jackhammer. Is the description I'm getting?
You can't use the word rattled.
Listen, So,
like Zorro.
Look,
Like Zorro.
like period. Like Zorro fucks me up so bad. So, I will just say, and I remember talking about this with someone. There was it was like a Tumblr post, and it was like, hey, as someone who writes and reads a lot of smut, it seems like a lot of people don't understand words you are and aren't allowed to use when describing something sexual simply due to their connotation or some synesthesia associated with them. And it was like, which of these words are you not allowed to say? And I don't remember what the words were, but I was like, it's this one, right? And they're like, it's this one. I'm like, yeah, not to out myself as a smut writer, but like, it's so funny. The idea of using the word rattled to anything involving a dick is like,
insane.
You know what rattles? Bones.
Yeah, like my brain space was like anytime certain words were used, I would get like a flash of a certain scene. So like, oh, and the dick rattled in her mouth. I envision like inside the cockpit of a spaceship that's like, oh, we're going like speed. Just like everyone's jostling around.
I pictured bone dice in her mouth rattling around and bonking against her teeth, and someone goes, that's not in there. Like Zorro is there. Yes, it is.
Oh my god.
Just Zorro.
Also, I'll give it this. It is incredibly vivid imagery, but not appropriate imagery of like a shower head dropped in a bathtub.
I love it because I immediately like got it.
Yeah, it's evocative. It is evocative. It is not provocative, but it is evocative.
Yeah.
I legit think the shower line is the least bad line in the whole thing.
Oh, that line's like genuinely good. I think it's like really funny. But Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I love the idea of like the way you read it was like this person just started reading this out loud to everyone for like critique, and then the one period is where he's pausing and goes, like Zorro. Like to like clarify like that was the problem here.
Oh, like Zorro. Yeah.
You fucked me up with that as well, because like when you said it's got one period in the entire paragraph, right? in my head, I was like, so the
Halfway
period
through?
is somewhere in the it's like halfway, right, or like somewhere in the middle. For it to be before, like Zorro,
Is
which are the
crazy.
final two. Holy shit!
It's really funny. Yeah. I don't know. There's just words you do and don't use. That guy. I remember reading like follow-ups because it was like a real published book, but it was like by my small loan of $1 million from my parents type guy who could clearly get whatever he wanted, and it was clear from interviews I saw with him, like no one ever said no to him. And they were like, can we please edit this stuff? And he's like, you don't change a fucking word in that book. And they were like, okay. And they did.
Like Zorro?
And they did once. They changed like some like 2 words around for flow, and he like called them and yelled at them, so they're like, okay. And he was like, some people just don't get it, and it's like, no, this is truly one of the least sexy things I've ever written.
Some people don't understand how sexy the idea of your dick acting like a shower head dropped in a bathtub is.
Also, my man shot Goose 6 times. He is a 6-shooter.
He blacked out in the middle of that.
And he blacked out. Yeah, someone, I think it was Chloe Yager, also brought up one of my favorite, like, hey, wait, what's, which is, and he screamed, which could have been anything. What the hell does that mean?
Was it pleasure or pain?
Like,
you don't know. It could have been anything.
That's kind of poetry in its own way.
When you said that, all I heard was like a Tom yell from Tom and Jerry. Oh! Also, like, my brain was trying to think of, like, what are, like, other bad ways to describe, like, not important details? Like, it's like, and he pulled his cog out and cracked it like a whip.
I thought you were going to say cracked it like a glow stick.
You know what, babe? I don't want to have sex with Snap's cock.
Also,
oh, leave me alone.
He also got it in his eye as well.
Yeah, it's like, is this supposed to be sexy? Because, like, it's, again, I've read porn. It's written... Sometimes when you read, like, when you're writing something smutty, you kind of get into a rhythm, and, like, you often have to edit this back, but sometimes that sort of breathless run-on sentence can actually be a tool that evokes, like, a... oh my god, the rush, like the animalistic losing yourself kind of feel. But this is insane, and the fact that he like blacks out and then unblacks out and comes 5 more times. Also, I'm just gonna throw this out there. I don't know how everyone else's dicks work in the chat. I don't think I could come 6 times in a row. I think that would kill me.
I think what would kill me is blacking out while standing up.
Yes, Pip?
I came back in midway through, and I had time trying to piece together what you guys were talking about.
Sorry, I read a famously bad excerpt from a book at a scene where they were trying to be sexy. And it ends with a very funny line that I was reminded of. I don't have a dick, so I can't comment, but 6-shooter penis doesn't sound right to me. Listen, the refractory period is real. You need like a minute. And also, even when it's like sometimes, like, okay, sometimes if you come, it's not like it's not a laser. It's not all out in one blast.
It's not a pressure hose. You're like,
yeah, you've all like used a hose in a garden. Like a little bit will come out afterwards, but like not at the same velocity, not enough to hit you in the eye. Like that's nuts. I don't think I could do that if I tried.
I just remembered.
Is this like a self-defense scene where they were trying to like Protect
No, it's not
themselves
Gold
from an
Conway.
aggressor.
Being assaulted by this woman, and he just has to come at her.
I only have one option.
She pulled out the brass knuckles and said, "Come at me, bro." And he was like, "If you insist," like Zoro.
She said she'd slug me, and I completely misunderstood.
God, Amy and I rewatched the Bananas videos, especially that last one with Stinko Jim is like so funny. It's really good. Sorry, go on.
I've just been reminded. It's a short thing of just one of the fucking, the TikTok voice that's like, I'm pleasant and I'm talking about thing. That one.
Yeah.
Sure.
It was that, but it was loading cum into my penis like a musket.
I hate that so much.
That's awful.
Oh,
For a second, I forgot how muskets worked.
Yeah.
You know, back when I used to do improv on stage, sometimes you could tell who had what genitalia in the audience because someone on stage would make a joke, like a girl would say something about like something happening to a dick that either doesn't sound that bad or is so unbelievably bad you'd rather die, and you get to hear the other sex scream, and that would happen both ways, and that was just a funny little thing. And I will say, loading cum into a dick like a musket, that's really horrible. I really hate that.
Yeah, because it implies that like you have some. You're like, well, I need to reload.
oh my god.
There's no other option.
Does this guy have a front butt, or is this an outline of his thighs? I'm gonna draw him sitting.
Oh.
I just really like a boy with a front butt.
Don't fucking judge me.
Yeah, what the
Well,
fuck?
I'll be.
When have I ever judged your
this
taste
is your
in
setting.
things?
Like, this could just be a thing. They just have front butts.
It could be.
And that's why they're usually like gunmen on the back of Pegasus. They can use the turret while looking in a totally different direction. That's free unless it makes a lot of money.
God, I told this to Vixen, but because Amy and I were just doing a very long drive between Toronto and Chicago twice, so I was like, okay, we needed to kill some time, and she said something that was like a Vixenism, and no, it was a Willism, and I started doing impressions of you, and I went, for this holiday season, now that's what I call William T. Sopp, Volume 1. And then we just started doing Will impressions for like 10 minutes. And then it was like, and buy it now for just $29.99. We'll throw in Vixen's Christmas Classics for free. What the fuck?
I hope they were flattering.
I mean, it was all just innocuous shit, just like ways you will like, just like, howdy, sir. Just like things you always say, like isms.
The isms.
The isms.
Yours were more flattering than Vixen's because a lot of Vixen's were. Let me finish. Because let me finish. Like Zoro. So yours were more flattering than Vixen's because a lot of Vixen's were things you do specifically in response to being bullied, because you have there's a pipeline of ways you respond as you get more and more upset over the course of a night. So we were doing those, among other things. It was not exclusively that.
Let me be clear.
Let me be clear. Whoa.
But it was not flattering. Fuck you.
And some of them were just normal things you do. But yeah, no, just Will has a lot of distinctive ways that he'll like enter a call, or I'm so proud of the time that Amy was waiting for Will to show up to do something, and I knew that was going to be happening, so I was like, oh, I'll join the call until they start playing their game or whatever. And I hopped in, and she's like, hi. She wasn't looking. She goes, hi, Will. And I did the hi, like really deeply. and she started asking questions that only you knew the answer. She was like, oh my God, did I pull that off?
I am very much like you pull the ripcord on my back and I'm gonna say like 6 things.
No, every human's like that. We all have shit that we don't realize we say and do all of the time. You just don't realize it until somebody points it out.
Yeah.
I showed my edited Wobble Dogs video to the rest of the Digital Circus cast. And about halfway through, Amanda looks at me and goes, "You say gamers a lot, huh?"
That's
funny to say.
That's like so insult code.
I was like,
There was a lot of stank on the
yeah, I was like, well, when you put it like that, it makes me sound like a freak.
I'm never gonna get over adult
Coded.
Yes, meaning fucking sad.
It was really funny. I love that. It was like, well, that character's child coded, so it's weird to be into her. It's like, what? She's happy? She's like 27. Oh man, you know what? Actually, for real, thing I did like, non-ironically, about Three Houses is when you open up Three Houses, it's like functionally a college and a high school, and anyone can just go to classes there. So all the characters, it was like they have different. It's like, hang on, some evil music is playing and it feels weird. Swap. They have a wide range of ages of students, and I was expecting like 15 to 18, you know, because Japanese game. Mm-hmm. So I grab it. I'm grabbing a picture of a character. And they're going through all the characters, and the one who looks like this. I was like, she's cute, obviously. And it goes through all of them, and it's like 18, 17, and it hits her, and she's like 24. And I was like, oh my god, really? Wow. Sometimes I do win, actually.
the fucking Curb Your Enthusiasm crowd of people cheering. Dude, straight up, whenever I encounter any piece of media where they're just like, hey, the character who is designed to be sexy on purpose and is attractive and is trying to make you be like, hey, they're sexy, is actually an adult, I'm just like, holy fucking shit, thank you. This shouldn't be a fucking high bar to clear, my man.
Yeah. Some flare art again. Have you guys ever seen, it was the first TikTok I ever saw, and it's still the only good one. It's like a vocoded thing of this woman going, story time, I'm a vet technician. And yeah, it's talking about this person. And I love this whole story because basically, I'm not going to do it verbatim because I'm not going to sit here and recount a TikTok to you in a vocoded voice. But the joke is that the vet technician has this like Karen come in, and the Karen is like, my little dog has bugs all over it. She looks on the dog and she's like, I don't see any bugs. And I go, ma'am, can you point out these bugs to me? And she's like, oh my god, they're so big, can't you see them? And she proceeds to grab her dog's nipples and try to rip them off. And I'm like, oh my god, ma'am, no, those are his nipples. See how symmetrical they are? And she's like, there's no way. He's a boy. She's like, what? That doesn't mean boys have nipples. She's like, no, there's no way. He's a boy. And it ends with the vocoder basically going like, ma'am, doesn't your husband have nipples? and I was like, I love that. And I was like, this works so perfectly with B and Phoenica in like an AU, because Phoenica's love interest in this game is functionally a homunculus who absorbs personality and physical features through stories. He was raised in a library full of fairy tales, so he is a prince, capital P prince. And Feeny is like, oh my god, a prince, but also he like is made of clay and is like he's like, so anything a fairy tale wouldn't mention, he doesn't have. So, like, he doesn't go to the bathroom, he doesn't have nipples, like, he's not human. And the longer he spends around people, the more literally human he becomes. But I was, like, imagining the ending of that, with Feeny being like, there's no way, he's a boy, and ma'am, doesn't your husband have nipples? And, like, no, he doesn't.
does not.
That character is the one who originally, I think, was the Lenti boy of this game, because he was just a dumb Italian boy, but now he's still Italian, but now he's a homunculus. You know how the pipeline.
The pipeline.
I mean, it'll happen to you too eventually one day.
Damn.
Congrats, unless not, then sorry.
Oh. I was just like, oh, what if his tail is in 2 parts? And then I thought of a reason that might be, and I got sad. I'm gonna do it though, it's good. This guy's thing is that so this is the poly rep character, where you can, if you want, link him with the gargoyles, who I would make Lenti and Gianni. And if you get an A support with all of them in all 3 directions, you can unlock their S support. And they get a special power that works. It's like the best move in the game, and it's called Polyarmory. But his thing is, it's not just... Oh, I love this song. It's not just those 3 you have to unlock. There's another character named Chloe, who is a hippie woo-woo shrink kind of character. And she clocks that this character has, like, he's very uncomfortable around women in, like, a I've been damaged sort of way. And you have to do their B support before you can get the A support between him and the gargoyle girl, because he doesn't want to talk to her before that. And he's got, like, a very intensive, like, male abused in a past relationship storyline going on. So I was like, oh, I wonder how his tail got ripped. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, never mind. I know how his tail got ripped.
Oh.
Well, hell.
Man.
And I've mentioned this before on different things, but this is the OC that made me realize I was bisexual, which is embarrassing.
Hey, it happens.
Because I was thinking about them as a trio, and I was like, man, I'm really thinking about the 2 boys in this more than the girl. Which could mean nothing.
Unless I like fish.
It's a funny journey realizing that you're gay or bisexual or any flavor of queer. It's always fun. The amount of stuff you look back on and you're just like, wow.
Huh.
I didn't clock that sooner, huh?
Yeah, I'll just make a Hiccup the main character in my webcomic, and he's gonna be topless a lot for no reason in particular, and he's got this really weird, hyper-specific, like, very strange, almost ace-coded view on sexuality, despite being in a position where he has to do that a lot. And then, like, 5 years later, I'm like, yeah, all right, sure, whatever, man.
I love being the exception to the rule where I had no female childhood media crushes and nothing in any of the stories. Will, what are you doing?
I'm sorry, I'm cleaning a pot on mute. I didn't think my mic would catch it.
I didn't have, like, any OCs that were clearly my womana type. I didn't have any childhood crushes or tropes that I wrote into my stories that had anything to do with girls. I literally was just like, one day got a girlfriend, and I was like, oh, all right.
No, I'm like, when it comes to, like, my, you know, being a teenager and making OCs and stuff like that, I very much also didn't ever, like, have a thing of, like, oh yeah, the boy that I keep thinking about and drawing in, like, you know, in ways which you probably wouldn't if you weren't, like, bi. It was more of a, because I kind of, like, developed a realization that I have more of a specific kind of man that I like, as opposed to just any men, right? So instead, it manifested in any time that I was having any kind of situation with like a female OC of mine, I'd be like, "This is nice. There should like be a guy here though, for like straight reasons. There should be a
like
guy.
straight reasons.
Like, there should be. It just wouldn't be the same if there wasn't a guy here.
Now
Something
you're
missing if
talking.
There's not a guy. If there's no
Now
guy,
you're talking.
for straight reasons.
We
You know,
talking about
and then
straight
eventually it
shit.
clicks of like, oh, the reason I always wanted the guy there is because I liked when they were both there in specific.
Yeah, I remember talking to Amy, because Amy's also bi, and I was like, yeah, no, was thinking about boys, this boy specifically, and I was thinking at length that, like, I was like, I don't know, I guess if I had like a male friend who I really liked, and they were like, do you want to do something carnal? I would be like, oh, well, I wouldn't want to say no. I wouldn't want to disappoint. And I was like, I bet I could do a good job because I know how the parts work. And Amy goes, that's why I'm bi for girl. Like, that's how I figured it out. I was like, yeah, I do a pretty good job.
I know what's going on down here.
Hey, when you encounter the one you don't have for the first time, it's a little daunting. How's that thing work? That's a human part I've never had to deal with.
Yeah. Oh, another thing which definitely helped was like, so I grew up as a teenager in the time on the internet where like it was a quote joke to show you shocking and disturbing things of like people being like, like mutilated or something like that, right? Like fucking awful time of the internet. Don't
Oh yeah.
But part of that, in combination with the attitudes towards being gay back then being used as an insult and everything, right? Part and parcel of that entire package was, haha, the joke is that I got you to look at gay porn or at a penis, right? And like, for me, anytime one of those got sent to me, I was just like,
Oh,
okay,
no.
who cares? Like, what? This isn't a big deal. This is like fine to look at. Maybe I'll look at it some more,
Yeah. Someone in chat, man, I missed late night Jello streams with friends. Yeah, it's a shame I keep having falling outs with all of them.
We are having a falling out right now, Jello.
Fallout Boy.
God, Amy loves Fallout Boy. She brought her laptop in the car and was like, do you want to listen to a whole album of Fallout Boy? And I went, no. And she put on headphones and fell asleep to Fallout Boy next to me.
Yeah. Sorry, that's my only contribution to falling out.
It's okay, man. Well, don't you like Fallout?
Yeah. Well, so it's complicated.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Fallout
see-
killed my grandma, okay?
Okay.
The first two were mean to me, and I played the third one first, and I liked that one. And then I don't like the one that everyone else likes. And then the one after that, where a lot of people are like, this is stupid, I'd be like, yeah, it's pretty dumb. But it's got some charm to it. And then I haven't even touched 76, which is it.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, that's fine.
I feel you on the front of New Vegas because, like, I acknowledge that New Vegas objectively is pretty damn good, right? It's like really good. I can't play that game for more than a few hours. I'ma be real. It's in the Fallout 3 engine, and that engine looks like dog water. And I don't really like to play games where uncanny.
Would you like to see it even worse? Because if you play the Xbox 360 version, everything is worse.
Oh god, I'd prefer not to.
Come on, just humor him, okay?
Yeah, New Vegas is not the fucking holy grail of video games. I don't get when people are like, it's the best game of all time. It's like, it's good. I think it could be your favorite. It's not the best ever.
I at least understand why New Vegas is like looked upon fondly for a lot of different reasons. One of the main ones is that it's made by the original creators, as well as like having it more rooted in what their story they wanted to tell, and has a lot more. What I really like about it for storytelling, the characters, like your actual companions you can take with you. Excellent stories, really good personality, very interesting to have that perspective with you, and for them to go through their journey and your effect on that. Very, very, very good. I think there's also a lot of fun interactions with specific groups and things like that. It's nice. I will refrain from saying too many negative things about it, just so people don't get super upset about it. But if people are curious, I guess I can type into it.
Whatever works.
I will take this opportunity to clock out because I have just looked at the time.
Go to bed.
Oh,
It's late for me, even.
It's early.
It's early. Yeah, Will.
Hey! You being nice to me. I'm telling you a fact.
You are my friends.
Me too?
Heavy.
Doodles.
Good night.
This early in the conversation?
Yeah, I think that New Vegas aging mechanically is very true. I think its menus are bad. But given how many games there are that people are like, this was bad because it was rushed, especially these days, New Vegas is kind of a triumph since it was made in 18 months, and it's like...
I think it was even less time than that. Let me double check
it's a little bit...
It's 9 or something like that.
It's unreal how little time they were given.
And then Bethesda fucked them over, which is not surprising.
Yeah, shocker. I do think I would go to bat saying New Vegas is one of the best writing in games, because it's very, very reactive. Almost every quest, no matter how small, has at least 2 ways you can finish it. Lots of quests will react differently if you've done other shit in the world, which is like all the good shit is wow, they really spent a lot of time with the writing. There are things I don't like about it. I'm a DLC hater. I hate all 4 of the DLCs. I think they're all...
Whoa. That's impressive.
Yeah. I think that New Vegas is incredible as a written game, that it's a great RPG. You get to pick a guy and you can be that guy. Thanks for the $10, Slayer. It doesn't matter. Will's not gonna change his stripes about that. You're throwing money into a urinal.
Oh, is this challenging being correct about time?
Mm-hmm.
Nah, you fucked.
But
thank you for $10.
Yeah, the base game has this incredible reactivity, a lot of different RP you can do, in a way that I, who doesn't really like RPing, found myself RPing just because the toys I was given were so good. And then I think all the DLC are really, really cool one-shot adventures made for a specific character that has a 90% chance of not being the one you're playing. And they are written very specifically to facilitate a character. Thanks, Jacob. Thanks for the beat. At least read it, asshole.
I'm on my way.
Beep, boop, boop. But yeah, that's what I would commend about New Vegas. It's not a perfect game.
All right. I was wrong about the amount of time. It was 18. You were absolutely on point about that.
Mm-hmm. That's still fucking nothing.
Yeah. Yes. I think having more time could have remedied a lot of things that I'm not particularly too fond about. Now, I'm going to be probably one of the few people on the internet to say this. I actually do not like at all the main story in New Vegas. Not in a, oh, it's just not my cup of tea or whatnot. I don't think it was written well.
Okay.
And that's something to say. I think, okay, here's my, like, side-by-side comparison. You, as a player, at just say the end of the game, when it gets to the point where just like, all right, now you, the player, need to make an actual decision. At this point, this is just like, you now have to pick a path to basically be part of a faction or make your own, quote unquote, and then do tasks depending on that particular choice. And by the end, you basically dismantled most, if not all, of the other like factions, and you succeeded in your task. I have just described which Fallout game?
Probably most of them, I'd imagine.
I have described Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 4. And Fallout 4 is trashed for its story. Like, horribly demolished for, like, how shitty it is to actually just pick something and then have it played out like that. Almost every single ending. And, like, I still commend them for making a game in a year and a half and how much they actually did in that and all of that stuff. I think that the lack of time to really make something refined from that point does show in the game. Fallout 3 does not have an excuse for that. It has a absolutely garbage ending, and it starts being garbage throughout the story very early on. Basically, once you find your dad, it is bad from that point on. Fallout 3 is a horrible main story.
I will agree. I actually don't think it's a hot take to say New Vegas gets less fun the further you are in the main story. The first act of the game, I think, is kind of perfect because of how the structure, where if you've never played it, you're shot in the head, but you survive. And you're a mailman, and someone takes an item from you, and they go to New Vegas. And then there's mountains here. And you start in this little cowboy town, and they're like, you could go to New Vegas, but there's fucking high-level monsters all over here. So they've written this really, really good script of different, like, every 10 or so feet, there's a town with another event. And they all do a good job introducing you to something or other, all while going, they went that way, but there's a different thing in each town. And then when you finally get there, it's like, wow, I see it over the horizon, New Vegas. And if you did all the quests on the way, you have now accrued the evidence to, like, basically convict the guy who got you. Or you can just sprint there if you're really good at sneaking past Death Claws. Or Cazadors, which is much harder. And I think that's really cool. And after that, you basically just pick a guy who's just like, go do things for me. And it's not as fun, because it's just like, go do the other, like, 4 factions. Or don't, if you don't want. Who cares? But I do think the actual setup for the story is really good and smart. I think all the factions are really well written in world. I like that people have lots of different opinions on them. If you just talk to NPCs, I like that there's no good guy faction. I think that's cool. And like, Caesar's Legion is like so fucking comedically evil, and I think playing with them is very boring. But also, I do believe they would exist, which is more than I can say for some other video game factions. And I do think the Hoover Dam is a really clever, like, set piece to have this conflict built around. I think that's really cool. But yeah, most of what I like about New Vegas comes from the reactivity of its writing rather than, like, its core plot, because I don't really want to. I'm not here for the core plot. I'm here to do cowboy shit.
Not fair.
Flair, you're talking to. It doesn't matter how right you are. You're talking to a wall about this. I'm just letting you know.
From what I remember of the dam, the 2 times I think I did that 2 times. 2 times I tried to do that, like things just kind of went through no matter how I tried to like maneuver it. I know there's like an assassination from what I remember.
Mm-hmm.
And like I tried to assassinate the assassinator, and for some reason like that didn't quite work or something like that.
Yeah, that quest is a little buggy. There's 2 layers of assassins. One puts a bomb on the helicopter and the other is a sniper, and it's easy to find the sniper, but it's even easier to kill the sniper, and then what's supposed to happen is you're like, great, and then the helicopter flies away and you're like, all right, here we go, and then it explodes. Except sometimes the helicopter will fly away and fail to explode. And then you'll get back and be like, I did it. And Mr. House or whoever will be like, you didn't save him. And I'm like, I did though. I did.
No, I got the opposite problem where I deactivated the bomb and then I shot the sniper, and somehow that like maybe I like didn't kill him in one shot. It like activated everyone else on the field, and everyone's like, you're an enemy now. I'm like, no, I just shot the sniper.
There's a real sniper who gets replaced by a fake sniper. Maybe you shot there's a defensive sniper who's on your team who gets killed and replaced, and you can fight too early, and they'll be like, why are you attacking that innocent man? It's like, okay.
Maybe that it's been a very long time.
Also, just to clarify, when I say I think the dam is really good, I don't mean being at the dam. I think the end game is boring. I mean, I think story-wise, it's a really clever real-world set piece that would be that valuable in a post-apocalypse.
Yes,
that's what I meant. I think that's cool.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I hate Hoover Dam in that game. Never, if you're playing it, never go inside the dam. Holy shit. They were like, let's make it accurate, and it's like, oh my god.
Yeah, I remember going in there and then just being like, well, that was certainly a waste of time.
Yep.
That's also kind of a problem I have with the game, where it has a lot of, I did a thing, well, that was a waste of time.
Yeah, the first time I played New Vegas, I kind of didn't get it, because again, I played one of the DLC, and the DLCs are like, they have like recommended levels, but like the problem is they are kind of made for, if you go into any of them, you're going to come out with toys that render everything in the base game useless. And I did like the silly Futurama one because it's like right next to one of the starting areas. And it's like this spooky like ghost satellite in a theater. And I was like an outdoor movie theater, like a drive-in. And I was like, yeah, I want to do that. I want to investigate it. It's like, are you sure you want to do this? You won't be able to return for a little while. And I was like, that'll be like, what, 2 hours? And like, if you want, that DLC can be like 8 hours long. And I was like, and I went there and it's like all these enemies, it's just a fucking bum rush of non-stop over-leveled Night Stalkers and other enemies that will just kick your ass. But then it's like, don't worry. Each of these buildings has a toy inside it that will like let you melt people with your eyeballs. So I played this like early in the game and then never found any loot that I thought was good after that, because I was like, this isn't as good as the thing I got. And I just wore that the whole game, and I was like, I don't know how I feel about Fallout New Vegas. And then I played it without playing any of the DLC. I was like, this is awesome, actually, because they balanced the game right.
In that perspective, I definitely agree. Though I was very lucky to have done all the DLC like after I basically beat the game. Yeah. Which was neat. I was playing on the like survival mode, so I needed to like drink and eat and sleep.
Yeah, I wish that mode was a little more fleshed out. I've played the game on that mode a couple times. I wish it was more demanding of you eating and sleeping and stuff. And the real tough part of survival mode is they're like, Lamau, your bullets have weight now, and it means you can carry a third of the items you used to be able to. It's like, okay, fine.
I did like the balance of all of that, but I think the thing that got me the most is when I hit blood money. And they're like, all of your items are gone. Look for food and water, idiot. Also, there's also this red fog
that kills
Have
you.
fun.
I'm not gonna go into it. I hate blood money. Blood money is like if Will designed an awesome campaign and then they like put it in the middle of a different game that was a different tone and had completely different mechanics, and I was like, wait, why are we doing this here? This should have just been its own game.
Why did you do this?
I probably appreciate that DLC more than most. Just because, like, it was such an interesting perspective where I was just like, I need to survive. So I need to now, like, balance radiation, food, water, and also freaking fight these weird enemies that will keep, like, coming back up unless I, like, destroy their head.
So, you can destroy any part of them and they die. Again, I don't want to go all the way into this. So, for people who haven't played it, Blood Money is such an amazing concept on paper. It's a heist in a ghost casino that was built like one day before the bombs dropped and protected. And there's supposedly a whole mass of gold in there. And it's like, it was tied to this big opening ceremony that was going to happen, but it never did. So to unlock the casino, you have to go around this town, the Sierra Madre, and hit all these points, and then you can go into the casino. And you've got this heist crew of colorful characters who, again, in isolation, are great characters, but, like, because it's DLC writing, I don't get to play my character talking to them, which sucks. You just, like, you have, like, 50 dialogue options for everything, and none of them are good anymore. And it's like, oh. And all of the people who were there have been magically zombified into these, like, plague, I don't know what to call them, like, glowy glow, not glow in the dark, what's it called, night vision goggle, like, pyro TF2 suits, and they move weird, and they're like scarecrows, and if you kill them, they just get back up. Unless you're playing a melee build, in which case they die like regular enemies, and melee is the best build in the game. And, so again, one thing I really appreciate about base game New Vegas is they think about everything. Like, they're like, okay, we want to do a silly little thing where you help a bunch of glowing zombie ghouls get in a rocket and shoot off to their promised land, like cult style. How do we facilitate a story where that makes total sense? And they do it. We want this, like, cult of people who worship explosions, who've taken over this Air Force base, and they keep people away using the Air Force base defenses. How do we make that make sense? All right, we've created a backstory for them, and that backstory informs one of the characters who's in that rocket launching quest. You can go to their old vault, and there's, like, the whole story there. It's, like, really interconnected. And then in Blood Money, it's like, why are there straw zombies here? And they're like, well, I don't know. There's straw zombies. See, in one of the other DLCs, you got this Futurama tech, and they mailed straw zombie suits, and they make people straw zombies. And it's like, why do they do that? And it's like, I don't know. And it's like, okay. So the reason the ghost people are scary is because if they kill you, they drag you into the fog and turn you into one of them. And that's like the idea is you're literally fighting the other treasure hunters who failed to open this vault. That's really cool, except it's like, where are they getting all these new suits? How many suits were shipped? Like, there were only like 20 workers. Why are there 800 suits? Also, the whole DLC looks the fucking same. Like, the whole city is a dungeon, and it's a dungeon with one texture. And so it's just, like, exhausting to play. And I did it once, and then I played, recently I played the game through like 7 times, and I was like, I should probably re-examine the DLC. And I got into Blood Money on a character who I'd played for like weeks and was loving. I was having so much fun with her. And like immediately I can't roleplay as her anymore. And I get there, and it's like, do all this boring shit. And I was on survival mode on the hardest difficulty. And I was like, this is too easy, and I'm not at level cap. Like, this is boring, and it makes me angry because it's being mean to me. So I don't like that DLC.
Which part was being mean?
Oh, like all the characters are really mean to you. So
yeah.
So they presuppose that they're like, you're a treasure hunter, right? Like, the idea is it's a treasure hunt, and you're a greedy motherfucker who came to get this treasure. But the reason you go to this place is you hear a radio, and it's just like a radio advertisement that's like, come to our new casino. It's not like there's a legendary treasure. It's literally, come to our casino. And your character's like, I'll come to the casino because I'm in New Vegas and I've been to 5 casinos already. I'd like to see a new one. And then you get captured by some guy, and everyone's like, you're a dirty, fucking, greedy thief piece of shit. And my character's like, no, I'm not. I'm an NCR soldier who is investigating something. I have no interest in this money. I actually have more caps than I know what to do with. But everyone's just like, you deserve to be here because you're evil. And I'm like, you are telling me my story. This is not my character. You didn't properly introduce this. You didn't give me like, you know, on the other DLCs, the fucking stupid Futurama one is kind of off in its own little moon universe that I hate for different reasons, but I get what it's doing. And then there's one where it's like, hey, do you want to join this Happy Trails caravan? They're going up north to Utah. They're going to try and establish a trade connection. And you get ambushed by raiders, and you're left in a canyon. And it's like, it's sort of a Cowboys versus Indians story, if you want to call it that. But like, that's a setup, and it's like, yeah, I took this job. This is part of the job and now it's just a survival mission. This makes sense. This is something my character must have chosen to do. But Dead Money is not that. And then, Lonesome Road, which is the endgame one, is the last DLC, and it's like this hidden villain from all the other ones. And he's like, I knew you, courier, in your backstory. You were from this city, and we lived there, and you destroyed my city. And it's like, whoa, man. I don't know if anyone ever told you, GM, you're not allowed to start walking up to me and writing my backstory. You don't get to do that. So it's like, this is a personal story where you get to fight your villain. It's like, I don't know him. You made him up. And it's not even like we met one time. It's like, you blew up my city. And it's like, no, I didn't.
Who are you?
That's interesting. I don't think I've heard too many people talk about the role play aspect.
Oh yeah, it's a pretty big thing.
I do know about it. I have actually I haven't talked to them in a while, but like I've been friends with Variax, if you know him.
Maybe.
Big into doing roleplay for Fallout games. Like, I know and respect that kind of stuff, but it's very interesting to kind of like hear that kind of out in the wild, especially since I don't think I've seen you really do that for like other games.
No, that's the thing. Like, it's not something I normally give a shit about, but with Fallout New Vegas, it's like really fun to the only other game I do it with is Skyrim, but that's because, like, again, I kind of like picking apart the corpse of bad video games, and like, I'd be like, well, I've never done a run where I invent. You know how you can break out of jail in Skyrim? Of course you don't, because why wouldn't you just load a save, and not get arrested or pick the lock? But like, some of the jails have unique breakout conditions. Like, did you know there's a wall you can chisel through in the Solitude jail and it leads to a secret dungeon? Of course you didn't know that. Why would you go there? So I did a run where I was like, why would this character be breaking in and out of prison? What would they be doing? So like, to satisfy my own curiosity, I would just like go and make up a character to roleplay, but that was to stave off the boredom of Skyrim. Whereas like I'd play Fallout New Vegas and be like, I've never done quests as like a bad guy, and I've never worked for the man in any respect. Does the game play right if I do that? And I do that. I'm like, this is a shockingly different video game, actually. I'm amazed they managed to think this out. And like now I'm having fun approaching quests. Like I played one character who just wasn't allowed to kill anything that they considered alive, which was everything except robots. So like couldn't shoot a rat, couldn't shoot a person, didn't matter if they aggroed you, like not allowed under any circumstances. And there's a bit where, you know, Benny, the main guy you're chasing after, he gets captured by Caesar's Legion and is in their tent. And there's a section where it's like you have to do something for Caesar, and you do, and he's like, great, now you can choose how Benny dies. And I know he slighted you, so I'm sure you're happy about that. And my character's like, no, I don't want to kill him. And Caesar explicitly says, well, if you don't kill him, we will. So your choice is killing him through us. And I was like, my character wouldn't accept that. What would she do? And I have to like, I sat there for a couple minutes thinking like how that changed the game. And there's an option where you give Benny some items and just fight your way out. And she did that. And I was like, I think she's devastated. I think this is the worst day of her life. I think my run's over. Like, I think this is this character's darkest moment. This is really interesting. Because it's like, to save a life, she had to kill like 30 guys, and those guys were evil, but like, when is murder okay? Is it ever okay? This character thinks no. And I don't know. I had a lot of fun with it. And it's not the type of thing I do normally. So I think the only game I've ever played that's like that is Disco Elysium.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Also, we've been talking about this a while. We should probably swap to something other people also know about. Carrots.
What about them?
Oh boy, here we go again. Mr. Anti-Carrot over here.
Why are they associated with diamonds and gold? I don't understand that shit.
You're right. Shakes your hand.
Good. Nice talk. Same time next week?
Yep. See you later, honey.
I love how when you try to re-engage me in the conversation, you say the most basic shit.
All right. What do you got?
Carrots. I eat those.
Joe
You
Biden.
like cat?
Joe Biden. All right, smart guy, you take a shot at it.
You like cats?
I do.
Wow.
Look, I feel bad if you don't say anything for a long time.
Oh yeah, I tune you guys out when you start talking about Fallout.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, I set you at half volume and started doing other things.
I did not even bring it up this time, so I did my best.
That was me. I'm a Fallout boy.
Yam likes them.
The entire
I thought that's what you were setting up, to be quite frank. I was like, oh, Biff, it's so easy. Thank you.
The entire conversation plays out verbatim again. You're in a fucking time loop, Vixen. You know, this character's kind of giving Palmon a little bit. That
He's kind of cute. I'm gonna be honest with you.
that's the point.
Good.
He's supposed to be kissable.
Good. Excellent job. Proceed.
The way you said that's the point was like very pointed. Like you looked over, went, that's the point. Like, duh.
Sounds like something I would do as a little kid.
You want to get Vixen interested? Talk about Cody Digimon. Why Cody?
Cody?
Why Cody?
Who's being wrong? Okay, remembering you.
No.
You're on a list.
I'm checking it twice. That's another thing you know about.
That's true.
Damn, you know everything. Wow.
Looking forward to any games?
So Fallout,
Nope.
All right, I'm leaving.
Oh my god.
Let's see here. Yam got me 1000x resist recently, and I'm very excited to give that a whirl. I actually don't know what the game is about, but Koo and a lot of other people that have played it are like, this thing is in my top like 5 games this year. And I'm like, what? And it's just this weird little indie game that's clearly sci-fi, like some memory bullshit going on. I don't know. It looks cool. I'm very interested to give it a whirl at some point.
Ooh, uh-oh.
Ooh, uh-oh.
He's hot.
I missed the title because I was assuming that you were leading into like something else when you said 1000 something something, and I'm like,
1000X Resist.
huh.
Yeah, it's on sale right now for like $15. Apparently, it's incredible. So,
Man, he kind of looks like an avatar. Like the blue ones.
oh no, yeah, I see it.
It's because these look like rabbit ears or something right now, but they're fins.
Kicks rock. Damn it.
Kicks rock. Jello, is that a Muppet that serves? Yeah. This is.
Oh, you noticed.
This is my Blorbo that made me gay.
Now you know.
Is he green?
No.
Squints.
I actually don't. Hang on, let me check. Yeah, no, I would say yes. He's like silver green.
Yeah, he's green.
Why did you say that to me?
Oh, Jello.
Because you love to make green twinks.
They're hot. It's the right color for a twink. You stick them in the
Green
ground, you grab them when they're ripe, green.
Like
Green.
a carrot.
Like a carrot. It all comes back. You know what game you can eat carrots in? Fallout New
Yeah, Jello.
Actually, I'm not sure if that's true. Hang on.
I think, I think there's
Fallout
vegetarians.
Wiki, carrots. Yes.
So, Vixen, what is your game you are looking forward to playing? It doesn't have to be new or you haven't had yet. Just like something you're looking forward to playing next.
It does need to have carrots in it, though.
Honestly, nothing.
Wow.
I mean, I guess I'm excited for Pokemon ZA to come out.
ZA. Whoa.
I'll play that.
What is ZA?
It's the new Arceus Legends game.
Oh, very cool.
You know how Pokemon X and Y came out and they never made Z or made a game with Zygarde? They were like, oh, fuck, let's do that now.
Yeah, but it's going to be like a Legends style run around and throw Pokeballs kind of game.
Huh.
Is it going to look bad?
Yeah, it's a Pokemon game. That's not the point.
I don't know. Maybe they cleaned up their act.
No.
Okay.
It's gonna look like a Pokemon game, and I'm gonna throw Pokeballs at Pokemon, and I'm gonna go hee, and then that's how it's gonna be.
That's just how it's gonna be.
I just want to point out that like this is the shit you say, and then when I'm like, you could never boycott a thing if there were monsters in it, you're like, no, how dare you? I would absolutely stand the line. Anyway, how many Pal World streams did I do?
And then I stopped.
Not by choice.
And then I stopped.
Okay. Ooh, what if he's got like hot beauty marks? Oh no. What if he's like
hot beauty marks?
You know, like what if he's got like ugly beauty marks, like big old dicks?
No, you gotta cover that up with a half mask.
I feel like that was like one of the first funny things I ever did with you, Piff, was doing that bit.
It was a while ago, yeah.
It was a long time ago.
Long ago.
In a distant land, this little gay boy was gay.
Wow.
Wow.
I like
A
how
real page turner.
I like how I like how fawnal they are. I like that they look like fawns a little bit.
Oh.
Is giving him a stupid little lily pad hair ornament.
Document.
Accessory in the hair. Is that too much? I think it's kind of cute.
No, it's cute. Leave it.
Okay.
You can do whatever the hell you want.
Lori looks so... Nope, not her name anymore. Seren looks so normal next to him.
I'm just a frog. Yeah, I'm just a frog.
And I'm sitting here on Capital Frog.
I love the frog.
With my lily pad document.
I think the frog legs and frog arms are like such a fun choice, honestly. Because you get a lot of like hot mermaid adjacent people, so it's kind of cool to have one just be like, "We're frogs, get over it."
They're turning the frogs gay.
They're turning the freaking frogs gay.
Do you have anything?
Chat, I'm imagining him with a Kermit the Frog voice. If you could get like the hottest voiced guy to do like Kermit the Frog here style speech, but like sound really hot, that would be the funniest shit ever.
I don't think I could do that. I think Kermit the Frog is an inherently unsexual voice.
No, not the voice, just the style of speech.
Hi-ho, Kermit. That's just gay.
That's just gay.
That's freaking... Oh, what's his name? James from Team Rocket.
Hi-ho. They're lavender.
Is Kermit the Frog here?
Well, Jello, is that the new direction?
I'm thinking about it. Like, no, not that I'm gonna do it. I'm trying to even imagine what that would sound like.
Oh, you're gonna be eating your words once you do it and go, whoa, now I can't not fuck this frog.
No, honestly,
put it in an audition document and just see what people do.
Oh my god, no, that would be horrible. I'd just get a bunch of shitty Kermit the Frog impressions. It's like having slightly robotic in there. You're just gonna get all these women doing robot voices.
Hi-ho. Kermit the Frog here.
Oh, he's like Cajun?
Oh, now we're okay with it.
That's not what I said.
But I heard that eyebrow little pop up. I'm like, The frog.
Hello. Damn boy, are you wearing a document? Because you look notable.
All right.
What's an $A? Is that Australian? I'm used to Australian being ouse next to the dollar. I wonder if they changed
$8 is like, a buck.
A $7 bill.
Oh, I see.
$7.99.
They make $7 bills now?
I guess. Inflation's a bitch. Dude, we should get rid of pennies.
Yes, agreed.
Wait, no, hold on. Just because you don't like her doesn't mean you should remove her.
Well, Ruby did it like twice.
Did they kill her again?
Yeah, she dies twice. And the best part, the second time she became human and they killed her.
Did they kill her the exact same way? Did they bring back Pyrrha to kill her by accident and then kill both of them again?
I don't remember the specifics, but it sure got the internet talking of like, what the hell is happening?
Okay. Does Ruby kill herself at the end of Volume 9? I think I heard that somewhere.
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, she, basically, all of her friends are like, Ruby, you're not ass. You're fine. Like, we're all family. And she, like, straight up looks them in the eye and goes, all right, and just drinks poison tea and dies.
What?
Dude, the last season is buck wild.
That's the one I'm in.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were getting the audition size. I was like, what the fuck happened in Volume 8?
Yeah, I remember getting like, oh, there's like a mouse and a raccoon and a caterpillar man, and I was like, what's happening?
The wildest part about it is like, so that's the end of Ruby, and you'd think, oh man, what a weird sour note to end that series on. Like nothing was accomplished. Like there's not even because half the crew is trapped in a desert and some bullshit. Like, a lot of dumb things happen. But no, actually, the last piece of Ruby content was the crossover with DC, where they team up with, like, Superman and Wonder Woman.
Does Superman, like, put a hand on Ruby's shoulder and is like, don't kill yourself?
No, I think what they did was like, wow, Carrie Shawcross, you're so cool. You're so good at writing Ruby with Miles. Just, yeah, wild.
I gotta be honest. I think I should probably. I want to keep hanging out, but for like a little bit. But I feel like this is the best I'm gonna do. I think this boy's really hot. So
Yeah, he looks good.
So I've accomplished. He
Big
also
old
looks,
sausage fingies.
He looks like an alien. So, yeah, I gotta give him here the webbing.
What those fingies do.
What those fingies do?
If you like a demonstrable woman walked up to him and said that, I think he'd cry and run away. He'd be like, no.
Hell yeah.
Don't do that to him. He's had some troubles.
God, there's this girl in Three Houses named Bernadetta. She's like the shut-in character. She's got purple hair, and there's a I'm sorry, sometimes sound happens and it's too loud. And you know, I'm playing the game, meeting all the characters for the first time, and Amy's like, I hear Bernadetta has like a really sad backstory and there's a reason she acts this way, but like every time I saw her I was just like, get over it. And I was like, oh my god, you're so funny, Amy. And like I do like 8 of her supports and all of them are just her screeching, and I was like, you're exhausting. And then there's just like there's like 2 supports where she's just like, here's a list of my extremely terrible abuse that like is like way too much for this game, frankly. It's like I used to get tied to a chair, and the first friend I ever made, my dad had him dragged out back and they beat the shit out of him. So now I don't like that. I don't try to make friends anymore. And it's all like, it's really fucked up. You being annoying is a separate issue.
God. Yeah, Three Houses, big sucko.
It's really bad. I heard Amy was telling me Jay played it on stream by doing, because there's autoplay features, which is such an admission of failure. And Jay was just like on stream going, I'm gonna teach all my kids and then autoplay all the battles, and if they die, they die. It depends on how good a teacher I am. And I thought that was so funny.
God.
Yo, I peeped Ruby's suicide scene. She drinks it so politely.
Yeah, no, she's like pinkies out. She's like, all right, well, toodles. And like Ruby's also weirdly aggressive towards Blake and Yang becoming an item. Where she's like, oh, and like you two are together now. That's great, I guess. It's like, hey, what the fuck is your problem?
You know, I actually lost a mutual when I made the Ruby video, because someone was like, I don't like that he was like downplaying the, what's it called, Bumblebee relationship, Blake and Yang, and I'm like, I think they were really undercooked until like volume 6, but they, you know, they had that one scene that was a pretty good scene where Yang loses her arm and Blake like runs off and saves her. And like, literally, I don't even think they talked before that. But people were like, oh my god, we have to ship them. And like, every time you criticize LGBT shit, people are just like, ugh, you're an ist. You're a homophobist. That's what they call them. Sorry, homophobicide, that's it. Thank you. And it's just like, look, you should always ask for more. Never be satisfied. Never stop the grind.
It's okay to want more from things that you like.
I don't understand. Kill that guy.
Within reason, like, you know.
It's like what I was saying before. I was like, you can't sell something to me by being like, it's gay. I'm like, listen.
I'm like, look, I'm not on Tumblr and stupid in 2012. You need to do better than that.
I'm on Tumblr and moderately stupid in 2024. You gotta hook me with something a little bit more substantial.
Yeah.
Gay isn't a selling point. Tell me about the characters. Is it a flavor of gay I like? Is it like
I'll make it gay if I like it.
Listen, I got my own spices and recipes, all right? I just need to know what I'm working with.
I need to know what kind of meat you're bringing to the table.
Oh.
Because if you bring me some tofu, no cooking.
You bring me some tofu? No foo. No thank foo.
Watch Arcane, you coward. No. This is not cowardice. It's just I look at it and I go, that I can just tell that's something I'm not going to like.
I like Arcane Season 1 a lot. And I think visually it is like a spectacle. Like, it's just fun to look at. Season 2, we're almost done with it. And I think is remarkably messy. It's fun to watch, but it's not as tight as the first season, sadly.
Yeah, Jay and I actually watched 3 episodes of the first season, and both of us were like, that was alright, look at each other. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it either. Okay. And we just didn't watch it. But like, yeah, it looks really good. I was, we were watching and I was like, when is this mentor gonna fucking die already? Because I was surprised he made it to the end of episode 1, to be honest.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know. It's just like, I know what's gonna happen. You don't need to fuck around. You can just...
Listen, just ice this guy. We have shit to do. We've seen this.
Vander, I was shocked Vander lived that long too. Yeah, right? Like, I don't know. It's not a bad thing. I didn't dislike him. I was just like, all right, well, this is about political tensions, and this guy's kind of at the nexus of it, and once he dies, that'll be like the start of darkness for our main girls. And that's still not happening, and I don't really care that much about anything else, so I guess I'm done. How am I being too mean? Were episodes an hour long, or are they like 20 minutes?
They're like 40 minutes, I think.
Okay, no, all right, that's enough time then. That's a movie.
Yeah.
Three 40-minute episodes is a movie.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I think a big thing is that Arcane Season 1, especially, is very much a 3-act structure. Like, the first 3 episodes are their own thing, the next 3 are their own thing, and then the last 3 are their own thing. Meanwhile, with Season 2, I'm just like, wow, you guys are trying to do so much in 9 episodes, and I just don't think this is working.
That's a bummer.
Yeah. We had come to the conclusion of, like, Arcane Season 2 really feels like a pretty person with a bad laugh. Like, I like looking, but...
Oh, man.
That's just that's just how I describe it.
Not to be a broken record, but I'm like so happy about how this boy looks. This is a good boy. Been a long time since I've drawn a good boy.
That's a good boy.
Yeah.
I also like, I don't know. I like the aspect of this guy. He's one of his things is he's like, yeah, I used to. I don't want to talk about this for too. Whatever. You people are here. You'll listen to my shit about my OCs. Be confident, Jello.
I look at the chair I'm tied to. Yeah, man.
Hey, that's Bernie's backstory for that I was just talking about from Three Houses.
Huh?
So he's like a singer and was a singer at a club, and I don't remember how he describes his. I'm just gonna pause this Fire Emblem music. It's too much. The way he ends up describing his past girlfriend from like 4 or 5 years ago. He's like, yeah, no, she seemed really sweet and would always go to all my shows. So like we eventually hook up, and she, like, at first things were good, and like she'd still see all my shows, and she was really devoted to me, and it was really cool to have someone support my art. But then like after shows, she would kind of like start needling the performances about stuff, and she was like, oh, that was great, but like the way you did this thing was like kind of annoying, you shouldn't do that. And it's just like little stuff at first, and over time she got like way more venomous about it, and eventually was like, here, no, like just you don't want to do that in front of other people, just like do it for me in like our apartment or whatever. And she ends up like isolating him from all his friends and coworkers and family, and like really, really breaking him down. And I don't remember the metaphor he uses for describing her. He's like, it was like she was a sign, a painted advertising sign, and she figured out the kind of person I like, that I usually open up to and usually date. And then like once she had me and like was kind of like had me locked in, that just like peeled away. And I like then he and his therapist talk about this, and they're like, he's like, yeah, I don't really know, like eventually some of my friends came around and they like realized what was going on, and they like talked to her once or twice. I wasn't there, and like she came home a couple times and I thought she was gonna kill me, and then one time she just didn't come home, and they were like, okay, we took care of it, she's not gonna be around here anymore. But like I didn't get any closure. They didn't like kill her, she just left. But like I'm still really uncomfortable. Like if it took me a long time to even start performing publicly again, because I kind of hated myself for a while, haha. And then eventually when I got back into it, I've realized that I'm like still a little bit afraid if a woman approaches me after a show, because I'm like afraid, like what if that happens again, because she seemed super normal at first. So, and like that was like a problem for a little bit, and I was like, surely this will go away in a couple months, and it super hasn't, and I'm really, really not happy about this. So his support conversations are helping him get over that, making it happy. I don't know. I think there are valid stories to be told about, you don't hear a lot of survival stories from men getting abused and isolated, so I wanted to tell one of those. Yeah, and he like jokingly flirts with Gianni's gargoyle character, because like he's still into, like he's bi, but he's just like, I don't want to deal with women for a while because I am afraid. And Gianni's character is really hot, and then he learns, he's like, oh fuck, he's got a girl back home, okay, never mind. But then he's like, oh, I think we're both interested in each other, how do I approach this? And you have to like, you can do both of their routes at the same time and get a nice poly ending.
Hooray!
You'd be so funny as Petra, the girl gargoyle in that story, Marissa. Because she's like, her thing is that her parents own like a diamond mine, but she's like, all my relatives are rich assholes and I hate all of them. So, and I went to like a private school growing up and I hated it, and now I'm like not in that situation, and I'm just in like a gargoyle place. I was previously in a Fengu place, which are the bird people, and they were kind of hoity, and I fucking hated that. So now I'm just I'm working at a diner, and she and the gargoyle boy end up hooking up because they end up bonding, because he's a half human, half gargoyle. She's a half bird, half gargoyle, and gargoyles are nocturnal, but mixes in the daylight, they don't freeze, because if they did, then you couldn't play them on most maps in the game, because most of them are at daytime. But different mixes feel different symptoms. I don't remember what each of theirs are, but like I know, like I think Rocco gets really sleepy. He's like, yeah, if I'm out in sunlight, I get so drowsy, like I just took drugs or something. And Petra's is just like, my skin fucking itches so bad in direct sunlight. So they bond over being like, it's basically Odil's story of being like half of someone and half of a culture, and like always feeling in between.
Yeah.
The idea that a sixth of your units can't be used during the day in a tactics game is incredibly funny. I really thought about it. I really weighed the idea of having like a really good gargoyle unit who you can only use for like half the game. And I was just like, that's so annoying. No.
Yeah. It kind of makes me think, it's not the exact same situation, but in Wrath of the Righteous, which is the Pathfinder kind of CRPG game, it's pretty fun. It makes you realize that if you play Pathfinder with the real rules, it's awful. But there is a point where you get this guy who's like, I'm Woljif, and he's just like this tiefling arcane trickster rogue, and he's the only rogue you get. And after the first act, there's a big thing that happens, and he bails. He just leaves. And I'm like, well, what the fuck now? And then, like, genuinely, like, 7 hours later, he's like, I'm Woljif. I was lost in the woods. Are you mad? I'm like, yes, but you're back on the team because I need you. This is fucking infuriating. Do not take a character away, especially if they're one that has a unique skill set that no one else has. It's so fucked up. Who knows the real rules of Pathfinder anyways? Wrath of the Righteous does. And it will make you want to die because it, like, actively shows you that Pathfinder does not work past level 12.
Huh.
That's
a surprise to me. Like, I'm not a Pathfinder boy, but like I kind of imagine, given how listy and obnoxious it is, the fun of Pathfinder would be getting slowly to epic level campaigns. Does it actually just get worse?
So here's kind of what happens. Early, like, so when you're level 1 to 3-ish, 3 is like fine, you're right, because you got some toys, you've got some things you can do. But that like 1 and 2 area, you suck shit, can't do anything, you're all kind of the same, and really, unless you're a martial class, you're having a miserable time, and you all die very easily. Then you get to the like 3 through 6, and you're like, cool, I now have like a kit, I have things I can do, great. 6 to 10 is like, here we go. Now we're doing the shit. We've got a vast majority of our toys. There's like synergy between our classes. Things are like dangerous, but it's not crazy. And then once you kind of get into that early teens onward, the game devolves to, okay, so everything is save or die. Everything is save or become stone or teleported to another dimension or be paralyzed for 7 rounds. It also like becomes a thing of magic is just vastly superior in every way.
Yeah.
With the only like huge benefit for martial classes being that their AC is stupid, to the point where like if you're looking at, let's say, a CR 18 creature, they most likely have 40 AC. Like at that point, it doesn't really make sense to even roll the rock. Like I just don't understand, quite frankly.
Roll the rock. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, hey, I want to keep hanging out, and I love hearing you bitch about TTRPG stuff, but Amy just texted me, and she's in a bad way, so she needs me to make some food for her, so I'm going to go do that. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for streaming. I'm going to go downstairs and make some hot dogs. Bye.
Ooh, bye.
Bye.
And broadcast.